Welcome to the Bug Bounty Hunting course, which is the complete web application penetration testing course. Now, bug bounty hunting is a newly emerging and trending role in the cybersecurity that allows freehand security professionals to assess the application and platform security of an organization. With a free hand to ethically hack and pen test applications developed by the in-house workforce, bug bounty hunters are mostly highly paid to locate and report security bugs. So, want to become a bug bounty hunter? Well, according to HackerOne, the hacker community nearly doubled last year to more than 6 lakh and continues to grow globally. 78% of the hackers use their hacking experience to help them find a better career. Hackers earned approximately $40 million in bounties and $82 million cumulatively. So, what is so special about this course? Now, throughout the course, we will understand the core concepts of bug bounty hunting and penetration testing. We will see OWASP fundamentals and how cybersecurity works in the real world. We will use SQL injection to hack databases and, most importantly, retrieve confidential information from these databases. We will see how cross-site scripting works and how web hacking is done with the help of Burp suite. Then we will discover file inclusion and file upload bugs and perform cross-site request forgery. Don't worry, there is a lot more to learn. Now, the most important question is, why should you enroll for this course? What is so special about this course? So first of all, have a look at our curriculum. We have hand-picked curriculum specially designed for all levels of learners. We have continuous assessments through challenging quizzes and practice tests. If you have any doubts, you can get your answers within 48 hours. We have provided a variety of resources such as useful links, YouTube videos, PDFs are also provided. Most importantly, we are going to make regular updates to the curriculum, so you don't have to worry about outdated concepts and softwares. We have also included many practicals with explanations included, and you know what, suggestions are always welcome. So don't worry if you do not know anything about bug bounty, because this course is not intended only for people who know cybersecurity. Anyone who wants to earn money from bug bounty or ethical hacking is welcome. Since the convolution of security threats have multiplied, the requirement for bug bounty hunters and their significance across the world is rapidly multiplying. Well, that's it folks. Enroll in this course and start learning now. Let's begin with cybersecurity. In this module of Fundamentals of Cybersecurity, we will see what is the definition of security. We will also see the importance of cybersecurity and why do we need security in our day-to-day life. So, let us begin. So, why do we need security? But before that, what is security? In today's world, security has become a challenging task. Security mostly refers to the protection from hostile forces, but it has a wide range of other tenses. Every individual is concerned about his privacy. Due to the rapid growth in the information technology industry, the need for security is also increasing. Security also refers to the measures that are taken to protect a place or to ensure that only people with permission can enter it or access it. So, would you like your friends to have access to your mobile? The clear answer is no, and that is why you have set a password to your mobile which is just known to you. Also, do you want your data to be protected against security attacks? And here, the obvious answer is yes. You don't want a stranger or an intruder to have access to your data, or he or she might target you. The next question is, do we really need cybersecurity? Okay, So let's face it, we live in a digital world. Our work lives, personal lives, and finances have all begun gravitating towards the world of internet, mobile computing, and electronic media. Wide use of the internet has increased the cybercrimes exponentially. Unfortunately, this widespread use makes us more vulnerable than ever to malicious attacks, invasions of privacy, fraud, and other such complications. And that is why cybersecurity is such a vital part of secure and well-ordered digital world. Risk-based security, a cybersecurity firm, revealed that a shocking 7.9 billion records have been exposed by data breaches. Well, your record could be one of them, right? Have you ever thought of that? And that is why we need cybersecurity to keep confidential data secure. Cybersecurity Ventures, another cybersecurity firm, predicted that in 2017 the damages would hit $6 trillion by 2021 and $10 trillion by 2030. Isn't that a massive amount? Right? The main aim or the main motive of these attacks is to affect financial sectors and healthcare sectors. Now let us see the different types of computer security. There are various types, numerous types of security. First being the network security. It is the practice of securing a computer network from intruders, whether targeted attackers or opportunistic malwares. Network engineers, network administrators look into this security part. Next comes information security. It protects the integrity and privacy of your data, your messages, your videos, your photos, and etc. The most important is the application security. If your application is not secure, how would it prevent the loss of information? So, application security focuses on keeping software devices free of threats. Before an application is deployed onto the internet or in Play Store or in App Store, it first has to pass the application security check. Then comes the disaster recovery and business continuity. It defines how an organization should react or respond to a cybersecurity incident or any event that causes the loss of operations. They say that experience is the best teacher, and this is get known to disaster recovery team. They always learn from the past cybersecurity attacks. So, let us have a quick recap. We saw the definition of security, then we saw why do we need security, and we discussed how security is affecting the economy of countries, and we finally concluded our section with different types of computer security. In the next lecture, we will see the exact definition of cybersecurity by various different organizations and standards. Let's continue with getting started with cybersecurity. In this lecture, you will learn to describe what is cybersecurity. Then we will see the standard definition of cybersecurity, and finally some eye-opening facts related to security and attacks. So, what is cybersecurity? In the last lecture, we saw the definition of security. According to Kaspersky cybersecurity, it is the practice of defending computers, servers, mobile devices, electronic systems, and networks from malicious attacks. With the introduction of the computer, the need for automated tools for protecting files and other information stored on the computer became evident. This is especially the case for a shared system such as time sharing system, and the need is even more acute for systems that can be accessed over a public telephone network. Cybersecurity refers to a set of techniques used to protect the integrity of networks, programs, and data from attacks, damage, or unauthorized access. These are the standard definitions. According to NIST, that is National Institute of Standards and Technology, United States, they define cybersecurity as the protection of information systems from unauthorized access, use, disclosure, disruption, modification, or destruction in order to provide confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality, integrity, and availability are the three terms of the information security element. We will explore these terms in upcoming lectures. According to the Government of the United Kingdom, cybersecurity is the application of technologies, processes, and controls to protect systems, networks, programs, and data from cyber attacks. If you observe closely to these definitions, you may find out one common thing, that is protection of something from something using computer technology, and that is nothing but cybersecurity. Here are some things that you should really understand before actually learning concepts. 68% of the business leaders feel their cybersecurity risks are increasing. Worldwide spending on cybersecurity is forecasted to reach $133.7 billion. As we have seen in the last lecture about the disk-based data breaches, we can see that nearly 7.9 records were exposed. The top malicious email attachments are .doc and .dot. So which means that even if you have received an email which consists a .doc file, it may be a virus. So you have to actually have the knowledge before downloading a thing from any random resource. This is more terrifying. Hackers attack every 39 seconds, which means between our lecture they must have attacked 5 times, which is equivalent to average 2000 times a day. 64% of Americans have never checked to see if they're affected by data breach. And this is why people need to understand cybersecurity. In 2018, Under Armour reported that its MyFitnessPal was hacked, affecting 150 million users. Now if a fitness app is hacked, they get to know everything about their diseases, and they can, diseases, then if they have any dietary restrictions, the accounts, the names, passwords, everything. And this can be devastating. So, in this lecture, we saw what is the definition of cybersecurity. We also saw the standard definition of security, and at the end we saw some interesting facts, and I hope these facts have opened an eye and it's a time to start learning about security. In the next lecture, we will see when was the first cyber attack carried out in this world. So let us see the history and applications of cybersecurity. So, let us get started with the history of cybersecurity. In this lecture, we will learn how cybersecurity evolved, when was the first cyber threat that occurred, and obviously the evolution of cybersecurity. 1980s was the era of computer worms. The creation of the first computer worm was a milestone in the history of cybersecurity. Researchers trace the very first disastrous computer worm to Robert T. Morris, who was a graduate student from Cornell University. Morris was curious about the internet size and created a worm in 1988 to gauge it. The worm was designed to infect Unix systems such that it would count the total connections present on the web. Morris thus wrote a worm program that would propagate across a set of networks, use a known vulnerability to infiltrate Unix terminals, and then replicate itself. However, these turned out to be a huge mistake. A programming error caused the worm to infect machine after machine. As a result, networks clogged, causing the connection systems to crash. The worm replicated aggressively to a point where the internet slowed down to a crawl, leaving untold damage in its wake. This worm is the first to have received full media coverage and was among the very first programs to return to exploit system vulnerabilities. The worm's effect lasted beyond the crashed internet and connected systems. For one, Morris became the first person to be charged successfully under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. He was fined $10,000 and then sentenced to probation of 3 years and dismissed from Cornell, although he went on to become an MIT tenure professor. This act further led to the development of Computer Emergency Response Team, that is CERT. The Morris worm triggered the start of an entirely new field in computer security. It led to more people researching on how they can create deadlier and more effective worms and viruses. 1990s was the era of viruses. As previously mentioned, the Morris worm paved the way for newer types of malicious programs. Viruses were more aggressive programs that came into light in the 1990s. Viruses such as I Love You and Melissa infected tens of millions of computers, causing a worldwide failure of email systems. Most of the virus attacks were primarily concerned with financial gains or strategic objectives. However, inadequate security solutions at that time caused a huge number of unintended victims to be affected. Suddenly, cyber threats and attacks were a huge concern, necessitating the creation of an immediate solution. This problem gave birth to the antivirus software solutions. The programs were designed to detect the presence of viruses and to prevent them from accomplishing their intended tasks. The primary delivery method for virus was the use of malicious email attachments, and therefore this gave rise to the antivirus industry. The early 1990s saw a sharp growth of companies creating and retailing antivirus products. The products were scanning computer systems for the presence of viruses or worms. At the same time, the available antivirus solution scanned business IT systems and tested them with signatures written in a database. All of these things we are going to study in the later part of this course. However, two significant problems had high impacts on the effectiveness of these early antivirus solutions. The issues persist today in some of the current cybersecurity solutions. The problems included the intensive use of resources and a large number of false positives, and the former caused the most problems for users since antivirus solutions scanning systems used a lot of available resources such that they interrupted user activities and productivity. The endpoint protection platforms slowly proved to be a better security solutions for countering an increasing rate of virus attacks. Customers realized that it was possible to detect and stop unknown malwares since only a signature of other existing malwares was required. Then come the first hacker group. What is a hacker group? It consists of individuals with exceptional hacking skills, but they use it for unauthorized access and illegal activities. Main purpose of such hacker group is the financial gain and the money behind it. We'll see the types of hacking groups later in this course, but to your knowledge, Anonymous was the first hacker group that came into the light on October 1, 2003. It first made news when it hacked a website belonging to the Church of Scientology through DDoS attack. And this is where hacking organizations started. So, we saw the history of cybersecurity. We saw how the first worm started affecting the world and which led to the development of many cybersecurity hacking organizations. In the next lecture, we will see the scope and career of cybersecurity. The next lecture is very important for you if you really want to create a nice and decent career in cybersecurity. So, in this video, we will see which jobs are available in cybersecurity. We'll have a look at the average salary of a cybersecurity consultant, and then we'll see what skills does a security consultant need in order to proceed. So you can see these are the jobs in cybersecurity: the systems administrator, network engineer, security auditor, systems engineer. Now we are going to look at each and every job in detail in the next module, but let me give an overview of what these positions are usually doing in the industry. So systems administrator is a person who looks after system modules, protects their security, adjustments, and configures the systems which are present in the company. Network engineer is a one who has excellent background of networking, computer networks. He is sound with all protocols, all addressing techniques that we have seen, and he knows how to set up a network. Security auditor is a person who usually conducts audits for an organization. We'll see in detail what are the types of audits, how an audit gets performed. Now in this all security jobs, the third last one, that is the penetration tester. Now he is a guy actually who has a lot of work to do. Penetration tester basically is you have to test your own organization and by thinking. So penetration tester needs to think like an hacker does. You have to think that you're a hacker, but in this case the difference between a penetration tester and a black hat hacker is that a penetration tester has an authorized access to the system. So that is a penetration testing is very important for a particular organization to determine whether it is sound with its security. So these are the insights about a security consultant. I'm sorry for that. About security consultant members, I've got this from LinkedIn. So the median salary, that is average salary for a security consultant, is 87,000 as we have discussed in the last lecture. So the minimum value can be 50 for experienced or freshers, and it can go up to $133,000 per year. So with the experience, you can see. I'll just make on the pointer. You can see the experience here. Now the experience column is 23.6%. I mean, with experience, the salary also increases. So what does a security consultant need to have skill? It must know how a network works. Then he must be able to know security audits, then vulnerability assessments, how they are performed, how a penetration test is performed, then also about risk management and control. So now if as I have discussed in the previous lectures that the demand for security professionals is increasing day by day, this number is also going to increase because as technology advances, more and more data is going to be stored. Now there is another branch of data, that is cloud security. Now cloud security is gaining much boom in the market. The need for cloud security professionals is on the rise, and there are a lot of demand for those jobs. So you can see this is verified from payskill.com for security engineer salaries. So you can see if you have an experience less than 1 year, like you have just passed out from your high school or you have just passed out from some degree and you know some things about net security, still you can even get around $70,000 per month, per year. And this graph is will go on increasing as you get experience. Now this says the security after you get 20 years of experience you get $127, but that is not the case. It also has factors like, see, if you have master's degree in security field or in information protection field, then the average salary goes up to around $120,000. So it, the job and the salary insights also depends upon your background. If you have a relevant bachelor's degree in computer science and then you have a master's degree in, let's say, cybersecurity, which is a 2 years course, and then you have some experience of 5 to 6 months working as an internship, then your salary may increase, may go beyond $100,000 per month. So it totally depends upon your skills, how you take cybersecurity, how enthusiastic you are to learn the security aspects. Now it's not like that you pass out, you have some basic skills and you will get $120, $120,000 per year. It's not like that. So you need to learn constantly. Since technology is an emerging field, it is your responsibility to keep learning new things day by day, because no tool is used same was no tool which was used 10 years before is now used. There are updates, there are new tools which help in easing the process, but you should get used to them. Now these are some states where the total job postings, as I said, this is a data of, I guess, 2 to 5 years before. But as you can see in the Silicon Valley, that is California state, the more number of job postings are there where technology is more. So this data is basically of 5 to 6 years before, like in 2014-15, I guess. But now the demand for cybersecurity has increased not only in the US but in the entire world. People have become more concerned about their security. So it's a great it's a great pleasure to serve as a security professional. And you might think of now starting why you should learn cybersecurity. So what I will say is, first, think if you really want to go into this field. But I'll promise, once you step down in this field, I mean, there's nothing like it. I mean, you get to learn new technologies day by day, you learn new techniques, you get to talk to professionals. Then you have various courses available throughout the industry, you have various certifications which we'll be talking also in upcoming modules. So in short, in one word, if I would like to describe this field, it's incredible. Its cybersecurity is incredible. You have to consider all the aspects, the salary insight, the demand for jobs, then the respect you get, or the job satisfaction is one of the most important part in any field. I mean, you not only cybersecurity, but if you're doing any job, you need to get satisfied. Like, if there is no satisfaction, then maybe you are in the wrong place. You should think over and over again. So what I'll suggest is, read more forums, blogs and posts about cybersecurity. Then start learning networking into more detail. I hope our networking module has helped you, and in the next module we'll get a clear picture of security elements. So wish you all the best till now, and let us meet in the next module.
Let us explore the fundamentals of cybersecurity. In this video, we will discuss about the types of actors who play a major role in various types of attacks in the cyber world. First is the hacker. Before discussing the hacker, we will discuss the definition of hacking. Hacking refers to activities that seek to compromise digital devices such as computers, smartphones, tablets, and even entire networks. And while hacking might not always be for malicious purposes, nowadays Most references to hacking and hackers characterize them as unlawful activity by cybercriminals motivated by financial gain, protest, information gathering, spying, and even just for fun of the challenge. Hackers are the artists, computer addicts, challenge seekers, creators, and sometimes for good, destroyers. All the online transactions, bill payments, and all that stuffs are possible because of them. The media has mixed up the word hackers with crackers. Crackers are the ones who do that nuisance. They basically have lack of knowledge in the field, and to present themselves as hacker to the world, they crack into computer systems. Hackers are the smartest guys in the field of computers. They have more knowledge and information than those who develop a software or a system. Hackers are the visionaries who could see new ways to use computers, creating programs that no one else could conceive. They were the pioneers of computer industry, building everything from small applications to operating systems. Like if something is made by a human brain, it can also be hacked by a human brain. Hacking is typically technical in nature, like creating malvertising that deposits malware in a drive-by attack requiring no user interaction. But hackers can also use psychology to trick the users into clicking onto malicious attachment or providing personal data. These tactics are referred to as social engineering. Therefore, time is the key. Next is the cyber terrorist and cyber terrorism. Cyber terrorism is the use of internet-based attacks in terrorist activities, including acts of deliberate, large-scale disruption of computer networks, especially of personal computers attached to the internet by the means of tools such as computer viruses. Cyber terrorism is itself a controversial term. Some authors choose a very narrow definition relating to deployments by the known terrorist organizations regarding disruption of attacks against information systems for the primary purpose of creating alarm and panic. By this narrow definition, it is difficult to identify any instances of cyber terrorism. The term was first coined in 1994. It differs from traditional terrorism because of its ability to gain leverage from a person, group, or government of computer information in order to cause physical damage, harm, or to blackmail the target. Nevertheless, just as traditional terrorism, cyber terrorism causes death, loss of property, and terror in people's mind. Cyber terrorism also involves worldwide economic chaos and environmental damage by hacking critical systems. Cyberterrorism is the convergence of cyberspace and terrorism. It refers to unlawful acts or threats against computers, networks, and information stored within them. Areas of cyberterrorism are like phishing, waterholing, ransomware, scanning. Next is the hacktivism. It is derived from combining the words hack and activism. Hacktivism is the act of hacking or breaking into a computer system for politically or socially motivated purposes. The individual who performs an act of hacktivism is said to be a hacktivist. Logically, I can say that hacktivism may be described as the following of the uncultured members of the society, who are born to make the environment unclean and who are capable for feeling the fear in the heart of innocent humanity. Common targets for hacktivists include government agencies, multinational corporations, or any other entity perceived as bad or wrong by the hacktivist group or individual. Of course, gaining unauthorized access to any organization's assets through such activities is a criminal act, no matter what the intention might be. Activism is sparked by an individual's or group's perception of what they consider to be wrong or unjust and hence incentivizes them to do something about it. Motivations include revenge, political or social incentives, ideology, protest, a desire to embarrass certain organizations or individuals within those organizations, or sometimes sheer vandalism. In general, hacker groups aim to question, provoke, and challenge governments, organizations, and companies who go against their moral position. Next are the state-sponsored attacks. There is a global chess match between nations, states, and businesses and various digital organizations. The result is the state-sponsored cyber attacks, which have emerged as one of the prominent threats targeting companies today. Backed by the governments and funded with the biggest bankrolls, state-sponsored groups can apply seemingly limitless resources to achieve their malicious objectives in an age when cybersecurity communities are strapped by tight budgets and a cybersecurity talent shortage. Out of 94 cases of cyber attacks reported as financial crimes since 2007, the attackers behind 23 of them were believed to be state-sponsored, the majority coming from countries like Iran, Russia, China, and North Korea. State-sponsored actors often have particular objectives aligned with either the political, commercial, or military interest of the country. Wherever possible, state-sponsored actors will use standard attack methodologies used by other typical cybercrime actors and penetration testers. State-sponsored actors will rarely make a lot of noise and cause sufficient disruption to warrant suspicion or trigger detection. Their objectives are to remain persistent to retain oversight of communications or access to sensitive data. Next are the script kiddies. Script kiddies are probably the lowest level of hackers. These hackers. Next are the script kiddies. Script kiddies are probably the lowest level of hackers. These hackers don't create or develop hacking tools by themselves. They generally copy tools and methods from books or the internet. As far as I know, the name script kiddie comes from the idea of younger people who don't know how to code a program or just copying the scripts that other people have already made and try to hack with them. For example, imagine a child gets their first computer. The child watches a movie about hacking and then downloads a copy of Kali Linux. They begin playing with the various programs while searching for online tutorials. The most serious threat a script kiddie possesses is through the use of social engineering techniques. A script kiddie lacks the knowledge to create software or exploit vulnerabilities. To compensate, they often turn to social engineering in order to manipulate victims into granting access or sharing information. Ethical hacking is not the same thing as a script kiddie. Script kiddies are essentially just people who think they can hack and only know a very small amount of information. Let us have a quick recap of what we learned in this lecture. We studied 5 types of actors: hackers, cyber terrorists, activism, state-sponsored actors, and script kiddies. In the next lecture, we will explore 2 types of attacks, that is passive attack and active attack. Let us explore the main part of the fundamentals of cybersecurity, that is the types of attacks. There are 2 types of attacks, active attack and passive attack. In this lecture, we are going to learn passive attacks. The internet is full of risks. Whenever you go online, there is a possibility that you will encounter a risk. Within that range of risks, there are different types of computer threats with varying associations of damaging effects. For example, some threats may damage or corrupt your installed operating system and force you to reinstall it. Another type may steal your credentials and save passwords. Still, other threats may not be harming your PC. Instead, they will track your online activities and invade your privacy. Today, criminals are smarter than even before, and malicious programs are more sophisticated. Modern malware can infect a target PC and remain undetected for a long time. The advance of computing power makes it possible to crack difficult passwords in a fraction of seconds. The motive behind the majority of cyber attacks nowadays is to damage your machine, but instead to steal your money, to access your private information, or to acquire your login credentials. Conceptually, cybersecurity risks can be divided into 2 main categories, that is, passive and active. In this lecture, we will talk about passive attacks. In passive attack, an intruder monitors a system and a network communications and scans for open ports and other vulnerabilities. For example, they might exploit an unpatched system or take advantage of an expired certificate on a security device. Once the intruder has infiltrated the network, they can collect information in a couple of ways. In a footprinting passive attack, the intruder will try to collect as much intelligence as they can to use it later to target any attack. An example is when an intruder records the network traffic using a packet analyzer tool such as Wireshark for later analysis. The two most common use cases of passive attacks are information disclosure. In this type, an attacker will monitor an unprotected communication medium like an encrypted mail or telephone call and intercept it for sensitive information. Traffic analysis. In this type, an attacker monitors communication channels to collect a range of information including human and machine identities, locations of these identities and types of encryption used if applicable. Like, even installing a keylogger is another sort of passive attack, where an intruder waits for the user to enter their credentials and records them for later use. Let us demonstrate traffic analysis passive attack. Consider a scene. Here, Bob and Alice are two best friends, and Trudy is the interceptor. Bob sends a message to Alice like, "Hey Alice, it's me Bob. How are you?" But Trudy is reading all the messages through any packet analyzing tool like Wireshark. Therefore, the privacy between Bob and Alice is harmed. Trudy says, "Well, now I know you are Bob." Even Alice is not aware of all the messages sent from Bob to her is read by Trudy. Therefore, this is very dangerous for privacy. To avoid these types of attacks, it is important to use a secure channel between two recipients. Now, let us consider the scenario of information disclosure passive attack. Here, the scene is same. Bob is sending some information to Alice and Trudy is intercepting these messages. In this case, the Trudy is selling this information to any other third party. Like, what if this third party uses this information for malicious purposes? Therefore, what we should learn that we should not share any private information through communication channels. Therefore, this can lead to information disclosure and can invade our privacy. So, let us have a quick recap of what we learned in this lecture. We learned about the definition of passive attacks and how these passive attacks can be dangerous to our livelihood. In the next lecture, we will discuss about active attacks. In the last video, we discussed about the passive attacks. In this video, we are going to discuss about the active attacks. An active attack attempts to alter system resources or affect their operations. Active attack involves some modification of data stream or creation of false statements. Types of active attacks are masquerade, repudiation, replay, and denial of service. The first attack is masquerade. Masquerade attack takes place when one entity pretends to be a different entity. Consider the same three characters, Bob, Alice, and Trudy. Here, Bob sends a message to Alice. "Hey Alice, it's me Bob. How are you?" Alice replies, "Hey Bob, I am fine. What's up?" But in this case, the Trudy, who is the interceptor, impersonates Bob and sends a message to Alice. "How about Robert's Cafe at 5 p.m.? This message is not sent through Bob, but this message is sent through Trudy, who is the intruder. Alice replies, "Okay, Bob, done." And this creates a confusion which leads Alice into trouble. This is called as the masquerade attack. Next is the replay attack. It involves the passive capture of a message and its subsequent transmission to produce an authorized effect. Consider the scenario. Bob, Alice, and Trudy. Here, Bob sends message to Alice. "Hey Alice, let's meet today at 6 p.m. Alice replies, "Hey Bob, okay done." But now, Trudy impersonates Bob and sends the message, "Hey Alice, let's meet today at 6 p.m. Alice gets confused and again replies, "Bob, I already told you. Okay, I will come." But this creates a confusion. Rather, this is a very simple case of replay attack. Now, for the same example, let us consider the scenario of bank. Here, Bob and Trudy are good friends and Alice is an employee working in a bank. Bob asks Alice, "Hey Alice, please send $10,000 to Trudy on my behalf." Alice sends the money to Trudy. Trudy is mischievous and again replays the same message. Like, "Hey Alice, please send Trudy $10,000. What Alice thinks like is the message from Bob again. And Alice says, "Bob, I've already sent," and again sends the money to Trudy. This is a replay attack. Next is the denial of service attack. It prevents normal use of communication facilities. This attack may have a specific target. For example, an entity may suppress all messages directed to a particular destination. Another form of service denial is the disruptions of an entire network, whether by disabling the network or by overloading it by messages so as to degrade performance. Let us consider the scenario of Alice, Bob and Trudy. Here Trudy is the interceptor. Bob is sending message to Alice, "Hello Alice, how are you?" But Trudy is blocking the messages sent by Alice. Alice had sent the message like, "I am fine Bob, what's up?" But Bob is not receiving this message. Bob again sends, "Alice, are you there?" Therefore, this is an example of denial of service attack. This can be very handy in case of browsers. Like if you're trying to access some website but the website is not replying to you and you're just sitting idle waiting for the reply from website. The website may have been undergone the denial of service attack. We have discussed all types of passive and active attacks. Let us go through the motives and goals behind any attack, like to cause business loss, information theft, to create fear, to demean someone, demanding ransom, revenge, illegal access to organization, leak confidential information, and promoting political beliefs. Let us have a quick recap of what we learned in this lecture. We learned different types of active attacks like masquerade, modification, replay, denial of service.
Let us get to know the description of addresses. So, in this lecture, we will talk about Ethernet address or MAC address, also known as the physical address. Then, we will see what is logical address, and after that, we will see what is a port address. What is a physical address? In order to communicate or transfer the data from one computer to another computer, we need some address. In computer network, various types of addresses are introduced. Each works at a different layer. Media access control address, that is a MAC address, is a physical address which works at data link layer. In this lecture, we will discuss about addressing in DLL, which is MAC addressing. The physical address, also known as the link address, is the address of a node as defined by its LAN or WAN. It is included in the frame used by the data link layer. It is the lowest level address. The physical address have authority over the network, that is LAN or WAN. The size and format of these addresses vary depending upon the network. For example, Ethernet uses a 6 byte, which is equivalent to 48 bits physical address that is imprinted on the network interface card, that is NIC. Local Talk, that is Apple, however, has only a 1 byte dynamic address that changes each time the station comes up. MAC addresses are unique 48 bits hardware number of a computer, which is embedded into a network card, that is NIC, during the time of manufacturing. MAC address is also known as physical address of a network device. According to IEEE standard, data link layer is divided into two sublayers: logical link control sublayer, that is LLC, and media access control layer, that is MAC, out of which MAC address belongs to media access control sublayer. What is the format of a MAC address? As you can see at the bottom of the presentation, there is a 12-digit hexadecimal number, which is a 6-byte binary number, which is mostly represented by colon hexadecimal notation. First 6 digits, as you can see in the presentation, 3C, 5A, B4 of MAC address identifies the manufacturer, called as OUI. Organizational Unique Identifier. IEEE Registration Authority Committee assigns these MAC address to its registered vendors. For example, CC46D6 belongs to Cisco, 3C5A B4 belongs to Google, 3CD92B belongs to HP, etc. Now, the rightmost 6 digits, which are blank in this presentation, represents Network Interface Controller, which is assigned by the manufacturer. As discussed earlier, MAC address is represented by colon hexadecimal notation. There are 3 types of MAC address: unicast, multicast, and broadcast. I will tell you in one sentence what these addresses mean. Unicast. A unicast addressed frame is only sent out to the interface leading to specific NIC. Multicast address allows the source to send a frame to a group of devices. Broadcast. Frames which are destined to MAC address FF, 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 6 times FF pair will reach every computer belonging to that LAN segment. So let us move on to next address, which is logical address. What are logical address? Logical addresses are necessary for universal communications that are independent of underlying physical networks. Physical addresses are not adequate in an internetwork environment where different networks can have different address formats. A universal addressing system is needed in which each host can be identified uniquely regardless of the underlying physical network. The logical addresses are designed for this purpose only. A logical address in the internet is currently a 32-bit address that can uniquely define a host connected to the internet. Make sure that this sentence, which I am going to tell right now, is very important. No two publicly addressed and visible hosts on the internet can have same IP address. Is it possible that you and your friend lives in the same house? In the same way, no two uniquely identifying devices can have same IP address. There are 2 types of IP address: IPv4, which means IP address version 4, and IP address version 6. IP address, that is IPv4, is further divided into 5 classes, class A to class E. We are going to discuss about these classes in the upcoming lectures. The next one is the port address. The IP address and the physical address are necessary for a quantity of data to travel from a source to the destination host. However, arrival at the destination host is not the final objective of data communications on the internet. A system that sends data from one computer to another computer is not complete. But how? Today, computers are devices that can run multiple processes at the same time. You might be using Gmail, simultaneously you might be using Microsoft Word, Office, or even playing a game. That is why the end objective of the internet communication is a process communicating with another process. For example, computer A can communicate with computer C by using Telnet. But at the same time, computer A communicates with computer B by using FTP. For these processes to receive data simultaneously, we need a method to label the different processes. In other words, they need addresses. In the TCP/IP architecture, the label assigned to a process is called a port address. A port address in TCP/IP protocol is 16 bits in length. Let us have a quick recap. We discussed what is a MAC address and its uses. We saw how logical address is used. We saw port address and its uses. To demonstrate a real-life example, let us consider someone from Amazon or Flipkart wants to deliver a packet to your house, right? The MAC address is the place of the region where you live. For example, suppose you are living in region A. The logical address is the address of your building or your house. So let us consider you live at house B in region A. But when the delivery person comes to your house, he wants that packet to get delivered to you specifically because that packet is ordered by you. So therefore, C is the address which is used to deliver that packet to you. And that is why all the three addresses are important in computer networking. In the next lectures, we will see in detail what is an IP address, and we will see the working of IP address as well as different types of IP address. Let us start with IP address in computer networks. In this lecture, we will see what is an IP address, its notation and types of IP address. So, you might have heard this term interchangeably when someone you talk with, a technical person. He says, tell me your IP address. So, what is an IP address? An IP address works in an IP network just like a postal address works in the postal system. A postal address is the combination of two addresses, area address and house address. Area address is the group of address of all houses which belong to a particular area, and house address is the unique address of a specific house in that area. Each area is represented by a unique PIN code number in the postal system, right? PIN code helps in fast processing of a mail. In a central post office where thousands or in some cases millions of mails are received, forwarded and delivered daily, processing mail based on complete address is next to impossible. So consider a busy post office. The clerk doesn't read the complete address of the package to make his decision. He only pays attention to the PIN code. He reads the PIN code and drops the package in the container which will be forwarded to the nearest post office of that area in the PIN code. Same process is followed at the next post office and so on until the package reaches the post office which delivers packages in the destination area. At the last, the recipient's house address is used to deliver the package. So, I hope you understand this example, and this exact mechanism is used in IP networks. So, an IP address, or simply an IP, is a unique address that identifies a device on the internet or a local network. It allows a system to be recognized by other systems connected via the internet protocol. Just like the PIN code, network address helps in fast processing of the packets. In the IP network, routers do exactly what post offices do in the postal system. Routers use a network address to find the destination network and host address to deliver the packets. So, let us see an example of IP address. As you can see, many of the people who are using computers or mobile devices do not even know what is an IP address. If you tell them a number, they are just confused whether this is an IP address or not. So, as I said in the previous lecture, there are two types of IP addresses. The first one is the IPv4 version and the second one is the IPv6 version. IPv4 version was first used by ARPANET in 1983. It consists of 4 set of numbers from 0 to 225 separated by 3 dots. So when you visit let's say a random website www.google.com in your web browser or Netflix, the system automatically translates the domain name netflix.com to the IP address 107.20.175.192 for that respective region. The range of IPv4 address is from 0.0.0.0 to 255.255.255.255. Now why it's 255? There are 8 bits and the maximum value of 8 bit is 256, 2 to the power 8. Therefore, 256 different values are available in single octet, which means 0 to 255. Obviously, IPv4 address is less secure than IPv6. As you can see in the picture, 172.16.254.1 is the IPv4 address. 172 is then represented in binary, 16 is then represented in binary, and so on. So that octet of 8 bits is 1 byte, and therefore since there are 4 different numbers 172, 16, 254 and 1, there are 32 bits, which is 8 into 4 bits. Therefore there are 32 bits IPv4 address. This notation of IPv4 address is known as dotted decimal notation. Now, what is an IPv6 address? The version 6 of IP address is the most recent version, which was initiated in 1994. It contains 8 sets of 4 hexadecimal digits and uses colons to separate each block. So in the image you can see there 2001 colon db8 colon 1234 colon 152c colon and so on. Therefore, number of possible IPv6 addresses are 3.4 into 10 to the power 38. That's a huge number, and obviously IPv6 address is more secure than IPv4 address. So let us have a quick recap. I hope you understood the example of IP address that I had just demonstrated using the pin code and the area. Then we saw what are IP address, types of IP addresses, v4 and v6. And finally, we saw in detail what does it mean by version 4 and version 6 and the differences between them. In the next lecture, we will talk in detail about different classes of IP address. Remember, let us start classes of IP address. In this lecture, we will discuss the 5 types of IP address classes. We will also see in detail what do these classes mean and how to guess the class of an IP address just by looking the numbers. IP address is an address having information about how to reach a specific host, especially outside the LAN. An IP address is a 32-bit unique address having an address space of 2^32. Generally, there are 2 notations in which IP address is written: dotted decimal notation and hexadecimal notation. Some points that need to be noted about dotted decimal notation are that the value of any segment is between 0 to 255, as we have discussed in the previous lecture, and there are no zeros preceding the value in any segment. For example, if the number is 054, it should be written as 54. So why classes of IP address are important? The 32-bit IP address is divided into 5 subclasses, as you can see on the screen. These are class A, class B, class C, class D, and class E. Each of these classes has a valid range of IP address. Classes D and E are reserved for multicast and experimental purposes respectively. The order of the bits in the first octet determines the class of an IP address. IPv4 address is divided into 2 parts: network ID, that is net ID, and host ID. The class of IP address is used to determine the bits used for network ID and host ID. Each internet service provider or network administrator assigns IP address to each device that is connected to its internet. Note that IP addresses are globally managed by the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority (IANA) and Regional Internet Registries, that is RIR. While finding the total number of host IP addresses, two IP addresses are not counted and are therefore decreased from the total count because the first IP address of any network is the network number, whereas the last IP address is reserved for broadcast IP. Let me repeat this sentence once again for you. If you want, you may note down because this is very important. So here it goes. While finding the total number of host IP addresses, two IP addresses are not counted and are therefore decreased from the total count because the first IP address of any network is the network number, whereas the last IP address is reserved for broadcast IP. Now let us move on to the first class, which is class A. IP addresses belonging to class A are assigned to the networks that contain a large number of hosts. The network ID is 8 bits long, whereas the host ID is 24 bits long. The higher order bit of the first octet in class A is always set to 0. The remaining 7 bits in the first octet are therefore used to determine the network ID. Therefore, the total number of network IDs is 2 raised to 7, which is equivalent to 128. The 24 bits of host ID are used to determine the host in any network. The default subnet mask for class A is 255.x.x.x. Now you may have a question, what is a subnet mask? Don't worry, we are going to talk about subnetting and subnetting masks after this lecture. Note that 0.0.0.0 and 127.xyz are special addresses as we have discussed a couple of minutes before. The next is class B. IP addresses belonging to class B are assigned to the networks that range from medium-sized to large-sized networks. The network ID is 16 bits long and the host ID is 16 bits long. Higher order bits of the first octet in class B is always set to 10. Therefore, there are 14 bits remaining which are used to determine the network ID. The 16 bits of host ID are used to determine the host in any network. The default subnet mask for class A is 255.255.x.x. Since 14 bits are used to determine the network ID, total number of network ID is 2 raised to 14 and total number of host IDs is 2 raised to 16 minus 2. Now why minus 2? We have already discussed in the previous slide. The next one is class C. IP addresses belonging to class C are assigned to small sized networks. The network ID of class C is 24 bits long and the host ID is 8 bits long. Therefore, there are available hosts are 2 raised to 8 minus 2, which is 256 minus 2, that is 254 host IDs are available for class C. The higher order bits of the first octet of IP address of class C are always set to 110. The remaining 21 bits are used to determine network ID. The 8 bits of host ID is used to determine the host in any network. Therefore, the default subnet mask for class C is 255.255.255.x. The fourth class is class D. IP addresses belonging to class D are reserved for multicasting. The higher order bits of the first octet of IP address belonging to class D are always set to 1110. The remaining 28 bits are used to determine network ID. The 28 bits of host ID are used to determine the host in any network. Therefore, total number of network IDs is 2 raised to 28. Finally, moving to the last class, that is class E. IP addresses belonging to class E are reserved for experimental and research purposes. IP addresses of class E range from 240.0.0.0 to 255.255.255.254. This class doesn't have any subnet mask. So if anyone asks you which class doesn't have any subnet mask, the obvious answer is class E. The higher order bits of the first octet of class E are always set to 1111. So I hope you are clear with all the classes. If you are not clear, you can always rewatch the videos again. So here is a quick recap. It's a quick table for the classful IP addressing. So as you can see, for the class A, the start address is 0.0.0.0 to 127.255.255.255. In the same way, you have to remember this table, and therefore you can see class B starts from 128.0.0.0. Class C starts from 192.0. Class D starts from 224.0. So suppose someone gives you an example. Let's say I'll take a random address 128.52.56.123. So if anyone asks you to which class this address belongs, you may say the first bit is the first octet is 128. So for sure this IP address belongs to class B. In this way, just by looking at the numbers, you can guess the class of IP address. Let us start networking practicals. In this practical, we will be learning how to find out your own IP address using command prompt. So let us begin. What is an IP address? An IP address works in an IP network just like a postal address works in the postal system. So a postal address is a combination of two addresses, area address and house address. In previous lectures, we have discussed about IP addresses, and we have also discussed about the classes of IP address. If you remember, there are 5 classes of IP address, class A to class E. So let us see your IP address belongs to which class. Let us start by typing command prompt in your search box. Type command prompt, that is CMD, and press enter. Now you can see the command prompt has opened on your screen. So how to find out the IP address? There is one command especially for Windows which says ipconfig, which stands for IP protocol address configuration, and press enter. There is a lot of information to process, but we are interested in finding out our IP address. So you can see there is a content called wireless LAN adapter Wi-Fi. In that, we have to find out our IP address. Do not get confused with the Wi-Fi here, because the IP address of your PC is same for all other connections. So you can scroll down and you can see the IPv6 address I have highlighted. So this is the version 6 address, which is the recent address. If you come down, you can see the IPv4 address, that is the 4th version address. And now the IP address of my computer or my PC can be different from your lab environment. So my computer's IP address is 192.168.43.182. Can you give us a moment and let us imagine that this IP address belongs to class B. But we have seen that the class B IP address doesn't start with 192. So this must be the IP address belonging to class C. IP addresses belonging to class C are assigned to small sized network. Yes, and my house is a small sized network. So the default subnet mask for class C is 255.255.255.0 as you can see on the screen, and the default gateway is also mentioned as 192.168.43.200. This was all about finding the IP address of your own PC. In the next practical, we will see how to find out the MAC address or the physical address of your machine. Welcome to Networking Practicals. In this practical, we are going to see how to find out the physical address of your machine, that is the MAC address. MAC address is a 12-digit hexadecimal number, that is a 6-byte binary number which is mostly represented by colon hexadecimal notation. So go to the search window and type command prompt and press enter. You can see it is C:/users/admin. Now what is admin? Admin is the name of my computer, the person who is using this PC and the person who is logged into this account right now. This name may change at your environment. So the command to find out the MAC address is similar to command finding out IP address with a slight difference. So type ipconfig/all. Before pressing enter, if you're using a Linux based machine or Ubuntu based machine, then the command to find out the IP address is ifconfig. It's not ipconfig. So now press enter. A lot of stuff appears on the screen, and do not worry, we will tell you how to calculate the MAC address. So in the first column you can see the host name. It is the name of my PC. It's not admin because it's a name by the manufacturer. Coming down to Ethernet adapter Ethernet, you can see media state is disconnected. Now what does that mean? That means that right now nothing is connected externally to my computer. Not a printer, neither USB, nothing. So if anything gets connected to my computer and external media, my MAC address would be 3464A9C089. Now you can see the MAC addresses for wireless LAN adapter local area connection *3 is different than the MAC address for Ethernet adapter. This happens because Windows creates virtual connections which are reserved for specific purposes, and only in such cases the MAC addresses can change, because each connection has its own MAC address. Coming down to wireless LAN adapter Wi-Fi, it's a big information table. There you can find the physical address, that is ECOEC449ECE3. That is the MAC address of my PC currently in which I am logged in. You can see the dynamic host configuration protocol is also enabled for my PC, which clearly means that DHCP server can assign IP addresses dynamically. And yes, auto configuration is also enabled. In the last lecture or in the previous practical, we have used ipconfig command to find out the IPv6 address, and you can see the IPv6 address is same. Then we have find out the IPv4 address, and you can cross check that the address is same in this lecture as well as in the last lecture. And since my IP address belongs to class C, the default subnet mask is 255.255.255.0. The information also states some information about the DHCP server and the DHCP client. You can see that the DHCP server's address is 192.168.43.20. So you can see another one last column, Ethernet adapter Bluetooth network connection. Right now my device isn't connected to any other Bluetooth device and hence it is showing disconnected. So if my device is connected to another physical device, then my physical address would be ECOEC4 49ECC4. Now all these are hexadecimal digits. So we have seen two commands, ipconfig to find out the IP address and ipconfig all to find out the entire information in which your MAC address is also shown. Let us start learning domain name system. In this lecture, what is a domain? We'll learn what is name system and what is DNS. To identify hosts, IP addresses are cumbersome for humans to use and to remember. The internet supports the use of host names to identify hosts, both clients and servers. In order to be used by protocols such as TCP and IP, host names are converted into IP addresses using a process known as name resolution. There are different forms of name resolution in the internet, but the most prevalent and the most important one uses a distributed database system known as the domain name system. Basically, domain name system converts human readable domains like www.google.com into IP addresses. So let us have a quick example. I would like to ask you one question. Is it easy to remember your friend's phone number or his name? Right? It's easier to remember a name rather than a whole phone number. DNS is a distributed client-server networked database used by TCP/IP applications to map between hosts and IP addresses, and also vice versa. The DNS provides the control that allows clients and servers to communicate with each other and also a protocol for allowing servers to exchange information. As you can see, this is the main root server. Let us consider a website admin.stanford.edu. Okay, so .edu is the domain name of that particular website. In .edu, there can be any number of college domains, for example, Stanford, Harvard, MIT, and many more. That is the root level. .edu is a root level, root authority. Then comes Stanford.edu. Now Stanford stands for the domain name authority. Stanford is a specific domain. And finally, the admin, that is admin.stanford.edu, is a subdomain. So it is easier to remember admin.stanford.edu than to remember an entire IP address. Let us have a quick recap. From an application's point of view, access to the DNS is through an application library called a resolver. And DNS makes it easier to remember the website's name rather than the IP address. In the next lecture, we will see in detail what is the name resolution process and how DNS performs name resolution. In this lecture, we will see the many steps of name resolution. So, in this lecture, we will learn about name resolution process and how DNS converts names to IP addresses and vice versa. What is name resolution? Name resolution is a method of converting an IP address to a user-friendly computer name. For example, if you want to connect to Microsoft.com, you enter Microsoft.com in the URL and not the IP address. The process that goes behind directing the Microsoft.com to its IP address is known as name resolution. Host name resolution is defined as translating a host name to an IP address. The entire host name can be no longer than 255 characters and must be alphanumeric, including hyphens and periods. But periods can only be used between labels and at the end of a fully qualified domain name, that is FQDN. What is FQDN? FQDN is a name we have seen so far as fully qualified domain names. They are sometimes written more formally with a trailing period. For example, mit.edu. This trailing period indicates that the name is complete. No additional information should be added to the name when performing a name resolution. In opposite to this, it is uniqualified or unqualified domain name, which is used in a combination with the default domain or domain search list set during system configuration. What is DNS space? The DNS namespace is the set of all names used with DNS. This space is partitioned hierarchically and in case sensitive. The current DNS namespace is a tree of domains with an unnamed root at the top. The top echelons of the tree are the so-called top-level domains, that is TLDs, which include generic top-level domains, country code top-level domains, internationalized country code top-level domains, and a special infrastructure top-level domain called for historical reasons ARPA. So, let us now see how a name resolution process occurs. In the image, you can see that, let us say, suppose you type www.abc.com in your browser. Now your browser doesn't know what abc.com means because a browser redirects only when it has been directed to an IP address. So browser passes that request to a resolver. Your resolver is nothing but your internet service provider. Internet service provider has an ISP table in its cache. So the ISP table cache is a table which consists of the website name alongside its IP address. Let us consider the case where the resolver does not find the IP address for www.abc.com. So the resolver passes the query to the DNS local server. Now the DNS local server passes the query to the root DNS server. In our case, the root server is .com. So the root server replies that, okay, this is a .com and please check in the DNS.com top level domains. So the DNS root server replies back to the DNS local server saying that please check the domain in .com top level domain list. DNS local says okay, and DNS local again puts a query to DNS.com top level domain. Now DNS.com top level domain gives an answer and says okay, this is ABC, so please check in the abc.com namespace. So DNS local again puts a query to domain name servers abc.com space, and finally abc.com replies with the IP address. And now DNS local also updates the IP address in its own table and forwards that IP address to the resolver. Resolver 2 puts that IP address into its table, and finally resolver answers that IP address to your browser. Now all this process happens in a fraction of seconds, and this process is known as the name resolution process. Let us have a quick recap. So we saw what is name resolution, we saw what are top level domains, what are authority domains, and what are lower level domains. We also saw about the name resolution process and the DNS namespace. In the next lecture, we will see which protocol do we use for establishing a connection with the name server. Now you must have got the question, why do we need to use a protocol? Okay, so this answer will be answered in the next lecture. In this lecture, we will see why do we use user datagram protocol while establishing connections in DNS. So the question is, why don't we use TCP instead of UDP, being a connection oriented protocol and more secure than UDP? The answer lies ahead. As you can see on the screen, the following are the two diagrams representing the connections for TCP and UDP. In the case of TCP, the first, that is host A, will send a request connection to the server or host B. Host B then replies with confirm connection. Host A again requests for data and finally host B sends data. There are 4 steps in TCP connection for sending data, whereas in UDP connection there are only 2 steps: request data and send data. So we have seen that there are 4 connections required to establish a single TCP connection, whereas only 2 connections or 2 requests are required for establishing a UDP connection. So as you can see, let us consider we are using a TCP connection establishment for DNS resolution. So your browser sends a request to ISP, that is the first TCP connection, and each TCP connection involves 4 messages. Next, ISP sends request to root, therefore that comes the second TCP connection. Then root exchanges messages between TLD, TLD exchanges messages between authentication server, and finally authoritative server replies back to ISP and ISP replies back to you. So in short, if we consider the bare minimum of TCP connections, we can see that minimum 5 TCP connections need to be established in order to start transmitting data or to start transmitting the actual message. So 5 TCP connection means 5 times 4, which means 20 connection messages need to be sent in order to start the actual conversation. So this is a tedious process, this is a time consuming process if we use TCP, and therefore UDP is used in such cases. UDP is much faster than TCP because TCP requires a 3-way handshake, and after the 3-way handshake, finally the actual message begins. The load on DNS server is also an important factor, right? If there are multiple, if it is not only you who is sending a request to your ISP, but there are millions of people who will be sending requests to ISP every second. So DNS servers do not have to keep the connections, and therefore UDP is used. The next point is DNS requests are generally very small and fit well within the UDP segments, and if we use TCP connections, the space will eventually get wasted. UDP is not reliable, but in such cases reliability can be added on application layer. An application can use UDP and can be reliable by using a timeout and resend the application layer. Actually, DNS primarily uses the user datagram protocol on port 53 to serve the requests. DNS queries consist of a single UDP request from the client followed by a single UDP reply from the server. When the length of the answer exceeds, let's say, 512 bytes, and both client and server support DNS, larger UDP packets are used. Otherwise, the query is sent again using the transmission control protocol. So TCP is used only in rare cases in UDP. I hope you got the point that because of the load factor and number of connections required, we use UDP in DNS resolution process.
Let us begin with the application layer protocols. In this lecture, we will see the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, that is the HTTP. The Hypertext Transfer Protocol, HTTP, is a protocol used mainly to access data on the World Wide Web. It is a protocol for transferring your web pages which are designed using a language called HTML, which stands for Hypertext Markup Language. HTTP uses the services of TCP on the well-known port 80. HTTP version 1.1 is the most common used version today. HTTP works by using a user agent to connect to a server. The user agent could be a web browser or a spider. The server must be located using a URL. The URL always contains http:// at the start. HTTP is a client-server protocol by which two machines communicate using a reliable, connection-oriented transport service such as the TCP. HTTP can be implemented on top of any other protocol on the internet. The lifetime of a connection corresponds to a single request response sequence. The pure HTTP server implementation treats every request as if it was a brand new request. HTTP pages are stored on your computer and internet caches. The pages load faster, but they are stored on systems that you don't have potentially control, like ISP's caching proxies. HTTP server is implemented by Apache HTTP Server, Microsoft IIS, Jigsaw, Zope, and many others. HTTP functions as a combination of FTP and SMTP. Although HTTP uses the services of TCP, HTTP itself is a stateless protocol. The client initializes the transaction by sending a request message. The server replies back by sending a response. HTTP is called a stateless protocol because each command is executed independently without any knowledge of other commands. This is the main reason that it is difficult to implement websites that react intelligently to the user input. Now, we will discuss the advantages and drawbacks of HTTP. Starting with the advantages. HTTP is platform independent, which allows straight cross-platform porting. No runtime support required to run properly. It can be used over firewalls. For example, global applications. It's not connection oriented. There is no need for network overhead to create and maintain session state and information. Continuing with the drawbacks. Integrity is not there, so someone can easily alter with the content. HTTP is insecure as there's no encryption methods for it. Therefore, it's subjected towards the man in the middle and eavesdropping of the sensitive information. There's no authentication, so you will not have any clear idea with whom you are initiating a communication. Authentication is sent in the clear. Anyone who intercepts the request and can know the username and passwords being used. Now, let's have a quick recap of what we learned in this lecture. We started with the general definition of HTTP. Then we saw advantages and drawbacks of HTTP. What we observed was HTTP has more drawbacks than advantages. Therefore, in the next lecture, we will see the more encrypted version of HTTP, that is the HTTPS. Let us continue with the application layer protocols. In this lecture, we are going to see HTTPS, that is Hypertext Transfer Protocol, secure. A more secure version of HTTP is HTTPS. But before learning HTTPS, we should learn what is SSL. SSL secures connections between two computers. Each time a pair of computers want to connect securely, they will agree on an encryption key. This key is created randomly for each connection. In simple terms, SSL, which is Secure Sockets Layer, is one of the security technology which is used to establish a secure connection between web server and web browser. This secured link is an encrypted format, so it assures users that data which is passed between this link means web server and browser is private and original. SSL is an industry standard protocol which is used by several websites for protecting their online transactions with their customers. Essentially, an SSL certificate is a sign of trust displayed between your website. If your website has an online store and requires card payments, an SSL certificate is like a digital handshake between your site and theirs. This sign of trust allows your site to process their card payments securely. Google now requires all e-commerce websites to install an SSL certificate to ensure maximum safety. Google is even blacklisting certain sites that do not carry SSL certificates and lowers their Google ranking. SSL certificates, thankfully, can be found for free from Let's Encrypt. Let's Encrypt is a Google-sponsored initiative to provide SSL certificates freely. Coming back to HTTPS. HTTPS encrypts all the information that is sent and received. This can stop malicious users such as hackers from stealing the information and is often used on payment websites. HTTPS refers to the combination of HTTP and SSL to implement secure communication between a web browser and a web server. The HTTPS capability is built into all modern web browsers. The principal difference seen by user of a web browser is that in the URL, the address begins with https:// unlike http://. If HTTPS is specified, port 443 is used, which invokes SSL. When HTTPS is used, the following elements of communication are encrypted. First, the URL of requested document. Then, contents of document, contents of browser forms, cookies sent from browser to server and from server to browser. And last, the contents of HTTP header. Consider a scenario. In first case, you send a message to a friend via a mutual friend. Your friend receives the message and may respond back if needed. This is HTTP. Here someone can recover the message in the way from that mutual friend by some means like blackmailing or even gun pointing. Consider second case. You send the same message to a friend through the same mutual friend, but this time your mutual friend is being accompanied by the bodyguards and gunmen. That is the SSL encryption, which will only allow your friend to receive the message. Your friend receives the message and may respond. This is HTTPS. Here it is next to impossible to recover the message in any way, or simply eavesdropping is not possible due to bodyguards. Simply, HTTPS means that the requests made to the website are encrypted and cannot be decrypted unless the proper key is used, so as to prevent attacks like eavesdropping and man in the middle. Let's move on to advantages of HTTPS. In most cases, sites running over HTTPS will have a redirect in place. Therefore, even if you type in http://, it will redirect to an HTTPS over a secured connection. More secure than HTTP, obviously, because encryption is accompanied by HTTPS. SSL technology protects any user and builds trust, like I said in the real life example, like bodyguards. Each SSL certificate contains unique, authenticated information about the certificate owner. Now, let us have a quick recap of what we learned in this lecture. We started with SSL, then we moved forward to HTTPS. Then we took a real life scenario and explained the difference between HTTP and HTTPS, and thereby concluded with advantages of HTTPS.
In this lecture, we will learn what is an asset, what is a vulnerability, exploit, risks, and threats. So, let us get started. What is an asset? An asset is any device, data, or other component of the environment that supports information-related activities that should be protected from anyone besides the people that are allowed to view or manipulate the data or information. In information security and computer security, asset is any data that is of utmost importance. So, asset can be from a people, a person, a device, a code, or anything. Assets should be protected from illicit access, use, disclosure, alteration, destruction, and theft. The next is vulnerability. Vulnerability is defined as a flaw or weakness inside the asset that could be used to gain unauthorized access to it. The successful compromise of vulnerability may result in data manipulation, privilege elevation, exploitation, etc. In cybersecurity, A vulnerability is a weakness which can be exploited by a cyber attack to gain unauthorized access. To exploit a vulnerability, an attacker must be able to connect to the computer system. Vulnerabilities examples are cross-site scripting, SQL injection, buffer overflows, and others. We are going to see all these in our next sections. Now, what is a threat? A threat represents a possible danger to the computer system. It represents something that an organization doesn't want to happen. A successful exploitation of a vulnerability is a threat. A threat may be a malicious hacker who is trying to gain unauthorized access to an asset. Anything that can exploit a vulnerability intentionally or accidentally and obtain damage or destroy an asset is also known as a threat. A threat is what we are trying to protect against. Common types of threats are natural threats, unintentional threats, and intentional threats. Natural threats can be floods, hurricanes, or tornadoes. Unintentional threats can be like an employee mistakenly accessing the wrong information. Yes, that can be a threat. And intentional threats are hackers, spywares, malware, adware, or the actions of a disgruntled employee. The next one is exploit. An exploit is something that takes advantage of a vulnerability in an asset to cause unintended or anticipated behavior in a targeted system, which should then allow an attacker to gain access to data or information. Exploitation is actually the next step in an attacker's playbook after finding a vulnerability. Exploits are the means through which a vulnerability can be leveraged for malicious activity. Although exploits can occur in a variety of ways, one common method is for exploits to be launched from malicious websites. The victim might visit such a site by accident, or they might be tricked into clicking onto a link to the malicious site. Risk. A risk is defined as the impact resulting from the successful compromise of an asset. For example, an organization running a vulnerable Apache Tomcat server poses a threat to our organization, and the damage or loss that is caused to the asset is defined as the risk. Risk can also be defined as the potential for loss, damage, or destruction of an asset as a result of threat exploiting a vulnerability. Now, all of these terms we have seen previously. So, reduce the potential for risk by creating and implementing a risk management plan is very essential. Risk is the intersection of assets, threats, and vulnerabilities. Why is it important to understand the difference between these terms? See, if you do not understand the differences, you'll never understand the true risk to assess. You see, when conducting a risk assessment, the formula that is used to determine the risk is A plus T plus V is equal to R, which means asset plus threat plus vulnerability is equal to risk. Attack. A cyber attack is an attack launched from one or more computers against another computer, multiple computers, or networks. Cyber attacks can be broken down into two broad types. First, the attacks where the goal is to disable the target computer or knock it offline. Or the second, attacks where the goal is to get access to the target's computer's data and then perhaps gain admin privileges on it. Now, depending upon the criminal intent, a cyber attack can be a random or a targeted attack. Cyber attack methods seem to rotate in order to throw an organization off their defenses. The famous cyber attacks examples are WannaCry and NotPetya. Then crypto miners attacks made headlines in 2018, and in 2019, cyber attacks have been a mixed bag. Phishing email cyber attacks remain the constant thorn for most of the organizations. So this was all for this lecture. In the next lecture, we will see what is meant by a penetration test, and we will see what is vulnerability assessment, and we will see the difference between vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, and finally we will see what is meant by a vulnerability assessment penetration testing.
Let us start with a new section, Vulnerability Assessment. In this lecture, we are going to learn an introduction to vulnerability assessment. So what is vulnerability assessment? Vulnerability assessment refers to the process of identifying risks and vulnerabilities in a computer network, system, hardware, applications, and other parts of IT ecosystem. Vulnerability assessments provide security teams and other stakeholders with the information they need to analyze and prioritize risks for potential remediation in the proper context. Vulnerability assessments are a critical component of the vulnerability management and IT risk management life cycles, thus helping protect systems and data from unauthorized access and data breaches. Vulnerability assessment typically leverages tools like vulnerability scanners to identify threats and flaws within an organization's IT infrastructure that represents potential vulnerabilities or risk exposures. So why vulnerability assessments are important? Vulnerability assessments allow security teams to apply a consistent, comprehensive, and clear approach in identifying and resolving security threats and risks. There are several benefits to an organization, like early and consistent identification of threats and weaknesses in IT security, remediation actions to close any gaps and protect sensitive systems and information, meet cybersecurity compliances and regulatory needs for areas like HIPAA and PCI DSS, protect against data breaches and other unauthorized accesses. Vulnerability assessment is important because an administrator needs vulnerability research, like to gather information about security trends, threats, and attacks. Thus, vulnerability assessment is very important for any pen test. So what are the types of vulnerability assessment? First is the active assessment. In active assessment, it uses a network scanner to find hosts, services, and vulnerabilities. Next is the passive assessment. It is a technique used to sniff the network traffic to find out active systems, network services, applications, and vulnerabilities present in the system. External assessment. It assesses the network from a hacker's point to find what types of exploit and vulnerabilities are present in the system. Internal assessment. It is a technique to scan the internal infrastructure to find out the exploits and the vulnerabilities. Host-based assessment. It determines the vulnerabilities in a specific workstation or server by performing configuration level check through the command line. Network assessments. It determines the possible network security attacks that may occur in the organization system. Application assessments. It tests the web infrastructure for any misconfiguration and for the known vulnerabilities. And the last is wireless network assessments. It determines the vulnerabilities in the organization's wireless networks. This is all for this lecture. In the next lecture, we will see the phases of vulnerability assessment with different tools. Let us start with the new lecture. In this lecture, we are going to cover the pen testing methodologies. The first is the OWASP pen testing methodology. The OWASP testing guide is being developed as a part of the OWASP testing project of the Open Web Application Security project. It is not a complete methodology covering a full pen testing, but it is focused only on the core pen testing phases of the web application security. This guide provides a detailed discussion on the security assessment of the web applications as well as their deployment stack, including web server configuration. It follows a black box pen testing approach and is comprehensive of what and when. There are also some guides on how, mainly in the form of listing the tools which can be used in each step and every step of pen testing. The main phases defined by the OWASP testing guide are information gathering, covering exposure assessment and deployment fingerprinting, configuration and deployment management testing, which is assessing the server security configuration, web application security testing, which is listing a set of steps testing for specific web apps and vulnerabilities. Much more are included, like identify management testing, authentication testing, authorization testing, session management testing, input validation testing, testing for error handling, testing for weak cryptography, business logic testing, client-side testing, which looks for vulnerabilities such as JavaScript execution, HTML or CSS injection. The OWASP community is very active, making this methodology as one of the best maintained, comprehensive and up-to-date technologies. With many of pen testing projects nowadays, including some form of web apps, the OWASP testing guide is definitely you should know and you should be familiar with. The OWASP testing guide basically contains almost everything that you would test in a web application. The methodology is comprehensive and is designed by some of the best researchers in the world. An open source security testing methodology manual OSSTMM basically includes almost all the steps involved in a penetration test. The methodology employed for penetration tests is concise, yet it's cumbersome process which makes it difficult to implement it in our day-to-day lives. Penetration tests, despite being tedious, demands a great deal of money out of companies' budgets for their completion, which often are not made by large organizations. OSSTMM has been primarily developed as a security auditing methodology, assessing against regulatory and industry requirements. It is not meant to be used as a stand-alone methodology, but rather to serve as a basis for developing one which is tailored towards the required regulations and frameworks. Next is the ISSAF methodology. It stands for Information System Security Assessment Framework. The ISSAF methodology is supported by the Open Information System Security Group. Although it is no longer maintained and therefore a bit out of date, one of its strengths is that it links individual pen test steps with penetration testing tools. It aims to provide a comprehensive guide in conducting a pen test and can be a good basis for developing your own custom methodology. ISSAF breaks the pen testing process into 3 phases: planning and preparation, assessment, reporting, cleanup, and destroy the artifacts. The first phase is planning and preparation. This phase is brief and only describes the steps to exchange initial information, plan, and prepare the test. It emphasizes the need for a formal assessment agreement to be signed before any testing begins. The next phase is assessment. This is the more useful phase. It's relatively detailed and even describes some of the pen testing tools to be used. Targets are described as networks, hosts, applications, and databases. To some extent, it is out of date and not complete. And the third phase is reporting. This phase discusses the communication channels and types of reports in the project. The final part of the framework is quite brief and focuses on removing any artifacts left over from the pen test. It leaves the pen tester free to choose like how to encrypt, sanitize, and destroy data created during the pen test. Next is the NIST methodology. The federal government developed the NIST cybersecurity framework in 2013 to respond to the increased threat of cyber attacks on the critical US infrastructure, including energy production facilities, water supplies, communication systems, and many more. The backbone of the NIST framework is 5 core functions, structured as a single and logical process. First is the identify process. The identify phase is where we develop an organizational understanding of the risks that threaten your systems, assets, and data. Gaining this understanding requires a careful analysis of the connections between each component, documenting how assets move through your systems and how they get accessed by the staff. Next is to protect. The protect phase is where you deploy safeguards to limit the impact of potential cybersecurity event and includes both digital and physical protections. Next is the detect. As the name implies, this function includes all the processes and procedures for detecting cybersecurity anomalies and making sure that those events are properly understood. Fourth is the respond. Organizations must also implement processes to properly and quickly respond to a cybersecurity event after it's been detected. And the last is to recover. The final function of the NIST cybersecurity methodology is to recover, which refers to the ability to provide resilience after cyber attack and recover any capabilities or services that may have been affected. The NIST framework isn't a compliance standard. It was designed to guide the work of competent cybersecurity professionals. Unlike a compliance standard, there's no regulatory body that will verify whether your company is properly implementing the NIST, nor is the standard designed to be followed using the NIST methodology. In the next video, we are going to see three categories of ethical hacking: black box, white box, and gray box. Let us start with the new lecture. In this lecture, we are going to cover different categories of pen testing. When a software or an application is developed, it is essential to make various kinds of tests to ensure the product is complete, safe, and systematic. To perform such tests, multiple techniques are available like black box, white box, and gray box. Each of these techniques or test approaches provide different possibilities. The black box testing. In this kind of testing, you don't need any knowledge of the internal working structure. You can work with the graphical user interface for test cases. Black box testing is popularly called as functional testing, closed box testing, and data-driven testing. This outlook towards the testing involves trial methods and error guessing techniques, as the test does not require any knowledge of the internal coding of the software. Moreover, it is not regarded for algorithm testing. Next is the white box testing. You don't need any knowledge regarding the internal working structure, that is coding of the software, when dealing with the white box testing. It is also called structural testing, code-based testing, transparent testing, and clear box testing. In this testing, verification of the system boundaries and data domain is the fundamental, and there is no absence of internal coding knowledge. Also, it is correctly fitted and suggested for algorithm testing. The most important benefit of the white box testing is that the company provides you entire information of the internal organization of the company. Next is the gray box testing. In this type of testing, you need limited knowledge of the internal working structure. It is usually known as translucent testing, as the test possesses partial knowledge of the coding or internal system. If you have knowledge, it is preceded by the upholding data domains and internal system boundaries of the software. Gray box testing is not suitable for algorithm testing. The company provides you partial knowledge of the internal system. How to select a testing methodology? The testing approach you should use depend on number of factors, including time allocated to the assessment, access to internal application resources, and the goals of the test. Tests intended to best approximate short-term effects of the attackers with limited resources can be conducted using black box methodologies. If the test is intended to reflect longer-term effects of the attackers who have more significant resources, gray box tests can help to reflect knowledge that attackers might learn about the application's internals without requiring the assessment team to expend the full amount of resources that would be available to hackers. Teams that need to make the most insightful and far-reaching recommendations about the applications with limited amount of time should use white box or clear box testing. Security testers should be flexible and be able to plan a test approach for any of these scenarios given the time and access to resources available for an application. This is the most important thing in white box testing, as the entire information is provided to you. Analysts can select a testing methodology that will maximize the security benefits of the findings within the given constraints. Given an understanding that the time and testing resources favor attackers in the wild, assessments team should optimize their activities accordingly. Next is the types of pen testing. Network penetration testing. In network PT, you would be testing the network environment for potential security vulnerabilities and threats. This test is divided into two categories, external and internal pen testing. An external pen testing would involve testing the public IP address, whereas in an internal test, you can become part of the internal network and test that network. You may be provided a VPN access to the network or would have to physically go to the work environment for pen testing. Next is the web application PT. Web application penetration testing is very common nowadays since your application hosts critical data such as the credit card numbers, usernames, and passwords. Therefore, this type of pen testing has become more common than network pen testing. Mobile application pen testing. The mobile application PT is the newest type of pen testing that has become common since almost every organization use Android and iOS based mobile applications to provide services to their customers. Therefore, organizations want to make sure that their mobile applications are secure enough for users to rely on the company. Next is the social engineering pen testing. A social engineering PT can be a part of network pen testing. In a social engineering PT, the organization may ask you to attack its users. This is where you use speared phishing attacks and browser exploits to trick a user into doing things they did not intend to do so. And the last is the physical penetration testing. A physical PT is what you would rarely be doing in your career as a pen tester. In physical penetration testing, you would be asked to walk into the organization's building physically and test physical security controls such as locks and RFID mechanisms. In the next lecture, we will see the phases of pen testing.
Let us begin a new lecture. Phases of penetration testing. In this lecture, we will see the 5 important phases of penetration testing, which are being categorized into 3 main categories. Let's explore the first one, that is the pre-attack phase. In this phase, planning and preparation is very crucial. Then which methodology we are going to use for the test is decided. And then the network and information gathering. A penetration test, also known as a pen test, is a simulated cyber attack against your computer system to check for exploitable vulnerabilities. Insights provided by the penetration tester can be used for fine-tune your security policies and patch detected vulnerabilities. Before you do a penetration testing, it is always important to create a proper model which involves the following phases. The first one is planning and reconnaissance. The first stage involves defining the scope and goals of a test, including the systems to be addressed and the testing methods to be used. Gathering intelligence, that is network and domain names, to better understand how a target works is also important. The next is attack phase. In this phase, the penetration perimeter is decided. Then, acquiring the target, access, and then escalating privileges is important. Now, attack phase involves the following phases. The first one is scanning. Scanning is to understand how the target application will respond to various intrusion attempts. This is typically done using static analysis and dynamic analysis. The next is gaining access, that is acquiring target. This stage uses web application attacks such as cross-site scripting, SQL injection, and backdoors. Testers then try and exploit these vulnerabilities, typically by escalating privileges, stealing data, intercepting traffic to understand the damage they can cause. And the last is maintaining access. The goal of this stage is to see if the vulnerability can be used to achieve a persistent presence in the exploited system, that is, too long enough for a bad actor to gain in-depth access. The idea is to initiate which often remain in a system for months in order to steal an organization's most sensitive data and exploitation. And the final is post-attack phase. Here, analysis of the attack is done. The results of the penetration test are then compiled into a report, which we often call as a report documenting the specific vulnerabilities that we exploited, sensitive data that was accessed, and the amount of the time Pentester was able to remain in the system undetected. This information is analyzed by security personnel to help configure an enterprise framework, settings, and application security solutions to patch vulnerabilities and protect against future attacks. So, whenever you're going to do a penetration test, make sure that you follow all these steps and do not randomly start attacking the application. If you are a professional penetration tester, you must follow all these three phases in order to carry out a successful penetration test. In the next lecture, we'll see the top 10 things a security expert looks for whenever he performs a security test. Let us start the last lecture of this introduction to hacking section. In this video, we will see what are the 10 steps security experts follow while doing a penetration test. The first is legal documentation. In this step, the penetration tester should form agreements with the company or the organization for which he or she is going to test. This is very important. Agreements such as non-disclosure agreement, memorandum of understanding, and financial agreements are formed. Next is scope assessment. In this step, the attacker or the penetration tester must decide which aspects of the organizations should be tested. If the organization have application and web applications and websites also, the attacker must decide which forms to test first. The next is information assessment. In this phase, the penetration tester should gather as much as information possible to perform the required penetration test. Fourth step is vulnerability assessment. We have seen in the previous videos what vulnerability assessment means, and therefore I am not going to explain in this lecture. The fifth is penetration testing. We have also seen this step in our previous videos. Sixth step is gaining access. In this step, the attacker or the penetration tester exploits the vulnerabilities of the target system or the organization and then gains access to the valuable assets and data of the organization. The seventh step is privilege escalation. In this step, the penetration tester gets the rights of the administrator of the database or of the system. The second last or the third last, which is the most important step of any penetration test, is report generation. Now here, in this step, the attacker must file different types of reports. For example, developer report and high-level management report. The developer report stands for the developer of the system or the website, explaining all the exploits, codes, and patches that need to be presented. And in the high-level management report should explain the business impact, statistics, and other things that are necessary for the management level personnel. The second last phase is patch assistance. In this phase, the penetration tester should provide patches and codes to fix the bugs in the web application. And the last step is revalidation. In this step, the attacker or the penetration tester should check again whether the organization or system has patched all the vulnerabilities which he or she had tested during the test. So, this is a 10 key mantra. If you follow these all 10 steps, this is a perfect penetration testing start which would help you and the organization to perform a perfect penetration test. So, this was all for this lecture. If you have any doubts, please feel free to ask us in the doubts section. In the next section, we will see how to set up an ethical hacking lab. So, let us get started with the next section.
Let us start a new section. In this section, we will set a complete pen testing lab for you. Let us start with the lecture. In this lecture, we are going to see Introduction to Linux Operating System. From smartphones to cars, from home appliances to supercomputers, from home desktops to enterprise servers, the Linux operating system is everywhere. Linux has been around since the mid-1990s and has since reached a user base that spans the globe. Linux is actually everywhere. It's in your phones, your thermostats, in your cars, refrigerators and televisions. It also runs most of the internet. All of the world's top 500 supercomputers and the world's all the stock exchanges use the Linux. But besides being the platform of choice to run the desktops, Linux is one of the most reliable, secure and worry-free operating system that is available in today's world. So what is Linux? Linux is an operating system or kernel distributed under an open source license. Its functionality list is quite like Unix. The kernel is a program at the heart of the Linux operating system that takes care of the fundamental stuff like letting hardware communicate with the software. Linux is an operating system or a kernel which germinated as an idea in the mind of young and bright a person named Linus Torvalds when he was a computer science student. Just like Windows, iOS and macOS, Linux is an operating system. In fact, one of the most powerful platforms on the planet. To put it simply, the operating system manages the communication between a software and your hardware. The Linux operating system comprises several different pieces like bootloader, kernel, init systems, daemons, graphical servers, desktop environments, and applications. Linux has evolved into one of the most reliable ecosystems on the planet that combine reliability with the zero cost of entry, and you have the perfect solution for every desktop platform. That's right, zero cost of entry, as in free. The Linux is a free open source operating system. You can install Linux on as many computers you want without paying not a single penny. Linux now enjoys popularity at its prime, and it's famous among the programmers as well as regular computer users around the world. Its main benefits are it offers a free operating system. You just do not have to shell hundreds of dollars to get OS like Windows. Being open source, anyone with prior programming knowledge can modify it. The Linux operating system now offers millions of programs, applications to choose from, which are most free. Once you have installed Linux, you no longer need an antivirus. Linux is a highly secure system. More so, there is a global development community constantly looking at ways to enhance its security. With each upgrade, the operating system becomes more secure and robust. Linux is the OS of the choice for server environments due to its stability and reliability. Mega companies like Amazon, Facebook, and Google use Linux for their servers. A Linux-based server could run non-stop without reboot for years to end. But users who are new to Linux usually shun it by falsely considering it as a difficult and technical OS to operate. But to state the truth, in the last few years, Linux operating systems have become a lot more user-friendly than their counterparts like Windows. So trying them is the best way to know whether Linux suits you or not. There are thousands of Linux-based operating systems. Most of them offer state-of-the-art security and applications, and all of them are free. In the next lecture, we will see the overview of Kali Linux operating system. Let us start with a new lecture. In this lecture, we are going to see what is Kali Linux. Kali Linux is a Debian-based Linux distribution. It is a meticulously crafted OS that specifically caters to the likes of network analysts and pen testers. The presence of a plethora of tools that come pre-installed with the Kali transforms it into an ethical hacker's Swiss knife. Previously known as Backtrack, Kali Linux advertises itself as a more polished successor with more testing-centric tools. Kali Linux makes ethical hacking a simplified task. It has more than 800 tools and meta packages for almost all the steps involved in hacking. It has categorized all the tools like information gathering, vulnerability analysis, wireless attacks, exploitation tools, forensic tools, sniffing and spoofing, password attacks, reverse engineering, hardware hacking, RFID tools, VoIP tools, and many more. Nmap, Wireshark, Beef, Rever, Social Engineering Toolkit, THC Hydra, Aircrack NG, Metasploit pen testing software are some frequently used applications which play vital roles in different jobs. Kali Linux can run natively or booted from a live CD or live USB or within a virtual machine. Based on Debian, most packages Kali uses are imported from the Debian repositories. There are a wide array of reasons as you should know why to use the Kali Linux. Kali Linux has been and will always be free to use. Kali Linux comes with over 600 different pen testing and security analytics related tools. Kali, being a member of Linux family, follows the widely appreciated open source model. Their development tree is publicly viewable on the Git and all the code is available for your tweaking purposes. Although pen testing tools tend to be written in English, it has been ensured that Kali includes true multilingual support, allowing more users to operate in their native language and locate the tools they need for the job. The developers at Offensive Security understand that not everyone will agree with the design model, so they have made it easy as possible for more adventurous user to customize Kali Linux to their liking all the way down to the kernel. So, I hope you have got a complete idea why security professionals prefer Kali Linux for hacking and pen testing purposes. In the upcoming lectures, we will use Kali Linux for all the phases of hacking. In the next lecture, we will see how to download and install a virtual box.
Let us start setting up your own penetration testing lab. This is the first video of how to start setting a virtual penetration testing lab so that you can practice your own hacking practice there. So the first step is to download and install VirtualBox on your machine. Well, you can download and install VirtualBox on your Windows machine or in your Mac or any other operating system. But if you want to dual boot your machine, we do not have a video here right now, but this video is just to download and install VirtualBox, that is a virtual machine in which we will be installing other machines like Kali machine, then OWASP broken web application and much more. So without wasting any much time, let us get started. So to download and install the VirtualBox, what you have to do is you have to go to your favorite browser and then you have to type download VirtualBox. Do not specify operating system here as we have options there. So the first website that you can see on your screen, www.virtualbox.org, you have to choose that. So go to downloads, Oracle VM VirtualBox, that is a virtual machine. And then you can see the VirtualBox 6.1.10 platform packages. Now 6.1.10 is the latest VirtualBox build provided by Oracle organization. So depending upon your operating system, you can download the VirtualBox. Now since I'm going to host on Windows, I will download it for Windows. Now if your machine, after downloading and installing, if the VirtualBox doesn't open for the latest version, what you have to do is you can here download the VirtualBox older builds. If you click here, you can see all the VirtualBox which have been previous, that is 6.1, 6.0, 5.2 and others also. But generally these VirtualBoxes have these the 6.1.0 is supported by all other operating systems. So I will click on Windows hosts and it will say do you want to download the VirtualBox. So I will say save file. Now I will cancel the file because I have already downloaded it. So I have just shown you how to download and from where to download. So I will just cancel it. So you have to download the Windows host, and then if you come down, you will see an option, Windows 6.1 Oracle VM VirtualBox extension pack. So why do we use extension pack? Because for some operating systems, the hardware format is not supported. For like example, USB, Wi-Fi is not supported by the VirtualBox. So you have to download the extension pack and then install it separately to cope up with the VirtualBox. So you have to download, and you have to just click here for all supported platforms. Click here, and it will download a small file of 10 MB. So download that also. Now I have downloaded both the files. I will show you how to install the VirtualBox in your operating system. So as you can see, I am in my folder cybersecurity tools. Don't worry, we are going to see all of these tools in the upcoming lectures. You can see there are more than 70 tools out here. So I've downloaded this version. You can see VirtualBox 6.1.0. So just double click it and let us wait till it gets opened. So as you can see, it is saying it is preparing to install. Wait, now yes, we have got the Oracle VirtualBox setup. So just click next. Click wherever you want to install the VirtualBox. I will install it in the location itself. I will click next. Yes, create a desktop quick launcher, and yes, start the installation and click install. Wait till VirtualBox finishes installation. It will ask you for a prompt. Please allow the application to get installed on your local machine, and I will resume the video after the installation of the VirtualBox at my machine will get completed. Now depending upon the operating system and the efficiency of your system, the VirtualBox installation may take around 20 to 15 minutes. So be patient, it will install. So now the Oracle VM VirtualBox installation has been completed. So you have to start the VirtualBox. So click finish, and we will wait till the Oracle VirtualBox gets loaded. So this is the interface of the Oracle VirtualBox. Now before starting anything, we have to go to File, then click Preferences. Now here are the preferences. Then you have to go to Network, and there is a NAT network here, right? If your system doesn't have a NAT network, what you have to do is you have to click the plus sign, add a new network, and name it a network. So I will just remove the previous NAT network. Yes, remove. So I have NAT network. Now in the next lecture, we will see how to download and install the Kali Linux in our VirtualBox. Let us continue with this section of setting up a penetration testing lab. In the last lecture, we saw how to download and install the VirtualBox on your machine. And now in this lecture, we will see how to download and install the Kali Linux operating system in your VirtualBox. So let us get started. While downloading Kali Linux, there are basically two major steps. Either you can install Kali Linux as a virtual disk image, or you can install Kali Linux as directly a modified file. So what we are going to do is we are going to install the Kali Linux as a file in a VirtualBox, but we are not going to install the virtual disk image. We will install the open virtualization application file. So go to your favorite browser and then go to Google and type download Kali Linux. So let us type download Kali Linux. Now do not download the Kali Linux file from any third-party sources. Even if you download the resources from any third-party sources, make sure that you always check the hash file. And since Kali is free, please do not download it from any third-party sources. So yes, we have to go to official www.kali.org official Kali Linux download. This is the first website that appears on the screen. Now once we go to this website, depending upon the operating system of your computer, whether your PC is 64-bit or 32-bit, you can download it as accordingly to your PC. Now we are not going to download the Kali Linux files which are listed here. These are the disk images file, that is, you can see they are images. Now installing images takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of configurations. So what we can do, we'll download a Kali Linux as a pre-installed Kali Linux, so that you just have to download and install the Kali Linux in VirtualBox, and then you have to just sign in. That's it. So if you scroll down, you will find a link, Kali Linux VirtualBox. So now since I'm running on a 64-bit, I will go to this link. So it is saying available on the offensive security VM download page. Yes, as we have seen in our previous videos, we know that Kali Linux is maintained and operated by the offensive security organization. So we'll just go to offensive security VM download page, and you can see this is the offensive securities page. If you scroll down, you can see Kali Linux VMware images, but we are not interested in VMware images. We are interested in VirtualBox images. VMware is a similar software like VirtualBox, which installs other operating systems or virtual machines. So we'll go to Kali Linux VirtualBox images, and yes, I run on a 64-bit. If you run on a 32-bit operating system, you can download that. So I will click on here. You can either click on the image name here, or you can download it via torrent, but generally I will prefer via 64-bit image name. Now this file is very large file. You can see it will download the file Kali Linux 2020.2a vbox amd 64.ova, that is open virtualization format archive, which is a file in which the operating system is already installed and configured, ready made for the VirtualBox. So we will download this file. Now you have to click save to download it. I have already downloaded this file and I have already saved in my PC, so I won't download it again. This file is around 3.3 GB. So depending upon your internet connection, this file may take around 1 and 1.5 hours on an average to get downloaded. So we will see. Once you have downloaded, pause the video right now, go and download the Kali Linux virtual image, and then once you have downloaded, come back here and I will show you how to install the .ova file. So let us wait till your file gets downloaded. So I have downloaded the Kali Linux file and I will navigate to my folder where I have downloaded it. You can see Kali Linux 2020.2 vbox amd 64. So now what you have to do is you have to open the VirtualBox, and there do you remember we have downloaded the VirtualBox extension pack. So what you have to do is you have to go to the Oracle VirtualBox extension pack, and you just have to double click it, and it will ask you from which application you have to open. So it will automatically prompt you to open, and yes, you can see a newer version of the Oracle is already installed. Would you like to downgrade? Which means I have already installed the extension pack, but you will generally get an option of install button here. So you just have to click install there, but make sure that while installing VirtualBox, you install it on the administrator account, that is on the Windows administrator account, and it will directly get installed. After that, what we have to do is we have to import a new appliance. And wait a minute till it gets imported, till the option opens. And yes, so is currently supports. So you can see VirtualBox currently supports importing appliances saved in the open version format. So to click continue, we have to select the file from where we have to import. Now after this, it will ask from where I have to import. So I will navigate to the file please navigate to the file where you have downloaded. Now I have a lot of data here, so you can see this is the 19 version and this is 20 version. So I will select the 20 version to 2020 and then I will click next. After clicking next, please keep everything as it is, do not change anything and just click import. The virtual system Kali is see the terms and agree, so I agree and wait till the Kali Linux gets imported. So this is how you actually import a Kali Linux. Now this process will also take some time. It will take around half an hour till the machine gets completely imported. So be patient and I will see you after my Kali Linux machine is imported. So now you can see that the Kali Linux 2020 has been installed in the virtual box. Our next step is to right click here and then go to settings. You can see that we can change the name here. I will just give it Kali Linux 2020. You can give whatever you want, keep the version and the operating system to Debian itself. Then the next step is go to network and you can see it has been attached to NAT. So drop down and click NAT network. If NAT network doesn't appear, you can go and watch the previous video again to how to solve that issue. So I will just click OK. And now it has been powered off. So let us start and let's see what happens. Now click start and wait Kali Linux machine to start. Now since we are going to start the Kali Linux machine for the first time, it will take quite some time. So be patient, do not think that there is a problem in installation or something, but it generally takes around 5 to 6 minutes to get you to the main login page. So be patient till it starts. You can see my Kali Linux machine has been will start right now. It is start. Yes. So you can see this is the opening page of Kali Linux and let us wait till the entire processes happen. It will ask for something. Press the first option, enter button, or I'll show you just after a couple of minutes. Yes, so this is how it looks. Now Kali Linux is the most important function. So yes, this option you have to just press enter for the first option and then let Kali Linux start its processes. This is the most important operating system which is used. Other hackers also used operating system like Parrot OS, but we will prefer Kali for this course because all the softwares and tools that we are going to use are already installed in Kali. This is a comprehensive tool which consists of more than 100 and 200 penetration testing tools. I will also show you how to execute different basic commands in Kali and how to download and install new softwares as well. So this is the latest version of Kali that is available in the market. If you want to download older versions, you can download it as well. So this process of starting the Kali Linux machine will take a lot of time. I will pause the video and I will resume the video once the login page appears. So yes, this is the login page of Kali. Now if you go through the internet, the default password and the username for Kali was, the username was root, ROOT, and the default password was TOOR, that is reverse of root. But in the updated version, that is the 2020 version, the default username is Kali, KALI, and the default password is also Kali. And yes, we have finally logged into the Kali Linux machine. Now since we installed the open virtualization format application, we do not need to configure anything. But if you click and download the first option, that is the disk image, there is a lot of process involved. So it is always better to download the .ova file. And there you go. We are all set to run the Kali Linux machine. Well, in the next lecture, we will see how to download the a metasploitable machine in the virtual box, which comes of different websites to practice ethical hacking. Because we are going to conduct all the labs on the metasploitable, it is one of the machines that is probably used to for ethical hacking practice. So in the next lecture, we will see how to download and install metasploitable on VirtualBox. Let us see how to download and install metasploitable on VirtualBox. In the last lecture, we saw how to install DVWA in Kali Linux. We have to follow the same procedure. Go to your favorite browser and then hit download metasploitable. There are two links to download. First is the information.rabbit.7.com, but in this case you have to enter everything, and work email, the Rapid7 doesn't actually accept @gmail.com emails, so it can be a pretty confusing thing. So I would prefer to download from sourceforgenet.com. So hit download and wait till the file gets downloaded. You can see my file is downloading and I am saving it in the download section. The file is 825 MB, so depending upon your internet connectivity, it will take around 30 to 45 minutes to completely get downloaded. Voila! I have fast forwarded the video and my file has been downloaded. Go to the download section and extract the contents. This will take time, be patient. All the contents of the metasploitable now have been extracted. Navigate to the folder where you have downloaded the contents. You can see a folder metasploitable, and you can also see different files. We are interested in the virtual machine disk format file. What's next? Go to the virtual box, click new, give the name as metasploitable, select the operating systems as Linux, version as Ubuntu 64 or 32-bit depending upon your system. Okay, cannot create the virtual machine folder because the name already exists. So I will give a different name, metasploitable application, or you can give anything you want. It should work, yes. 1 GB RAM is enough. Then you have to use an existing virtual hard disk. In the same way, you have to navigate to the folder, select the virtual disk image format. There you go, metasploitable. Open. You have to choose it and then create. So you can see metasploitable application has been created. Now click start. Before starting, you have to do not forget that you have to select the NAT network as we had selected in the previous lectures for DVWA. So wait till the metasploitable machine gets started. This process will take really a lot of time, around 10 to 15 minutes, because you're going to start this machine for the first time. Turn on your Kali Linux machine and log in into your machine. Let us wait till metasploitable starts. There you go. The login is MSF admin and password is also MSF admin. This is same as DVWA, isn't it? Yes. Type ifconfig to know the IP address. The IP address is 10.0.2.15. Now go to your Kali, log in into Kali. Do you remember the default password? Yes, Kali Linux. Yes, Kali. So now navigate to your favorite browser, which is nothing other than the Firefox browser available in Kali Linux. So go to Firefox and then what you have to do is you have to type the IP address of the metasploitable machine. So I am typing the IP address 10.0.2.15. You can see the IP address. Make sure you check and enter the correct IP address. Unable to connect. Why? Oh yes, if you have observed closely, I didn't configure the network issue. So I will turn off my metasploitable by entering the password. And then what I will do is I will configure the NAT network for metasploitable so that my Kali machine and metasploitable are in the same network. So click settings, go to network, select NAT network and hit enter. Again start metasploitable, again enter the password and then note down the IP address. Let us wait till my metasploitable machine gets started. Starting these machines is a tedious task as they have to start all the services again. So MSF admin and password is also MSF admin. I will note down my IP address and my IP address is 10.0.2.14. If you see, the IP address has changed this time, so make sure you check your IP address for every installation. There we go. We have successfully installed metasploitable, and this is a PHP myadmin which is meant for hacking purposes. Then this DBWA, the same machine which we have installed on Kali. You can see it is same, but this is slightly a different version than the original DBWA because it doesn't have a few vulnerabilities haven't been uploaded here. So you can see all these vulnerabilities are present, and we are going to practice exploiting all of these vulnerabilities in the upcoming lectures. File inclusion, SQL injection, XSS, file upload, brute force, command execution, XSS stored, all of these we are going to try, and these vulnerabilities you should understand because these are the top 10 vulnerabilities. So let's go to Matilidae. Matilidae is another practicing machine for hacking. You can see they have OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities. If you click information, you may get entire documentation. So there we go. You have OWASP, cross-site scripting. You can see there is a lot of practice content available. So make sure that after learning, after watching the video lectures, you go to these machines and practice all of these vulnerabilities on your own. In the lectures, we are going to show you the basic exploitment, and we are going to tell you that you do not have to use these exploits or these hacking tools on legitimate live websites before taking the proper authorization of the personnel. Like suppose if you decide to use a hacking tool on, let's say, flipkart.com, you are legally not allowed to do that before prior consent, and that is why penetration testers always take permissions before doing any test. So if you perform this test illegally, you may end up in legal action, and that is why we always tell students to please take legal permissions before doing anything. Welcome to a new lecture in the penetration testing lab. Now in the last lecture we saw how to download and install the metasploitable machine in the virtual box, but as I said, it is also required that you should download and install DVWA in your Kali Linux. So why DVWA? DVWA, that is Damn Vulnerable Web Application, is a very useful web application which is intended with a lot of vulnerabilities so that it can serve as a great application for the beginners to practice hacking. Now, you know that hacking a target without a permission is illegal, and many organizations do not create such websites that can be hacked, that because that may lead to other consequences as well. So DVWA is used for practicing ethical hacking within the boundaries of the law. Now, if you go through books and if you read books, you can see that whenever you read something, it is really important that you practice that. Only reading will not get you through the end. You have to practice in, and that is why the damn vulnerable web application is a great source of practicing ethical hacking. In the last lecture, we saw how to download and install Metasploitable, and in that the DVWA was already present. But in this lecture, I will show you how to download and install the DVWA in your Kali machine. So without wasting any much time, log into your Kali machine and let us get started. So as you can see right now, I am in my Kali machine. I have logged into my Kali machine. To download and install DVWA, what you have to do is first go to your home directory, or you can go to your folders, and then you have to create an applications folder where you can create and download and install different applications, so that it will become easier for you to actually navigate through your browser. So it's asking me desktop documents downloads. I will create open folder. Now here what I will do, places is this, these are the places, desktop doc. I will create a new folder here, calling it as applications, in which I will be installing the future applications for this course. So now this is the applications folder. Now what you have to do is we have to go to the terminal. So click this icon which stands for the terminal. After this, now since we have already created the applications folder, and we will see how to go through the basic commands, I will show you just a basic command. Click list here ls, which stands for list everything in the current directory. As you can see, we have created the applications folder, and it has appeared here. Now if you want to go inside that folder, you have to write change the current directory to applications directory. So how do we do that? We just write a simple small command by typing cd, that is change directory, and then type the name of the folder in which you want to go. Now folder here is commonly known as directory. So write change applications and click enter. So right now you can see after the Kali _ Kali, you can see that we have an application. Right now we are inside the applications folder. So now leave it here. So right now we have created the applications folder, but for this purpose, this lecture I won't be installing DVWA in the applications folder, because since DVWA runs on the local server, we need to install it in a different directory. So go to your Kali and just close this. Again open a new terminal and then write cd /var/www/html. Now the www/html is a directory in which most of the local server applications are installed. You can, if you are a web developer, or if you know how to run Apache server on your Windows machine, some of you might be aware of this directory. Now what you have to do next, you have to go to Mozilla Firefox. So again type Firefox and hit enter. It will open a browser for you. And now what you have to go is you have to go to www.google.com, and in here you have to type DVWA and git. Git stands for GitHub. So basically we will be downloading DVWA from the GitHub directory. So this is the first website that you see. Ethical Hacker DVWA is the website from which we'll be downloading. So click here and just copy the URL and just leave it here. That's it. Your job is done. And now when you come in this directory, what you have to type is sudo, that means you stand for super user, git clone means you're going to download it from that source, and at the end of the URL without any space you have to type .git and then hit enter. So it is saying we trust that you have received the usual lecture from the local system administrator. It usually boils down to those things and blah blah blah, and will ask the password for your Kali machine. So give your password and hit enter, and it will start cloning the damn vulnerable web application. Done. So we have installed the we have downloaded the DVWA and installed in that directory. Now to check it, just type ls to list everything, and there you go, we can see DVWA. Now to navigate to DVWA, write cd DVWA and hit enter, and again to see the contents click type ls. Now these are all the contents in the DVWA directory. Now if you can see, there's a file called phpinfo.php. Now these are all the files for DVWA, and now we have to go into the config directory. Now all these names which are blue in color are the folders in the DVWA main folder. So how to navigate to this folder? Just write cd config and then ls. Now you can see there are two different files, config.inc.php. Now, but before configuring anything, we have to first give permissions to the DVWA file. So I have to go 2 steps back to the original HTML directory. How to do that? cd ... will take you 1 step back to DVWA. If you do again cd space ... it will go to HTML. Now to assign permissions to this folder, what you have to do is you have to type sudo chmod -R and 7. Do not worry if you're not getting all these commands. We are going to learn all these commands in the next basic commands video. So R777 and then type DVWA, press tab and then hit enter. Now the permissions of super user have been assigned to DVWA. Our next job is to go inside DVWA. So we will again go to DVWA, then ls, then go to config file. So cd config and hit ls. Now you can see there is one file config.inc.php.dist. Now here what you have to do is we are going to configure this file. We are going to make some changes into these files, but there are some misconfigurations and sometimes students misconfigure the file and the entire file gets corrupted. So for the better purposes, we are going to create a copy of this file. So how to create a copy of this file? So type cp, then the original file's name, that is config.inc.php.dist, and space the name of the new file. So I will give the same name, but I won't write the .dist. So config.php and then hit enter. And if you click ls, we will have the new file config.inc.php. Now the next thing is we have to open this file. So type nano, which is an editor in Kali, nano config.inc.php and hit enter. So here you can see that there is a lot of information, and I'm not going into details, but I will just show you what you have to do. Come down to the DB user, DVWA, and here password. So I will change the username to admin. I will change the password to password. Make sure you remember these things because these are the important things. If you want, you can also change the IP address, but I will keep this IP address because this is the default IP address for SQL databases. So make sure you take out a screenshot. So I have changed the default username and the password. Now to save this file, what you have to do is you have to hit Control and O. It will ask you file name to write config.inc.php. After pressing Ctrl O, just hit enter and it will give you wrote 47 lines, and then to exit this file press Ctrl X. So we have configured the file successfully. We have changed the username and the password. Now let us clear the screen. So I will write clear and I will write cd to return to my home, that is to the root of the server. Now what we have to do, we have configured our dbwf file. Now the next job is to configure the MySQL database. So before you do that, we have to start the MySQL service. So to start the MySQL service, just type sudo service MySQL start and it will start the service. If you do not write sudo, it will generally give an error that command not found. Right now we have started the service. Now what you have to do is you have to configure the MySQL database. So type the command mysql -u root and -p and hit enter. It will ask for password, but since we haven't configured the password, I will hit enter and it will say access is denied for the root user. So what you have to do is write sudo, then hit enter, again password, and there you go. So now what we have to do is we are going to add a user into the MySQL database. So please closely observe the video. Do not jump between your installation and this video. First see the video completely so that you can get a clear idea. So what you have to type is you have to type, now since there is no user created for MySQL database, our first job is to create a new user so that that user can access the DBWA database. So to do that, type create user and in the semicolon what you have to write the username that you had configured in the config.inc.php. In that file, my username was admin and my password was password. So I will write in single quotes admin, single quotes closed, @ single quotes the IP address, that is 127.0.1, identified by, in single colon, the password of the file config.inc.php, semicolon, and hit enter. Query OK, 0 is attempted. Then again the next step is that we have to grant the permissions to the user. So type grant privileges to the same thing, again single admin, but we have to grant all privileges. So type grant all privileges. Now on which database? So grant all privileges on dbwa.star, which means on the entire database of dbwa, to single quotes admin @ 127.0.1 identified by password, and then hit enter. Okay, and now we'll exit the database by typing exit. Let us clear the screen. Now we have configured the DBWA. We have also configured the MySQL database. Our next job is to configure the server. So what we have to write is we have to first start the Apache server. So sudo So we have to type sudo service Apache 2 start, which will start the Apache service of your Kali machine. Next step is that you have to navigate to the following directory: cd/etc/php/7.3. Now this version may define, but it is generally present in our machine. Apache 2 and slash, there you go. Then click ls. You will find a file called as php.ini. so your job is to install this. So what you have to do is you have to open this PHP file. So type sudo. So it gave me an error that it is unable to locate the package gedit. So let's I'll use nano here. It is also an editor. So nano php.ini, and there you go. We have successfully opened it. Now what you have to do is you have to press Ctrl F to find something, but let's not press Ctrl F. Just navigate down and you may file two different URLs. Wait, just scroll down. So you have to scroll down to here, allow URL F open, allow URL. So allow URL open. What you have to do is you have to turn both the values on. So I'll press your on. Then you have to save this file. Now you have to save this file. Press Ctrl O. It will ask you file name to write, and then hit enter. You have successfully written files, and press Ctrl X to exit. Now everything is done. Again, start the service. Sudo apache service to start. Service has been started. Now minimize your terminal. Go to Kali. Open a new tab. Type the address 127.0.1 and hit enter. You will get a page of Apache Debian default. After 127/dvwa/ and you will get the setup page. So let us continue with setting up a penetration lab section, and in this lecture we are going to see how to download and install the Tor browser. But before installing Tor browser, what is Tor browser and why do we use Tor browser? Now Tor offers the best anonymous web browsing available today, and researchers are hard at work improving Tor's anonymity properties. Now what does this mean? Now Tor is a browser which hides your anonymity. Like if you're searching for some XYZ product, and if you purchase that product, the ISP, that is your internet service provider, won't know that you have actually searched for that product. Now how this is useful, because even if you're a security expert and you're trying to hack or you're trying to catch a hacker, that hacker shouldn't know that you're catching for him. Using Tor browser, you can search for resources which are not publicly available on Google or Yahoo or any other search engine. But Tor browser is basically one of the most advanced tool used to hide your anonymity. It constantly shifts your IP address on a particular website, and basically it is used to hide your identity. And this is very useful. Now, if you are a security expert, it's very useful, but if you're considering to hide your anonymity as a hacker, it is a bad practice. So it depends upon how do you use Tor browser. Then yes, so the Tor browser is a web browser that anonymizes your web traffic using the Tor network, making it easy to protect your identity online. If you are investing or if you are investing some money in a competitor, or you are investigating against a competitor or a hacker, researching on opposing person in a legal dispute, or just think it's creepy for your ISP or the government to know what websites you visit. Then browsing the web over Tor is slower than the ClearNet, and some major websites block Tor users. Now, Tor browser is also illegal in authoritarian regimes that want to prevent citizens from reading, publishing, and communicating anonymously. Now, most of the people who want to write against their states or governments generally use Tor browser to publish anonymously. Tor browser might be unauthorized in some countries, it might be illegal in some countries. So, before you install and download Tor, make sure that your country allows Tor. Now, since I live in India, it is allowed to use Tor. Tor browser is available for Linux, Mac, and Windows and has also been ported to mobile. So this is the first browser that provides complete anonymity of the user, and you can download the desktop versions, and I will also show you how to set up a Tor browser for your Windows machine. So let us get started. So what you have to do is you have to go to Google, and then you have to type download Tor. Download Tor browser. The first website, www.torproject.org, is the official website to download the Tor project. So let us click there, download Tor project. You can see this is the latest upgraded version. You can see Tor is available for Windows, OS X, Linux, and Android also. So yes, we will click download for Windows, and we will wait till Tor browser downloads. It will take around 10 to 15 minutes to get downloaded since it's just a 70 MB file. So let us wait till Tor gets downloaded. And there you go. The Tor browser has been downloaded. Let us just click the file. And it will ask you to please select a language. So I will go with English. Now it is asking where to install the Tor browser. I will just install it on, let us say, browse to some different drive. I will install it in my, or let us say, I'll just install it on desktop. So install Tor browser wherever you want. Choose your preferred destination to install Tor browser, and let us wait till it gets installed completely. So now you can see that the setup of the Tor browser has been successfully installed. It is installed, and yes, you have to add start menu shortcuts if you want, and let's just click finish to run the Tor browser. Now make sure that you do not touch the window of Tor browser. Do not maximize it, because some security experts claim that even if you maximize your window, that may somehow leak your IP address. So if you want to stay complete anonymous about your search engines and your data, please do not expand the window. I will follow that practice, and I will just drag the window to the center. And I won't click here because this may reveal your identity. There is not a firm claim on that, but yes, some security experts do say and do advise to keep the window, do not maximize the window. Now let us see, there are two options, click that is connect and configure. So the Tor browser is saying that click configure to adjust network settings if you're in a country that censors Tor, such as Egypt, China, Turkey, in which Tor is not allowed. So in my country it is allowed, so I will just say connect, and it will directly connect Tor to a proxy, and I will show you how Tor works. Every time you have to follow this process before launching Tor. It takes some time to connect to the Tor network. And there you go. We have successfully connected to the Tor browser. Do not maximize the window. Now you can see that the default search engine is DuckDuckGo, which is a very useful search engine while you're searching anonymously. So this is how Tor gets started. Now I'll just search for let's say CVSS, and I'll click go. And yes, you can see CVSS at DuckDuckGo. So it is using the DuckDuckGo search engine to search. And now you can, if you click on the plus icon here, you can see that this is the Tor circuit. It is a secure connection, and this circuit, this browser is directly connected to duckduckgo.com via 3 different IPs, that is Germany, Sweden, and again Germany. Now if you want to change this, you just click a new circuit and you can see the browser is again loading, and we will again search CVSS. Let us see which connection do we get right now. You can see Germany, United Kingdom, and Germany. So this is how you change. Now if I go to common vulnerability scoring systems, if you go to any random website and you can click here, you can again just click new circuit and you can see Denmark is in the middle. So this is how Tor is basically used to hide your IP address, and you can browse on the web anonymously without revealing your true identity. But make sure that you do not use Tor for any illegal purposes, because you might have heard that Tor is the only way to use the dark web, and that is right. But since we are security experts, we are going to follow our ethics. And do not forget to not to maximize the window, keep it as it is and then browse. So this was all for this lecture. In the next lecture we will see the basic commands, and we'll see basically talk about the file structures and different things about Kali Linux. So let us get started. Finally, we have done the lab setup for this practical section, and now it's time to get started with Kali Linux. So what will you learn in this lecture? You will learn the basic commands in Kali Linux required for ethical hacking. So without wasting any much time, log into your Kali Linux virtual machine and let's get started. Open the terminal. And the first basic command that we are going to see is who am I. When you press who am I, you can see the username of the person who is currently logged in and using the system. Then you will see the date command, which gives you the date and time as well. Then the next is PWD. PWD stands for present working directory. Right now I am into the home, that is the desktop version of Kali, so I get home and Kali. Now I'm going to create a new folder known as demo folder, and now since I am on Kali, I will say list the contents of the desktop, that is home folder. You can see I am in desktop, documents, downloads, music. Now let us navigate to desktop. Since we have created the folder on desktop, let's navigate to desktop. So CD. Now what does CD stands for? CD stands for change directory. I am changing the directory to desktop. Changing directory is same as opening a new window in Windows machine. So CD desktop. And LS. LS stands for list the contents. So as you can see on desktop, when we hit LS, we get to see the demo folder. Now how to go inside the demo folder? You can go inside the demo folder as CD demo folder, or you can just type CD D and then press tab to automatically complete the name. Voila, we are now inside the demo folder. Now what next? CD ... is used to go one step back in Kali machine. So now we can see CD ... took us to desktop, and again CD ... took up to our home, that is Kali machine. Let us now again go to desktop. You can also go to the folders in the following way: CD desktop /demo /folder. CD only takes one argument and it does not take any spaces. So it's better you go one by one. So we are again back. The present working directory is /home /Kali. You may have the root as well. Kali is my username. So that username may change in your virtual lab environment because you may have configured a different name. CLEAR, that is clear, stands for clearing the terminal window. As you can see, everything got erased after I typed CLR. CLEAR. Next is the ls-l desktop, which means list everything. You can see there are 4 files on desktop, and therefore the result that we got is total 4 and drwxr-xr. Now what does that stands for? D stands for directory, R stands for read, W stands for write, and X stands for execute. So that is the permission given for a specific user or group or all those people. The first tuple stands for user, that is I am using. The next tuple stands for the group, and the last tuple stands for all of them, that is others. So currently on the screen, after the D you can see RWX. Therefore user has all the permissions of reading, writing and execution of demo folder. Group only has read and execute permissions, and others have read and execute permissions. Now let us clear the screen and move ahead. So type ls-al desktop. Now you can see there are total 12 folders, but we are only seeing 4 folders. Why? The remaining 8 folders are hidden, and therefore you can see the dots, and therefore the dots stand for hidden folders. Now let's move on to a next basic command. The next command is mkdir, which stands for make a directory. Let us first navigate to desktop, and then I will create a new directory, that is a new folder on desktop. So type mkdir, the folder name. The new folder is the folder name. Now if we click ls, we can see the new folder has been created. In the same way, rmdir, that is remove directory, is used to delete the folder. Now let us go inside the folder. No such file or directory. Why? Because we are already on the desktop, and therefore we cannot execute that command. So let us go to the new folder. I'm inside the new folder, and since the new folder is blank, is empty, after ls I cannot see. So we saw how to create a new folder. Now you can go back to the previous commands by just pressing the upper arrow button on your keyboard. So press upper arrow to just navigate to the previous commands so that it saves time while executing the commands. Try pressing the upper arrow button on your keyboard and you will go to the previous commands that you have typed and executed on the terminal. Now moving on to the next command. Now let's create a new file on text file via terminal. We have seen in Windows we go to some Word document, Microsoft Office, and then we create a new file. But here you can just create a new file with one simple command, and that is the touch command. So we have the present working directory, we are in home, then in Kali. On Kali room we are in desktop, and on the desktop we are in the new folder. So write touch abc, that is file name.txt, and you can see in the new folder after hitting the ls command we have created the abc.txt file. Now let us see how to open the file. You can either use cat or you can use vim. So cd ... which takes us back to the root, and if you only type cd and hit enter, it will take you to the root. Now the next command is, let us copy our text file into another folder. Your task is not to use mouse. Your task is to just copy the file from one folder to another folder on desktop. You might be confused that in Windows we have just used Ctrl C, Ctrl V, but here these functions are different. So let us go to CD desktop. Let us go to let's say new folder or demo folder. We'll create another folder, target folder, and you can see we have created the target folder. Target folder appears on your desktop. Now we'll copy this abc.txt file. So copy /desktop / new folder, that is the source folder, and we are going to copy the file, that is abc.txt space the destination folder, that is desktop/target folder, and then press enter. Now why did we got no such file or directory? We made the same mistake. We are already on the desktop folder, and therefore you will not write the desktop again. So simply write cp new folder /abc.txt to target folder again. Now what went wrong in the above commands? Let us see. We are already on the desktop and we used desktop again. So let us rectify that mistake and type the commands again. Just erase the desktop and let us see what happens. Hit enter. Voila! We have successfully copied the file from new folder to target folder. Let's check the target folder. cd target folder and then ls are the commands we are interested in. So we are on desktop. Let us go to the target folder, ls, and there you have. We have the abc.txt file. So in the next lecture, we'll see some advanced commands which will be required while cracking different softwares and executing some command line applications. Let us have a quick recap. So in this lecture we saw the following basic commands: cd, ls, pwd, mkdir, cp, sudo, and in the next lecture we'll see some advanced concepts and commands which are useful for hacking. In the last lecture, we saw the basic commands in Kali. In this lecture, we'll saw some advanced commands that are required for ethical hacking. So without wasting any much time, let us get back to a Kali machine. As you have seen, I am on the Kali virtual machine and I'll create a new folder and name it as F1. So I have created a new folder. I will create another new folder F2. In the new folder, I will create a document, an empty file, and name it as file1.txt. Now I will launch the terminal window. We are at the root of the machine, that is the Kali. Then we will go to CD desktop. When we hit ls, we can see the two folders F1 and F2. Let us go to F1 folder. We have seen these basic commands, so I won't be explaining these basic commands again. In the ls, you have file1.txt. Now, let us move the file 1 from folder 1 to folder 2. mv is the command used to move folder from folder 1 to folder 2. But here, since we haven't specified any path, mv is also used to create a copy of the folder or to rename the folder. So mv file1.txt abc.txt. So file1.txt has been renamed as abc.txt. You can see on the screen, after getting ls, we can see file1 has been renamed with abc.txt. Now let us again use the mv command, but in this case we are specifying the path, that is f1 abc.txt f2. Now what this command does is this command actually moves the file abc.txt from folder f1 to folder f2. So in the folder f2 you can see that we have the abc.txt file. Let us close all the tabs and head back to our desktop. The next command that we are going to see is touch command. Touch is used to create a new file. So since you are in the desktop F2 folder, we will create a new file xyz.txt. So we'll use the command touch xyz.txt to create a new file. rm command is used to remove the file. We have used rmabc.txt to remove the file from folder F2, and the only file that has left in folder F2 now is xyz.txt. Nano command is used to open and edit the file. So we have to type nano and then the file name and hit enter. I am typing hello. We are learning the commands of Kali Linux. To save the file, what you have to do is you have to press Ctrl O. You have to press Ctrl O, then press enter, and to exit press Ctrl X. So press Ctrl O to save the file or to write the contents to the file, and then press Ctrl X to close. So the steps are: open the file through nano, write something, press Ctrl O plus enter, then press Ctrl X, and it will get you back to terminal. So ls pqr.txt, and we will see pqr.txt. Cat command is used to see the contents of that file. So if we use the command cat pqr.txt, we can see that we saw what we entered. Right now we can see it on the screen. So this was all about creating and moving files. This is all you need. You do not need to know more extra detailed stuff about copying and moving files. Now the next command is uname-r. Uname stands for the version of the operating system we are using. The next command is free. Now free tells you the total RAM that is used and available right now, but this is not the total RAM. To see the total RAM on your virtual hard disk or the machine, you have to type free-t and then hit enter. You can see the numbers have changed. You can see the total RAM. You can see the occupied RAM, the used RAM, and also the free RAM. Press clear to clear the screen. Then we will navigate to cat./password/etc. What is all this? Now etc/password file stores the contents of all the users who are on the system. You can see Kali, that is I am the one who is now logged into the user. These are not actually the physical users. These are some of the users are also machine created users, software created users. So hackers are always interested in /password/etc file, that is etc/password file, to know the contents of who is using the system. Now we will add a user. Let us add a cybermonk. So I will have typed user add cybermonk. Make sure you use the command sudo. Sudo tells the system that you are the super user of the system. SU stands for super user, and sudo is actually that super user is performing some actions. So sudo user add. But to add the user, you should be present on the home directory. So sudo user add cybermonk. It will ask for your password, give the password, and there you go, user has been added. Now how to check? Let us again go to cat. Then we have to give password to the user. So sudo password cybermonk. Now the password for cybermonk is, let's type a random password. Retype the password, and there you go, password updated successfully. Now user is added successfully. Now let us check whether cybermonk named user is added. How to check? We have to go to cat/etc/password. passwd. There you go, on the last line you can see the user which created just now has been added, that is cybermonk. Let us clear the screen, and now let us see how to remove the same user. Sudo user del, that is delete -r cybermonk. You can see that cybermonk mail spoil something not found. Let us again go to cat/etc/passwd. Then a bar grep cybermonk, and then hit enter. This is the actual command to remove the user. Let us again navigate to cat/etc/passwd, and then we will hit enter. You can see cybermonk has been deleted. The user has been deleted by us. Let us clear the screen and see some different commands. Let us go to CD desktop and let us navigate to folder F2. In folder F2 we have two files, pqr.txt and xyz.txt. Now these commands are the most important commands about permissions. You can see pqr.txt has only read and write commands for the user. It has only read commands for the groups, and it has only read command for others. So chmod is the command that is used to assign permissions of read, write and execute. So you can see the syntax: chmod, reference, operator, mode and file name. We will follow this syntax to give permissions to file names. Let us start giving permissions. UGO, that is user, group and others. Plus is the operator which is used to assign something. Minus is the operator which is used to give permission. So now let us give permission to some files. The references are used to distinguish the users to whom the permissions apply. That is, they are a list of letters that specifies whom to give the permissions. U stands for user or the owner, that is the file's owner. G is users who are members of the file's group, that is the group. O stands for the others, that is users who are neither file's owner nor the members of the file's group. Now let us type the command chmod u equal to x, that is I am giving user or owner of the group to execute the file pqr.txt. Now you can see user only has --x, which means user now can only execute the file pqr. After applying the command user, we can see that pqr now only has -x --x command. So we can see ls-al, we can see pqr has only the commands for the user who can execute the command. Now we will assign chmod u is equal to rw x and the file name xyz.txt, which means we are giving user all the three permissions to read, write and execute. There you go. You can again see that now xyz user has rwx permissions. So these are the advanced commands that you need to know for ethical hackers.
Let us start with new section, information gathering. This is the first phase of hacking. In this lecture, we are going to study what is information gathering as well as objectives and importance of information gathering. There is a saying that goes, the more information you have about the target, the more is the chance of successful exploitation. Information gathering is the first phase of hacking. In this phase, we gather as much information as possible regarding the target's online presence, which in turn reveal useful information about the target itself. The required information will depend on whether we are doing a network pen test or a web application pen test. Information is power, and in most scenarios it's true. Having critical information at the right time and especially knowing how to use it can be a great source of power. In the cybersecurity world, the security data about any target, which can be person, company, domain name or service, is something that's coveted by all the parties on all fronts, including red teams and blue teams. Therefore, mastering the information gathering process is one of the ultimate goals of any cybersecurity researcher. When any black hat or white hat hacker needs to gain as much information as possible about the target, the first step he does is the information gathering. While it's a fun activity for some researchers, information gathering is also one of the most time-consuming tasks during the intel recon process, and that is why time management is very important in information gathering process. In general, all the information gathering techniques can be classified into two main categories: active information gathering and passive information gathering. In active information gathering, we would directly engage with the target. For example, gathering information about what ports are open on a particular target, what services they are running, and what operating system they are using. However, the techniques involving active information gathering would be very noisy at the other end, as they are easily detected by the IDS IPs and the firewalls and generate a log of their presence, and hence not recommended sometimes. In passive information gathering, we do not directly engage with the target. Instead, we use search engines, social media, and other websites to gather information about the target. This method is recommended since it does not generate any log of the presence on the target system. A common example would be to use LinkedIn, Facebook, and other social networks to gather information about the employees and their interests. This would be very useful when we perform phishing, keylogging, browser exploitation, and other client-side attacks on the employees. So, what are the objectives of information gathering in cybersecurity? Any basic cybersecurity information gathering process often includes these two types of data collection goals. First is the collecting network data. Network data such as public, private, and associated domain names, network hosts, public and private IP blocks, routing tables, TCP and UDP running services, SSL certificates, open ports, and many more. And second is collecting system related information. This includes user enumeration, system groups, OS host names, operating system type, that is probably fingerprinting of the operating system banners, that is banner grabbing, and many more. Now, let us look at the top methods used to gather information about any targets. The first is social engineering. This includes in-person chat, phone conversations, and email spoofing attacks. What all these methods have in common is the psychology of human weakness that is needed to get maximum data about the target. Search engines. Web crawlers can be used to fetch information about anything, and this includes companies, persons, services, and even real hacks. Social networks. Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, and other social networks are a great source of information to build a profile, especially when we are targeting particular individuals. Domain names. These are registered by the organizations, governments, public and private agencies, and people. Therefore, they are a great starting point when you want to investigate someone. Personal information, associated domains, projects, services, and technologies can be found by inspecting domain name information. Internet servers. Authoritative DNS servers are a great source of information. They often include every single surface point exposed to the internet, which means a direct link to related services such as the HTTP, email, and many more. Even the job sites are a great source of information. If a particular individual posts his job requirement on a particular job site, and if a hacker sees that, like if XYZ person posts he wants a job as a software engineer, and hacker sees that, the hacker will have a wishing call to that person and lure him with a hefty package. Like he will say, I will give you a $1 lakh package, and for that you need to pay $10,000 in advance. And this is the main source that hacker gathers. So this is how you need to carry out information gathering during any pen test. So the first is get proper authorization. We need to get a proper authorization and define the scope of the assessment. To define the scope of the assessment, we need to dive deep into the target, like what is the profile of the target and what the target do and all. Next is perform footprinting through previously mentioned sources. Footprinting search engines such as Google, Yahoo, Bing, etc. are used to gather target organizations' information such as employee details, login pages, internet portals, operating systems used, financial information that helps in performing social engineering and other types of advanced system attacks. Next is to gather competitive intelligence. Basically, what is competitive intelligence? Competitive intelligence information is the most vital information for any hacker. This information can lead to a complete information gathering and complete dive deep into the target. Next is the whois lookup. We need to perform whois footprinting using tools such as whois lookup, smart whois, batch IP converter, and many more to create a detailed map of organizational network, gather personal information that assists in performing social engineering, and gather other information like network audits and many more. Next, we need to perform DNS footprinting using tools such as DNS Stuff, My DNS tools, and many more to determine key hosts in the network and perform social engineering attacks. Perform network footprinting using tools such as Path Analyzer Pro, Visual Root, GeoSpider to create a map of target's network. Implement social engineering techniques such as eavesdropping, shoulder surfing, dumpster driving, and phishing that may help to gather more critical information about the target. And at the end of pen testing, document all the findings. In the next lecture, we will start with information gathering practicals. The first practical will be Maltego. Let us start with information gathering practicals. In this practical, we are going to gather information using Maltego. Maltego is an open source intelligence and forensics application. It gathers information about a target and represents this information in an easily understandable format. As an ethical hacker, you should look for as much information possible about the target. This lab will demonstrate what other information you can extract from the target. Now, we will open the virtual machine and log into the Kali virtual machine. In that, go to the applications and type Maltego in the search field. So basically, what is Maltego? Maltego is a footprinting tool which is used to gather maximum information for the purpose of ethical hacking, forensics, and pen testing. It provides a library of transforms for discovery of data from open sources and visualizing that information into a graphical format suitable for link analysis and data mining. First, you need to register yourself into the Maltego. Just click the community version of Maltego and click proceed. Accept all the terms and conditions and click next. There, you need to give your email address and password and register yourself by clicking register here on the top. After clicking register now, a page will open where you need to fill your all information and then you will receive a mail. You just need to click the link you received on the mail and then you're done. As I've already registered, I will proceed by filling my login details. Voila, we have successfully logged into Maltego. It's initializing, just wait, and then a screen will appear in front of you. Click the new file icon located at the top left corner of the graphical user interface in the toolbar to start a new graph. The new graph 1 window appears along with the palette in the left pane. It contains a list of default built-in transforms. Expand the infrastructure node under the entity palette. Expand the node and observe a list of entities such as AS, DNS name, domain name, and many more. Just scroll down and drag the website entity onto the new graph 1 section. The entity appears on the new graph with www.patreva.com. This is the URL by default. Double-click patreva.com and rename the domain name to www.microsoft.com. We are taking microsoft.com to gather information. Right-click the entity and select All Transform. All Transforms list appears. Now click to Server Technologies using Built With. Maltego starts running the transform to server technologies using built with. Observe the status in progress bar. Once Maltego completes the transforming server set technologies, it displays the technology implemented on the server that hosts the website, as shown on the screen. After obtaining the built-in technologies of the server, attackers might search for vulnerabilities related to any of them and simulate exploitation techniques to hack them. To start a new transform, select all the entities by pressing Ctrl A on the keyboard and press delete. Now again, right click the entity and select all transforms to domain DNS. The domain corresponding to the website is displayed. Here the domain is microsoft.com. Now right click the entity and select all transforms to DNS name using name schema dictionary. This transform will attempt to test various name schemas against a domain and try to identify specific name schema for a domain as shown on the screen. After identifying the name schema, attackers attempt to simulate various exploitation techniques to gain sensitive information related to the resultant name schemas. For example, an attacker may implement a brute force or dictionary attack and gain confidential information. Now select all the name schemas and drag and delete them. Right click the domain entity and select all transforms to DNS name start of authority, that is SOA. This returns the primary name server and the email of the domain administrator. By extracting the SOA related information, attackers attempt to find vulnerabilities in their services and architectures and therefore exploit them. You can see the name server on your screen. Select both the entities and delete them. This is all for this video. In next video, we will explore some more utilities of Maltego. In the last practical, we saw how to identify the server-side technology, how to identify the domain and domain name schema, and how to identify the service-oriented architecture, that is the SOA information. In this practical, we will see how to identify the mail exchanger and name server, IP address and the location and the entities. Let's start the practical. We have already grabbed the website entity on the screen. Now, just click the entity, go to all transforms and select domain DNS. We have done this in the last lecture. Now select the domain and click to DNS name MX mail server. This transform returns the mail server associated with the domain. By identifying the mail exchanger server, attackers attempt to exploit the vulnerabilities in the server and thereby use it to perform malicious activities such as sending spam emails. Now, select the mail server and delete it. Right-click the domain entity and select all transforms to DNS name NS name server. By identifying the primary name server, an attacker can implement various techniques to exploit the server and thereby perform malicious activities such as DNS hijacking and URL redirection. The NS name server returns the name servers associated with the domain. you can see the name servers as NS3, NS4, NS1, NS2. Select all the entities and delete them. Now, you also need to delete the domain entity. Right-click the main website entity and go to All Transforms to IP address DNS. This displays the IP address of the website. By obtaining the IP address of the website, an attacker can simulate various scanning techniques to find open ports and vulnerabilities and thereby attempt to intrude in the network and exploit them. Right-click the IP address entity and select to location, city and country. This transform identifies the geographical location where the IP address is located. You can see the IP address is located in United States. By obtaining the information related to geographical location, attackers can perform social engineering attacks by making voice calls, that is wishing to an individual in attempt to leverage sensitive information. Now, again we need to find the domain name. Just right click and go to All Transforms and Domain DNS. We have obtained the domain entity. Now select Run Transforms and to entities from Whois IBM Watson. This transform returns the entities pertaining to the owner of the domain. Voila! We have gathered a lot of information like the name of corporation, random email IDs, the exact location where the IP address is hosted, the name of the organization holder, and various random phone numbers. This is a hell lot of information you can get. Select all the entities and delete them. By obtaining this information, an attacker can exploit the servers displayed in the result or simulate a brute force attack or any other technique to hack into the admin mail account and send phishing mails to the contacts in that account. Click a new graph and drag the person entity. The personal entity is in the Personal tab. The name of the entity is set as John Doe by default. To assign a target person name, double-click John Doe and type the name of the target person. We will give the name as Bill Gates. Now right-click the entity and select All Transforms to email address. Verify common. Voila! We have got a lot of email address. But remember, this is not the email address of the founder of Microsoft, that is the Bill Gates. These are the email address of all the people who are registered as Bill Gates. Maltego displays all the valid email address on your screen. Access the email address and determine which one belongs to the target person. Now select all the email address and delete them. This is all for this practical. In the next practical, we will see the HT-Track website mirroring. Let us start with a new practical. In this practical, we will mirror a website using HT-Track tool. HT-Track website copier is an offline browser utility that downloads a website to a local directory. It can be difficult to perform footprinting on a live website. In that case, you may need to mirror a website. This mirroring of the website helps you to footprint the website thoroughly on your local system. As a professional ethical hacker or pen tester, you should be able to mirror the website of the target organization. This lab will demonstrate how to mirror a target website. Just go to any browser and then type download httrack. The first link you can see, download httrack website copier. You can download any file over there, but their website has recommended one file. Just download that file. Just follow all the installation steps by clicking next. The httrack website copier main window should appear after you click finish. Click OK and then click next to create a new project. Enter the name of project in the new project name field and select the base path to store the copied files and click next. Enter a target website. Here we will enter the website www.certifiedhacker.com. This is a testing website recommended by the EC Council. Now click Set Options. Click the Scan Rules tab and select the checkboxes for file types as shown. Click Next. By default, the radio button will be selected for please adjust the connection parameters if necessary. Then press Finish to launch the mirroring operation and check Disconnect when finished. Just click Finish. You can see the website mirroring is in process. Just wait for some time and you will get your mirrored website. The httrack displays the message mirroring operation complete once the mirroring is completed. Click Browse Mirrored Website. It will redirect you to the mirrored website. You can see in the URL the website is mirrored and is showing the path of your local directory. You can scan through the website and search what information you need to gather. So the main question is, why do we need to mirror the website? Basically, it downloads each and everything and our IP address is not traced to the website server. We can trace each and every utility on the website even if the website is mirrored. If you wish to stop the mirroring in progress, click Cancel on the Site Mirroring Progress window. This is all for this practical. In the next practical, we will gather information using the Harvester tool. In the last practical, we saw how to mirror a website. In this practical, we will gather information using the Harvester tool. The Harvester gathers emails, subdomains, hosts, employee names, open ports, and banners from different public sources like search engines, key servers, and Shodan-like computer databases. As a professional ethical hacker, you should be able to extract information on the target using automated tools such as the Harvester. It uses Google, Bing, Shodan, LinkedIn to extract valuable information from the target domain. This lab will demonstrate extracting information using the harvester. Log into your Kali machine and head to terminal window. Just head to the terminal window in Kali Linux and type the command sudo, which stands for administrator privileges, then the harvester -d, which is domain name certifiedhacker.com, -l 300, that is the 300, the harvester will scan for 300 results in each website, -b, that is banner grab everything, that is all, and press enter. I've already scanned through harvester. It takes a hell lot of time for harvester to display you results. You can see like it has scanned some results from LinkedIn like Chris Zembauer, and it can be the ID of that employee. Devendra Terse, that can be the ID. Like it can give you all this kind of information through which you can perform phishing on the websites. Then the harvester has terminated itself when the search is over. In the next practical, we will see a large framework on the internet, the OSINT framework for information gathering. Let us continue practicals on information gathering. In this practical, we are going to see how to gather information using OSINT framework. Intel and reconnaissance are among the first steps taken in cybersecurity research effort. Here, OSINT plays a big role in data collection. While there are tons of public resources for getting information about any individual or organization, they are spread throughout different parts of internet, sometimes mixed with security tools and data intelligence utilities. That's why the OSINT framework plays a vital role. Just go to Google and search OSINT framework. Click the very first link which appears on your screen. Here is the OSINT framework. OSINT framework, as its name implies, is a cybersecurity framework and a collection of OSINT tools to make your intel and data collection tasks easier. This tool is mostly used by security researchers and pen testers for digital footprinting, OSINT research, intelligence gathering, and reconnaissance. It provides a simple web-based interface that allows you to browse through different tools. It also provides an excellent classification of all existing information gathering resources, therefore making it a great resource for knowing what information security areas you are neglecting to explore. OSINT framework is classified based on different topics and goals. This can be easily seen while taking a look at the OSINT tree available on your screen. You can see the OSINT framework is a large collection of tools and resources. Now we will explore some tools. You can just input any website and crawl that website. As you can see, this is the same data we got through the Martego. Even some of the details like address of the administrator, technical contact information are also available through the Whois lookup. Therefore, you must have got how much information gathering is important for a certified ethical hacker. Well, this certified hacker website is created only for dummy purposes, for testing purposes. It is not an official website. Now, we will see another important and interesting tool in OSINT, like the terrorism database. Just click Access the Global Terrorism Database. You can just search the name of any terrorist you want and you can get entire information about that terrorist. Voila! You can see the entire data of Osama bin Laden, like when he was captured, what are the attacks carried out by him, and many more. Even there are some of the filters available like date, region, country, weapon type and all. So let us have a quick recap of what we saw in this practical. We explored the OSINT framework for subdomains, contact numbers, TNS domains, databases, public records, terrorism, tools, threat intelligence, and many more. Let us continue with the information gathering practicals. In this practical, we will gather information using the NSLOOKUP. NSLOOKUP is a network administration command line tool available in many computer operating systems for querying the domain name system to obtain the domain name or the IP address mapping or the DNS records of a particular website. The name NSLOOKUP means Name Server Lookup. So, for NSLOOKUP practical, we will use the command prompt in Windows. Just go to the search button and type CMD over there. On the new command prompt, type NSLOOKUP and press enter. This displays the default server and its address assigned to the Windows Server machine. In the NSLOOKUP interactive mode, type set space type is equal to A and press enter. Setting the type as A configures NSLOOKUP to query for the IP address of the given domain. Type the target domain as www.certifiedhacker.com and press enter. This resolves the IP address and displays the result as you can see on the screen. Now we will find the canonical name. For finding the canonical name, type set space type is equal to CNAME and press enter. The canonical name lookup is done directly against the domain's authoritative name server and lists the CNAME records for the domain. Here type certifiedhacker.com. Remember, don't type www here as we are typing the domain name over here. This returns the domain's authoritative name server along with the mail server address as shown on the screen. Since you have obtained the authoritative name server, you will need to determine the IP address of the name server. Now issue the command set space type is equal to A. You can see the primary name server in the results before as ns1.bluehost.com. Type ns1.bluehost.com, that is the primary name server, and space enter. This returns the IP address of the server as shown on the screen. The authoritative name server stores the records associated with the domain. So, if an attacker can determine the authoritative name server, that is the primary name server, and obtain its associated IP address, the attacker might attempt to exploit the server to perform attacks like DOS, DDoS, URL redirection, and so on. This is all for this practical. In the next practical, we will gather information using Shodan. Let us start with a new section, Scanning and enumeration. In this lecture, we are going to learn an overview of network scanning. So what is scanning? Scanning is a set of procedures for identifying live hosts, ports, services, discovering operating systems, architecture of target system, identifying vulnerabilities and threats in the given network. Network scanning is used to create a profile of the target organization. Scanning refers to collecting more information using complex and aggressive reconnaissance techniques. So what are objectives of network scanning? To discover live hosts and computers, IP address, open ports of the target victim. To discover services that are running on the host computer. To discover the operating system and system architecture of the target. To discover and deal with the vulnerabilities in live hosts. Every organization has a network. This network could be an internal network which consists of all the systems connected with each other, or it can be a network that's connected to the internet. In either case, to hack the network, you will have to find a vulnerable point in the network that can be exploited. Network scanning is used to find such vulnerable points. So, how is network scanning different from information gathering? Well, think of it as like this. You are an army officer and you and your team are planning to attack a terrorist lair. You have found out the location of the lair and details about the surroundings and also the ways to send them to the lair. You can consider all this information you have gathered using the information gathering phase. Now, you have to find the point through which you can enter the terrorist organization and attack the enemy. This is network scanning. In simple terms, information gathering is used to gather information and understand your target, and network scanning is a method used to find possible vulnerable points in the network through which you can hack the network. Depending on what kind of information the scan identifies, network scanning can be classified into two types: port scanning and vulnerability scanning. For learning the network scanning phase, you need to learn TCP connection establishment, also called as three-way handshake. TCP three-way handshake is a process which is used in a TCP/IP network to make a connection between the server and the client. It is a three-step process that requires both the client and server to exchange synchronization and acknowledgement packets before the real data communication process starts. Three-way handshake process is designed in such a way that both ends help you to initiate, negotiate, and separate TCP socket connections at the same time. It allows you to transfer multiple TCP socket connections in both the directions at the same time. The TCP traffic begins with a three-way handshake. In this TCP handshake process, a client needs to initiate the conversation by requesting a communication session with the server. So, how is the process of three-way handshake? In the first step, the client establishes a connection with the server. It sends a segment with the SYN, that is the synchronization packet, and informs the server about the client that when should the communication be start. With that, the client also sends the sequence number. In the second step, server responds to the client with SYN-ACK signal, that is synchronization and acknowledgement. Acknowledgement helps you to signify the response of the segment that is received. In the final step, the client acknowledges the response of the server and they both create a stable connection will begin the actual data transfer process. So let us have a summary of a TCP handshake. In the first step, the client establishes a connection with the server. In the second step, the server responds to the client with SYN-ACK signal set. And in the final step, the client acknowledges the response of the server. In the last slide, we saw the TCP three-way handshake process initiation. In this slide, we will see TCP connection termination. For terminating the connection, client sends a FIN segment. FIN stands for finish to the server with FIN bit set to 1. Client enters the FIN wait state 1. Client waits for an acknowledgement from the server. After receiving the FIN segment, server frees up its buffers. Server sends an acknowledgement to the client. Server enters the close wait state. After receiving the acknowledgement, client enters the FIN wait 2 state. Now, the connection from client to server is terminated. That is, one-way connection is closed. Client cannot send any data to the server since server has released its buffers. pure acknowledgements can be sent from the client to server. The connection from the server to client is still open, that is one-way connection is still open. Server now can send both data and acknowledgements to the client. Now, suppose server wants to close the connection with the client. For terminating the connection between server and client, server sends a fin segment to the client with fin bit set to 1. Server waits for the acknowledgement from the client. Note, if server wanted, it could have sent the fin segment along with the previous acknowledgement that it sends to the client. After receiving the final segment, client frees up its buffers. Client sends the acknowledgement to the server, which is not mandatory, and then client enters the time wait state. So what is time wait state? The time wait state allows the client to resend the final acknowledgement if it gets lost. The time spent by the client in time wait state depends on the implementation. The typical values are 30 seconds, 1 minute and 2 minutes. After the wait, the connection gets formally closed. In the next lecture, we will see different scanning techniques. Let us continue with scanning and enumeration theory part. In this lecture, we are going to learn an overview of Nmap, and we will also get to know why we use Nmap. Nmap, that is Network Mapper, is an open source and free security scanner used for network discovery and security auditing. During a scan, Nmap sends specially crafted packets to the target host and then analyzes the responses. It is capable of host discovery, port scanning, service name and version detection, OS detection. The typical use of Nmap includes security audits of a firewall and host, open port identification, network security audit, network mapping, network inventory, asset management, vulnerability detection and exploitation, host and service uptime monitoring. Nmap is famous as Swiss knife of the network discovery and security auditing process. Nmap uses raw IP packets in a novel way to determine what hosts are available on the network and what services like application name and version those hosts are offering, what operating system, that is the OS versions, are running on the system, what type of packet filters, firewalls are in use, and dozens of other characteristics. It was designed to rapidly scan large networks but works fine against single hosts. Nmap is available for Linux, Windows as well as Mac OS. In addition, classic command line Nmap executable, the Nmap suite includes an advanced GUI called as ZenMap. ZenMap has all the flexible and graphical oriented features. Nmap was named Security Product of the Year by Linux Journal, InfoWorld, linuxquestions.org and Code Talker Digest. It was even featured in 12 movies, including The Matrix Reloaded, Die Hard 4, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, and The Bourne Ultimatum. Nmap owns its unique scripting engine which handles all the vulnerability and exploitation scans, popularly known as NSE, Nmap Scripting Engine. One can write their own custom scripts and run that script against the target host. There is an official book authored by some founder of Nmap. It explains various topics like how to use Nmap effectively, how port scanning is being done, how to create custom TCP/IP packets at network level for advanced port scanning, and so on. Let us discuss the cheat sheet of some important commands in Nmap. Let us start with the first command. Nmap-h displays how to use the Nmap tool as well as the syntax of all the commands. The next three commands, in that first, Nmap 192.168.1.1 scans a single IP. Next command scans multiple IPs. And the next command, Nmap 192.168.1.1-254 scans a range of IPs. In the next command, scanme.nmap.org is the domain name. Therefore, Nmap can also be used to scan the domains. Nmap-o is used for OS fingerprinting. Nmap-a gives you everything about that IP address, like the ports, which ports are open, which operating system that system is using, and all the information. Next is the nmap-T0, T1, T2, T3, T4, T5. T0 is used for intrusion detection system evasion. -T1 is used for more aggressively evading the intrusion detection system. -T2, it slows down the scan to use less bandwidth and use less target machine resources. -T3 is the normal speed. -T4 aggressively scans the target network. It assumes that you are on a reasonably fast and reliable network. -T5 is the insane speed scan. It assumes that you are on an extraordinary fast network. Next command, nmap-f. Sometimes a single large packet is blocked by a firewall. Therefore, by applying -f, a single large packet is broken down to smaller packets. The next, nmap-s www.microsoft.com space www.facebook.com. It scans facebook.com from microsoft.com, therefore hides our real IP address. And the last, nmap-on. It saves the scan results in a normal text file. We are going to execute all these commands in our practical lectures. In the next lecture, we'll start with the practicals on scanning.
In the last two lectures, we studied the networking concepts and the different types of scan. Now it's time to actually see how scanning does and what is scanning. So in this lecture, we will scan a target using Zenmap GUI. Then we will trace all the sent and received packets. We will perform a slow comprehensive scan, create a new profile to perform a null scan, and analyze the scan results. So without wasting any much time, let us directly get started. First, we need to download the Zenmap. Zenmap is actually the GUI for Nmap that we have used in Kali. So what you have to do? You have to open the browser, go to Google, and then you have to type download Zenmap. Click on the first link, that is nmap.org. It is the official platform to download Zenmap. Go to the downloads section. Then you have to download the two softwares, Nmap and npcap. npcap is the support for Zenmap GUI. So download all the two setups and wait till the download completes. The files have been downloaded and I have installed both the files. What you have to do is just open the files and run both of them. This is the Zenmap GUI. You can see we have to enter the target IP address there. Then commands we have to enter there. The profile tells us which scan it is. So for first, since we're using certifiedhacker.com, we need to find the IP address of that. So let us find the IP address. We know how to find the IP address using ping command. We have seen it in the networking course. So type ping certifiedhacker.com. We get the IP address 162.241.216.11. So take that IP address and then navigate to Zenmap. Paste the IP address there. You can see automatically the IP address appears in the command prompt. Now we have to select the type of the scan which we want to do. So these are all the different scans, intent scan, UDP scan. We will see each one of them. Hit the start button. First we are going to do the intent scan. Now this scan will take a lot of time. For all the scans, I have fast forwarded the videos so that I can explain what is happening on the screen. You can see this scan has discovered the open port 53, open port 143, 995 and all those things. So we have got the result. Completed SYN stealth scan. In the last lecture, we had seen an example of stealth scan, and in this lecture, we are seeing the use of that scan. In the command section, you might have wondering what is -T4. -T4 stands for the maximum level you want the Nmap scan to reach from 0 to 5. -A stands for all the data to be displayed. That is, while scanning, the entire information should be displayed. That is, scan version, scan OS, scan everything. And -V stands for verbosity. That is, more deep information. So we have completed the scan, and now we can see the open ports. The open ports are displayed in green color. We can see port 21 is open, port 22 is open, port 26 is open, port 25 might be open, but our scan detected it as a filtered port. We also find out the versions. As you can see, port 3306 is a MySQL port using the version 5.6.41 to 841. These are the services: Microsoft, MySQL, POP. So by clicking on these services, you can get the entire information. Now, what is the use of the version? Why do we require that version? I will demonstrate to you why do we require that version. Note down the version and go to Google and just type the name of that version, MySQL exploits. So exploits for MySQL, and the version is 5.6.41, and then hit enter. My bad, the spelling is horrible. So yes, we found out the exploits for MySQL version. There you go. These are the total exploits that were vulnerabilities. The score is not so good. These are not severe vulnerabilities, but yes, there are vulnerabilities present. So hackers use such information to find out which vulnerabilities can exist on the system. You can see the version is Apache, HTTP is open, FTP is open, and the domain is IIC. BitTorrent 1 is filtered. Network topology or topology tab just tells you how our scan reached till the destination, that is the target IP address. We can see different forms of topology. You can explore it here and there and just try. Then the host details and scans. This was the first scan. Let us see a different type of scan. Again, open Nmap and paste the same target, certified hacker. But in this case, we are going to use a different command. What we are going to type is nmap --packet trace followed by the IP address. By issuing the packet trace command, Nmap sends some packets to the intended machine and receives the packet to the sent packets. It prints a summary of every packet it sends and receives. The --packet trace option causes Nmap to print a summary of every packet it sends and receives. This can be extremely useful for debugging or understanding Nmap's behavior. So you can see on the screen the packets are sent from host to target and the packets received from target to host. Consider one example. Each line in the output contains several fields. The first is whether the packet is sent or received. The second is a timer counter providing the elapsed time started. Third one is the protocol that is used. The fourth field stands for the IP address of the source, and the fifth field stands for the IP address of the destination, which in our case is the IP address of certifiedhacker.com. It also gives the ID, and you can see there are numerous packets which have been sent and received in this process. The scan is still going on. RCVD stands for received packets and SENT stands for sent packets. You can see again we can see the number of open ports and filtered ports. Once the scan is performed, we can see the services, then hosts, open ports and etc. as we have seen in the first scan itself. The host detail tabs allows the user to see the details of all the hosts discovered during the intents profile. The topology tabs help us to view the topology of the target network that contains the provided IP address. Click Fisheye option to view the topology in a clear way. There you go. You have the ZenMap screen. Again, paste the IP address. The next one is a slow comprehensive scan. Slow comprehensive scan uses three different protocols: TCP, UDP and SSTP, and helps in determining which operating system, services and versions the hosts are running according to the most common TCP and UDP services. It is simply an intense scan using UDP protocol in addition with some more scanning options. Now one thing that I want to tell you, that these scans take a very long time. My scan, it almost took around 20 minutes to scan the complete network. So make sure you have patience while using such scanning tools and while using Nmap tools. Now after scanning, you can see on the bottom that it is still initiating a UDP scan. Already 9 seconds have been elapsed and it is really taking a lot of time to actually conduct the whole comprehensive scan. So make sure that you use to get more patience to such scans, because you won't get results in just 2 to 3 minutes. You have to wait for almost half an hour. Attackers scan large networks and they wait to get results for almost 2 to 3 days. So it's that huge and you should have patience to wait for such scans. So you can see after 8 minutes it's only 5.96 has done and it's a lot to go. So we will I will explain everything once the scan is completed. Estimated time completion is still 20 minutes. So I hope you have got the idea of how these huge scans are. The results are same. We can see it has discovered some open ports, port 143, port 22, port 993 and many more. Now let us wait till the scan gets finished. Finally, we have completed the UDP scan and now it is initiating a service scan. So to complete the whole scan, it will really take a lot of time. Now it is initiating a NEC scan. Voila! After a lot of wait, we have finally completed the scan in around, you can see, 1457 seconds. That is almost 22 minutes to complete the whole scan. But this time we have got all the ports that are open. This is a slow comprehensive scan which scans through the entire network. You can see there are different services open, different versions are open, few ports are filtered, few ports are open. You can try this on any website because this is not actually interacting with the website. It just sends packets. But yes, do take prior information before scanning any website. You can see the signature algorithm is SHE256, that is secure hash algorithm. We will see all these algorithms in details in the last 2 or 3 sections. Then you can see they have used encryption algorithm, AES algorithms. So you can see using the -v tab has actually revealed us with a lot of information. in detail. Everything is available in detail, and if you really have patience to wait for the scan, you can find each and everything, which keys are used, what keys are used, what is the number of bits the keys are using for cryptography. Then you can see the topology, the fisheye, in which form our network was scanned, and everything. In order to learn any tool, you just have to explore, keep on exploring the tools. These are the host scans. Accuracy is 99% accurate. The results are 99% accurate. Then we have found IPv4. Then closed ports, open ports, and much more. Now, let us close this and let us start the last type of scan. So again, open ZenMap and start the scan. Yes, ZenMap has opened. Now let's go to profile, and we'll now create a new profile or a null profile, as we have discussed in the starting of this lecture. So what are you supposed to do? So you have to go to regular scan, then you have to go to profile, new profile, then you can enter the name, then under the profile name you can enter whatever name. I will give it a null scan. After that, I will go to the scan tab, which is just close to the profile. Then I will select the TCP scan as -SN, that is the null scan. Then timing template is aggressive, that we have discussed, T4. Then we have to enable all advanced aggressive options, that is A, which will give us more results, and then save. And whenever you apply these changes to a particular website or a scanning network, you can find the results. So let us find out this scan on certified hacker. So we will ping certifiedhacker.com, and then we will get the IP address, and then try the null scan on certifiedhacker.com. Certifiedhacker.com is a website provided by EC Council, so we have no harm in using the website for testing purposes, because it is intentionally meant for testing only. You can even try these scans on the damn vulnerable web applications, which we have seen in the first section. So again, it has started, and you have to wait for this scan to finish. It would again take 20 to 30 minutes, but you will get the results as same. It's still going, so make sure you wait till the scan gets completed. So let us have a quick recap. We learned how to scan the target using a ZenMap. We saw different tools and techniques. We analyzed and create hosts, and in the next lecture we will use Nmap in Kali Linux.
In the last lecture, we saw how to scan a network using Nmap. In this lecture, we will start with enumeration. So what is enumeration? Network enumeration is the technique used to look closely or monitor minutely the network set on a computer. It is a technique used to check the ports occupied by the network. It is generally a security technique used by the ethical hackers. With the help of network enumeration, vulnerabilities can be discovered, which can be then used by the network analysts, security analysts, to fix the vulnerabilities in the system. In the enumeration phase, attacker creates active connections with the system and performs directed queries to gain more information about the target. Attackers then use the extracted information to identify points of system attack and perform password attacks to gain unauthorized access to information system resources. Enumeration techniques are conducted in an intranet environment. Information enumerated by intruders are network resources, network shares, routing tables, audits and services, SNMP and FQDN details, machine names, users and groups, applications and banners. So what are the results of enumeration? Extract usernames using email IDs. Extract information using default passwords. Brute force Active Directories. Extract user groups from Windows. Extract information using DNS zone transfer. And extract usernames using SNMP. During enumeration, information is systematically collected and individual systems are identified. The pen testers examine the systems in their entirety. This allows them to evaluate security weaknesses. In enumeration, the experts extract the information of NetBIOS information, user and group accounts, network shares, trusted domains and services which are either running or stopped. Well, the SuperScan detects open TCP and UDP ports on a target machine and determines which services are running on those ports. We will see SuperScan practical in the next video. As an expert ethical hacker and pen tester, you need to enumerate target networks and extract lists of computers, usernames, user groups, machine names, network resources, and services using various enumeration techniques. So, in the next lecture, we will see types of enumeration. In the last lecture, we saw an introduction to enumeration. In this lecture, we will see two types of enumeration. The first is NetBIOS enumeration. NetBIOS is a unique 16 ASCII character string used to identify the network devices over TCP/IP. 15 characters are used for the device name and the 16th character is reserved for the service or name record type. Attackers use the NetBIOS enumeration to obtain a list of computers that belong to the domain, list of shares on individual hosts in the network, policies and passwords. NBStat utility in Windows displays NetBIOS over TCP/IP protocol statistics, NetBIOS name tables for both local and remote computers, and the NetBIOS name caches. HYNA shows shares and user login names for Windows servers and domain controls. It displays graphical representation of Microsoft Terminal Services, Microsoft Windows, Network, Web Client, and many more. Next is the SNMP enumeration. SNMP stands for Simple Network Management Protocol. SNMP enumeration is a process of enumerating user accounts and devices on a target system using SNMP. SNMP consists of a manager and an agent. Agents are embedded on every network device and the manager is installed on a separate computer. SNMP holds two passwords to access and configure the SNMP agent from the management station. The two passwords are read community string. It is public by default. It allows viewing of device configuration. And read and write community string. It is private by default and allows remote editing of configuration. Attackers use these default community strings to extract information about a device. Attackers enumerate SNMP to extract information about network resources such as hosts, routers, devices, shares, and many more. Network information such as ARP tables, routing tables, traffic information is obtained through SNMP enumeration. So how to avoid SNMP enumeration? Remove the SNMP agent or turn off the SNMP services on your computer. If shutting off the SNMP is not an option, then change the default community string names. Upgrade to SNMP3, which encrypts passwords and messages. Implement the group policy security option called as the additional restrictions for anonymous connections. Ensure that the access to null session pipes, null session shares, and IPsec filtering is restricted. Also, disable the DNS zone transfers to untrusted hosts. In the next video, we will start with the practicals on enumeration. The first practical is enumeration using SuperScan.
So in the last lecture and the previous one to that, we saw what is enumeration and also discussed different types of enumeration. And now it's time to make your hands dirty. So SuperScan, and in this lecture we are going to see network enumeration using SuperScan. So why SuperScan? SuperScan is a TCP port scanner, pinger and a resolver. Its features include extensive Windows host enumeration capability, TCP synchronization scanning and UDP scanning. So without wasting any much time, let us get started. So now first we have to download SuperScan. So on Google type download SuperScan. So the third link that you can see on the screen, SuperScan from Softonic download, click there and proceed and follow the instructions to download SuperScan. We will wait till the software gets downloaded on our machine. So you can see the SuperScan zip file has been downloaded. Click extract here to get the setup. So you can see the SuperScan setup. Click double click and yes, the error is you must have total administrator privileges. So right click on the setup and then click run as administrator. So I guess it is already a pre-installed version. So minimize the rest of the window and let us start exploring what is SuperScan. So what is the purpose of SuperScan? The purpose of SuperScan is to gather information such as account lockout threshold, local groups and user enumeration, global groups and user accounts, then check for user accounts with blank passwords and other forms also. Now during enumeration, information is systematically collected and individual systems are identified. Penetration testers examine systems in their entirety to evaluate security weaknesses. So in this lab, we will extract NetBIOS information, user group and accounts, network shares, and other TCP and UDP ports. You know that for all the hacking lab purposes, we are using the website provided by the EC Council, that is www.certifiedhacker.com. So click on the Windows Enumeration tab. Now enter the IP address of the target machine. So to find out the IP address of the target machine, we will use the ping command to issue the target IP address. So open command prompt and type ping www.certifiedhacker.com. There you go, we have the IP address. Ctrl C, copy the IP address and go to SuperScan and then paste it in the target field. Now, since we are using certifiedhacker.com, we have this IP address. If you want to use or if you are doing a proper penetration test, this may differ in your lab. Now check the types of the enumeration you want to perform. We have checked all the types of enumeration and now click enumerate. We will wait till we get further information. SuperScan starts enumerating the provided host name and displays the results as you can see on the screen, and we will wait till we arrive with further results. You can see that we have successfully completed the enumeration. After the enumeration is complete, please press the stop button changes. Now since it is already stopped automatically, you can't see a stop button there. So Now scroll the window to see the results of enumeration. We can see the groups present on certifiedhacker.com. There are users present on certifiedhacker.com. There are also shares which are present on certifiedhacker.com. Drives are present. So basically, this super scan or this information that you can see on the screen will not give you the results, but will just tell you whether a thing is present or not. Since this is enumeration, it will just give you an answer in the form of yes or no. Are users present? Yes. Are groups present? Yes. Are shares present? Yes. So now you have to use the other tools to actually get the users and the groups. Now we will go to tools. In these tools, it is asking us to put the host name, IP or URL. So we'll just type www.certifiedhacker.com. And now we will gather information which we had gathered using the Maltego. So just click hostname or IP lookup. And there you go. We find the IP address. Now let us get ping. Yes, it is pinging. Now zone transfer. Let's see what we get. So the domain is test.com@10, which is the zone for certifiedhacker.com. Let's go to whois. And there you go. It is network solutions, which we had found out using Maltego also. Superscan is a tool which is used to analyze and document the results related to the host or target which you're trying to find out. So this was all for today's lecture. In this lecture, we saw how to use Superscan, and the conclusion for this lecture is to you will only get the answer in the form of yes or no. You won't get the detailed information. You will have to use other tools such as Maltego and other devices. But yes, you will get a clear answer whether users are present on the target website, the shares are present or not. So in the next lecture, we will see enumeration using Hyena. And let us start with the last lecture of scanning and enumeration section. Now in this section or in this lecture, we are going to see enumerating the resources in a local machine, that is your own machine. So what is Hyena? Hyena uses an Explorer style interface for all the operations, including right-click context menus for all the objects. Hackers enumerate applications and banners in addition to identifying user accounts and shared resources. In this lab, Hyena uses an Explorer style interface for all the operations: management of users, groups, shares, domains, computers, services, devices, events, files, printers and print jobs, sessions, so basically everything. To be an expert ethical hacker and a penetration tester, you should have sound knowledge of enumeration, which requires an active connection to the machine being attacked. So the objective of this lecture is to help you to learn and perform network enumeration of system user information and running services. Again, Hyena is a Windows utility. So first you will need to download Hyena, as we have downloaded the Superscan in the previous lecture. So let us proceed. So let us go to Google and then type download Hyena. Enumeration is the process of extracting usernames, machine names, network resources, shares and services from a system. The System Tools Hyena software download is the official website to download the software. Click download and choose the suitable version. Now my system is 64-bit, so I will choose 64-bit version and language English. Now do not fill anything. You can see another link. So just click on that link to download Hyena. Save Hyena at your destination folder and just wait for the folder to get downloaded. So have we downloaded Hyena. Click extract here to extract the files of Hyena, and you can see a setup Hyena English 64. Follow the steps to install the software. On completion of installation of Install Sheet Wizard, it will complete automatically, and click Finish to complete the installation. let us wait till Hyena gets installed. Now click the finish icon to complete the installation. On completion of installation, launch Hyena application from the apps list. So type there Hyena and click the application. If the system tools update notification utility appears, click close. If the registration window appears, click OK to continue. If the Hyena dialog box appears prompting you to register the application, click no. And finally, the main window of Hyena appears as you can see on the screen. Hyena can be used on any Windows client to manage any Windows network system, Windows 2000, XP, 7 or even 2010. Now click the plus node of the local workstation to expand the users node to view all the users on the local machine. So click users plus and you can see these are the users on my machine. Since I do not want to disclose any personal information, I have blurred the part. Now to check the services running on the system, double click services. Now basically this information is of my current system. Now why do you need to check your own system? Now suppose, consider a scenario, you are an attacker and you have successfully hacked the target machine, but you do not know which services are running. So you can just download Hyena there and then enumerate the services on that machine. Now double click user rights to list the user rights. Hyena also includes full exporting capabilities and both Microsoft Excel exporting and other options as well. Now double click the scheduled jobs to examine the scheduled jobs. Now this is asking for permission, so I have restricted this permission because I do not want to expose it. So by observing all these options, you can check for any reasonable information discovered by Hyena that would prompt you to take proper security measures to safeguard system. Now Hyena is not only used by the attackers, but it is also used by security experts to secure their own system. Because using Hyena, you can see that you can get information about your own computer. And if by chance your computer gets compromised and hacker installs Hyena on your device, he can see all the information. So the conclusion of this lecture is there are two scenarios, either an hacker or a security expert. For both the people, Hyena is equally useful. So this was all for this lecture, and finally we have ended our scanning and enumeration section. And in the next section, which is the most important section of our ethical hacking course, and for the section which you are probably waiting for, which is the vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. So let us get started with the next section. If you have any doubts, please feel free to ask us. We will try to answer those questions within 48 hours. Happy learning.
Let us start with a new section, Vulnerability Assessment. In this lecture, we are going to learn an introduction to vulnerability assessment. So what is vulnerability assessment? Vulnerability assessment refers to the process of identifying risks and vulnerabilities in a computer network, system, hardware, applications, and other parts of IT ecosystem. Vulnerability assessments provide security teams and other stakeholders with the information they need to analyze and prioritize risks for potential remediation in the proper context. Vulnerability assessments are a critical component of the vulnerability management and IT risk management life cycles, thus helping protect systems and data from unauthorized access and data breaches. Vulnerability assessment typically leverage tools like vulnerability scanners to identify threats and flaws within an organization's IT infrastructure that represents potential vulnerabilities or risk exposures. So why vulnerability assessments are important? Vulnerability assessments allow security teams to apply a consistent, comprehensive and clear approach in identifying and resolving security threats and risks. There are several benefits to an organization, like early and consistent identification of threats and weaknesses in IT security, remediation actions to close any gaps and protect sensitive systems and information, meet cybersecurity compliances and regulatory needs for areas like HIPAA and PCI DSS, protect against data breaches and other unauthorized accesses. Vulnerability assessment is important because an administrator needs vulnerability research, like to gather information about security trends, threats, and attacks. Thus, vulnerability assessment is very important for any pen test. So, what are the types of vulnerability assessment? First is the active assessment. In active assessment, it uses a network scanner to find hosts, services, and vulnerabilities. Next is the passive assessment. It is a technique used to sniff the network traffic to find out active systems, network services, applications, and vulnerabilities present in the system. External assessment. It assesses the network from a hacker's point to find what types of exploit and vulnerabilities are present in the system. Internal assessment. It is a technique to scan the internal infrastructure to find out the exploits and the vulnerabilities. Host-based assessment. It determines the vulnerabilities in a specific workstation or server by performing configuration level check through the command line. Network assessments. It determines the possible network security attacks that may occur in the organization system. Application assessments. It tests the web infrastructure for any misconfiguration and for the known vulnerabilities. And the last is wireless network assessments. It determines the vulnerabilities in the organization's wireless networks. This is all for this lecture. In the next lecture, we will see the phases of vulnerability assessment with different tools. In the last lecture, we had an introduction to what is vulnerability assessment. In this lecture, we are going to see different phases of vulnerability assessment. Vulnerability assessment and scans should be performed on a regular basis. IT environments are changing all the time. For instance, a software update or system configuration can change or could change into a complete new vulnerability. New threats continue to emerge. So, it's essential to identify and address vulnerabilities quickly to limit cybersecurity risk. Vulnerability scanning is only part of a vulnerability assessment. Other processes, such as pen testing, can identify different types of threats to IT in your organization. Pen testing complements vulnerability scanning and is useful for determining if a vulnerability can be acted on and whether that action would cause damage and data loss or other issues. So, the first phase is initial assessment phase. It identifies the assets and defines the risk and critical value for each device based on the client inputs such as security assessment, vulnerability scanner. It's important to identify at least the importance of the device that you have on your network or at least the devices that you will test. It's also important to understand if the device can be accessed by any member of your company, such as a public computer, or just administrators and authorized users. The initial assessment phase is also important to gather information about the systems before the vulnerability assessment. At least review if the device has open ports, processes, and services that shouldn't be open. Also, understand the approved drivers and software that should be installed on the device and the basic configuration of each new device. Try to perform a banner grabbing or learn what kind of public information should be accessible based on the configuration baseline. Like, does the device send logs into a security information and event management SIM platform? Are the logs at least stored in a central repository? Gather public information and vulnerabilities regarding the device platform, version, vendor, and other relevant details. Next is to perform a vulnerability scan. Use the right policy on your scanner to accomplish the desired results. Prior to starting the vulnerability scan, look for any compliance requirements based on your company's posture and businesses, and then know the best time and date to perform the scan. It's important to recognize the client industry context and determine if the scan can be performed all at once or if a segmentation is needed. An important step is to redefine and get the approval of the policy for the vulnerability scan to be performed. For the best results, use related tools and plugins on vulnerability assessment platforms. In case you need to perform a manual scan for critical assets to ensure the best results, be sure to configure the credentials on the scanner configuration to perform a better and deeper vulnerability assessment. The last is the post-assessment phase. It includes risk assessment, remediation, verification, and monitoring, and the most important, report creation. Pay attention to the details and try to add extra value on the recommendations phase. To get the real value from the final report, add recommendations based on the initial assessment goals. Also, add risk mitigation techniques based on the criticalness of the assets and results. Add findings related to any possible gap between the results and the system baseline definition. Also, add the ways that how the vulnerability can be mitigated. Findings on the vulnerability assessment are normally very useful and are ordered in a way to ensure the understanding of the various reports and findings that you have achieved through the vulnerability assessment phase. The last phase, that is the post-assessment phase, will reflect a complete understanding of the security posture in all the different aspects of the process. It will also deliver a better outcome for something that in the most cases is just a compliance tool. There are 6 types of vulnerability assessment tools. The first is the host-based vulnerability assessment tool. A host-based vulnerability assessment tool finds and identifies the OS running on a particular host computer and tests it for known deficiencies. It searches for common applications and services. The next is the depth assessment tools. These tools find and identify previously unknown vulnerabilities in the system. These type of tools include fuzzers. Next is the application layer vulnerability assessment tools. Application layer vulnerability assessment tools are directed towards web servers or databases. The scope assessment tools. They provide security to the IT system by testing for different vulnerabilities in the applications and the operating systems. Active and passive tools. Active scanners perform vulnerability checks on the network that consume resources on the network. Passive scanners do not affect system resources considerably. They only observe system data and perform data processing on a separate analysis machine. Location and data examine tools. These are network-based scanners, agent-based scanners, proxy scanners, and cluster scanners. So, characteristics of a good vulnerability assessment tools are: it ensures correct outcomes by testing the network resources, ports, protocols, and operating systems. Uses well-organized inference-based approach for testing. Automatically scans against continuously updated databases. Creates brief, actionable, and customizable reports including vulnerabilities by severity level and trend analysis. Supports various networks. So, how to use a vulnerability assessment tools? Vulnerability assessment tools are used to test a host application for vulnerabilities. Choose the tools that best satisfy the following requirements, like test from dozens to 3000 different vulnerabilities depending on the product. Contain several hundred different attack signatures. Match your environment and expertise. Have accurate network application mapping and pen testing. Have a number of regularly updated vulnerability scripts for the platform you're scanning. It should be able to generate reports, and also it should be able to check different levels of pen testing to prevent lockups. In the next lecture, we will see vulnerability scoring systems.
Let us continue with vulnerability assessment. In the previous lectures, we saw what is meant by vulnerability assessment and the phases of vulnerability assessment. But the main question is, how do security experts define the range of a vulnerability. How do they rate it? And therefore, they use the vulnerability scoring systems. Now, what are these scoring systems? There are three major types of vulnerability scoring systems, which are, as you can see on the screen. The first is Common Vulnerability Scoring System, that is CVSS. Second is Common Vulnerability and Exposure, that is CVE. And the last one is National Vulnerability Database, NVD. All of these we are going to see in a couple of minutes. So without wasting any much time, I will directly take you to the website of Common Vulnerability Scoring System, that is CVSS. So right now on Google, just type Common Vulnerability Scoring System. You can see this. Just click enter. Now the first website, that is first.org, you have to click there, and the Common Vulnerability Scoring System provides a way to capture the principal characteristics. Now what does that mean? That means CVSS provides an open framework for communicating the characteristics and impacts of IT vulnerabilities. Its quantitative model ensures that repeatable and accurate measurement while enabling users to see underlying vulnerability characteristics that were used to generate the scores. So how to generate the scores? I will show you a quick demonstration. If you go to the calculator section here, you can see calculator, and now you have to input the values in the base score tab, and depending upon the base score tab, the vulnerability score gets calculated. Let us see how. Now suppose you find out a vulnerability in a website, and according to that you have to choose the values. Now attack vector. So how did you attack the vulnerability? Using network, using adjacent apps, using physical or local. Now since it was a website, I will choose a network. So it was based on network. Okay. Now scope of the vulnerability. What was the scope? What does the scope define? So does a successful attack impact a component other than the vulnerable component? If so, the base score increases. So now what was the scope? Did the scope change after the attack or no? No, it remained unchanged. So I will click unchanged. Attack complexity was low or high. Now there is no medium option. So to just register the score, please select low. Confidentiality. If it revealed any database or any admin passwords, for our example, let's click high. Now the database was revealed. Integrity, it was high, and availability was low, because it is not a vulnerability which actually made an effect on the availability. Now did privileges were required? Low, because we found out the admin password, so we didn't actually require to attack the admin account. And user interaction was required. Yes, it was required. So you can see after clicking this value, automatically the score of the vulnerability got calculated. Now the base score is 7.6, and now let us say you find this vulnerability and then submit it to some organization, and they'll easily accept it. No, you have to provide other measures, you have to provide a proof of concept, and then they will actually analyze, and then they'll provide the score. If we scroll down, exploit code maturity. Now whether it is unproven, proof of concept, functional or high, I will select proof of concept, so it got low. Then report confidence. Now how you are in reporting this vulnerability. Now if you are a security expert and you tell that probably yes, I have got the database fully confirmed, and let's say you got a name Bob and his password, and then you try accessing the website using those passwords and you were successful, which means the confidence is high, so I will click confirmed. Then modified attack vector, modified attack complexity, these all values you have to fill, and then you will get a final score. So for example, confidentiality requirement was medium, integrity was medium, and availability, let's say confidentiality was high, and the rest of things are medium. Now modified attack vector, network, adjacent, local, physical, it was network. Then modified attack complexity was high. Then modified privileges required were low. Modified user interaction, none. Then modified scope MS, unchanged. Modified confidentiality, none, so it became medium. or let's say high, and it changes to high. Modified integrity high, attack vulnerability high. So this is the final score. So base score is 7.6 and temporal score is 7.2, and this is the final attack string. So you can see AL, availability, confidentiality, these are high, low values. So this vector string you have to submit to the organization, and then they will decide and give credit to your vulnerability. So this is how a common vulnerability score system works. You have to provide the input and it will give you the output in the form of the score. The next scoring system is common vulnerability and exposure. So let us start with common vulnerability and exposure system. So as you can see on the Google, just type CVE and hit enter. It is a website of Mitra organization. So just click the first website. Now, yes, you can see latest CVE news, become a numbering authority, and let us see search the CVE list. Here we can see if I just click CVE of SQL injection, let us see what I can get here. Yes, so SQL injection has these are the CVEs. So you can see the first stands for the year, and this number stands the next number stands for the total number of vulnerabilities reported in that year. So you can see in 2020 around 9,000 vulnerabilities have already been reported. Now if you click any one of the vulnerability, you can see the vulnerability number. See, this is the number CVE ID. Learn more at National Vulnerability Database. We'll see it in a couple of minutes. Then assigning CNA, who has assigned this CVE to the person. Then description and proposed. Now it is, in this case, no one has shared their name. They have kept it confidential for, I don't know, for public purposes or what. So this is how CVE works. Basically, if you click at National Vulnerability Database, we can see that yes, so CVX version, CNA, base score, it's critical vulnerability. You can see these are the possible, the vector, the impact, exploratory score is 3.9, attack vector is network, attack complexity is low, privilege required none. So no privileges are required to modify this vulnerability, which is a very critical thing. So weaknesses, change history, etc. So this was all for this lecture. From the next lecture onwards, we will start with automating vulnerability assessment using the Nessus tool. In the previous lectures, we have seen what is meant by a VAPT, that is a vulnerability assessment and a penetration testing. And now it's time to get your hands dirty. So let us start learning about Nessus. In this lecture, you will learn what is Nessus, why do we need Nessus while a vulnerability assessment and a penetration testing tool, and what are the advantages and disadvantages of using Nessus. Let's get started. Nessus is a remote security scanning tool which scans a computer and raises an alert if it discovers any vulnerabilities that the malicious hacker could use again to any computer that you have connected to a network. Basically, Nessus Scanner scans all the vulnerabilities present on the target machine or target website. It reduces the effort of normal penetration testers who would rather take hours and days to manually pen test a website. So, it is a very handy tool, and security experts prefer Nessus Vulnerability Scanner nowadays. There are also many types of scanners, but Nessus still tops the list. Nessus doesn't come as a free tool, but it has a trial version and a free tool in which they provide only 6 to 7 IP addresses you can scan. The professional tool is very costly, and therefore attackers and penetration testers use the free version of it. So why do we need Nessus? Nessus is used to identify which operating systems and services are running on which ports, and therefore the open ports, it also tells us the available vulnerabilities present on the system. Nessus helps us to identify which software components are vulnerable to attacks, that is FTP, SSH, SMB and more. Therefore, Nessus also checks if the target machine or the target host is in compliance with the various network policies or not. So, what's next? In the next lecture or in a few minutes, we will start downloading and installing Nessus. But before that, I would like to tell you a few advantages and disadvantages of using Nessus. Being a vulnerability scanner tool, the biggest advantage of Nessus is time saving and accuracy. Nessus is a product of Rapid7 and therefore it has been rated as one of the top vulnerability scanners of all time. But there is one disadvantage. It is a machine, it is a tool, and it is just a piece of code, and therefore it can also create some errors. The fact that these automated scanners produce false positives places in picture the penetration testers who will manually check the flaws which are present on the system. Therefore, a normal penetration tester will use automated tools but will also manually test whether these vulnerabilities are present or not. So, let's start downloading Nessus. So, let us start downloading Nessus. Go to Google and type download Nessus and then hit enter. You can specify the operating system version. So Nessus is a product of Rapid7 and Tenable security. So go to the link. In order to install Nessus, you will need an activation code. But how to get that activation code? First, after downloading, you have to go to their website and you can see a get an activation code tab. You have to click there, you have to register yourself and they will send an activation code depending upon your downloads. So depending upon your operating system, you're supposed to download the version of the Nessus. I will download the WinMSI version for Windows installer. So depending upon your system, please download, accept everything and then it will start downloading Nessus. I have already installed Nessus and downloaded and configured it, so I won't be downloading and showing you again. The only thing that you need to take care is about the activation code. So after installing Nessus, your job is to get the activation code via registration. So you can see the button there, just click there and click Nessus Essentials free. Register now and it will ask you for all the details, name, username and email. And in the email, you will receive the activation code which you are supposed to enter and then Nessus will start. So in the next lecture, we will start with configuring and creating a policy in the Nessus tool. Let us continue with vulnerability assessment in Nessus. In the last video, we saw how to download and configure the Nessus, and in this video, we will start creating a Nessus policy. So, in this video, we will learn the overview of Nessus, we will learn how to create a network policy and configure a network policy for scanning. Different types of scanning on target reveals that open ports and services might be running on the target. Next step should be vulnerability scanning to detect possible vulnerabilities of the system in the target network. How to launch Nessus? After installing the Nessus, you may get a Nessus web client in the form of the default web browser. Open that on your desktop and log in with the credentials you had given at the time of installing Nessus. Once you sign in, it will load Nessus. This lab will give you a real-time experience how security experts use this tool for performing penetration tests and vulnerability scanning. So these are your account settings. If you want to change your password, you can change it from here. Vulnerability scanning is a type of security assessment activity performed by security professionals on their home network. It helps in finding possible network vulnerabilities. So, let us start creating a network policy. If you have faced any problems in downloading or installing Nessus, you can ask us during the mentorship sessions. Now, let us start creating a network policy. These are the types of scanners, and these are the details about Nessus, which version we are using, license utilization. If there is any software update, you can update it from here. And this is the master password. Proxy servers, there is a lot of this. Is really a wonderful tool which is used by most of the penetration testers and security experts. It also uses in auditing and much more. So you can see that Nessus has only used 20 MB of memory and CPU load is right now 0. So let us start creating the first policy. So you can see the new policy button, click there, and there are numerous policies available: host discovery, basic network scan, advanced policy, advanced dynamic scan, malware scan, credential patch audit, web application tests. So just by seeing this, you can see the overuse of Nessus and how Nessus is important in doing VAPTs. To add a new policy, click the policies button, and in the resources menu will appear the policies. So the Nessus policy window will open, and then you have to create a new policy. The screen on which you right now are seeing is known as the policy template. The policy general settings with basic policy setting type will appear after we will select a certain policy. For this lecture, we are going to select the advanced scan policy. In the advanced scan, the policy general settings will appear. With basic setting types, specify the policy name in the name field and give a description about the policy if you want. I will give it a description and a name of advanced network scan policy. The description field is used at the time of actual penetration testing to specify the functionalities of this particular policy. I won't be wasting much time in giving the description. You can give description whatever you want, or you can just leave the field blank. Any changes to the Nessus scanner configuration will affect all the Nessus users, so make sure you edit these options very carefully. In the settings field, select host discovery from the discovery drop down button and turn off the ping remote host option. You have to turn it off, do not turn it on. Now select the port scanning setting type and check the verify TCP open ports found by the local port enumerators. You have to turn it on and leave the other field with default options. Go to service discovery and keep it all it is. In the settings field, select the report and do not alter any options in this setting type. In the setting field, select advanced and the policy general settings with advanced setting type will appear. Set the values of max number of concurrent TCP sessions per host and max number of concurrent TCP sessions per scan to unlimited. As you can see, I'm doing it on the screen. Now, to configure the credentials of new policy, click the Credentials tab. The Policy Credentials window will appear. With the Windows credentials, it is displayed as you can see on the screen. If you want this policy to be hidden from outsiders, you can specify a username and password. But make sure that you remember this password. We are done. Here 80% of the job is almost done. Now to select the required plugins, click the Plugins tab. But for this scan, we won't be require any plugins. But if you are really interested, you can go to tenable.com and read more about plugins. These plugins are really essential while scanning different websites and databases. As you can see, Cisco plugins, databases, Amazon plugins, and much more. In this way, you can select the required plugins, but for this scan, we do not require any plugin. So please click the enable button. So I will now click the disable button to disable all other policies and plugins. So now what you have to do, after this you have to just click the save button to save everything. A policy saved successfully pop-up will appear and the policy is added in the policy window, as you can see on the screen right now. Now click the scans to open the My Scan window, and in the next lecture we will see how to create a new scan. In the user defined section, we will see the scan or the policy which we have just created. There you go. You can see advanced network policy, and here we have to create a new scan by naming the new scan, and advanced network scan. Description, I will just give demo scan, and there we go. We have to enter the target IP address and Nessus will start scanning the website or the target IP address for present vulnerabilities. Let us end the vulnerability assessment section with launching a scan using Nessus. In the previous two lectures, we saw how to download and configure Nessus, and in the last lecture, we saw how to create a policy. In this lecture, you will see how to create a network scan, and you make sure while scanning the websites, you make sure you turn off the browsing protection if you have any antivirus, because while scanning, Nessus sends packets to the antivirus to the website, and antivirus may block Nessus from visiting the website, and then there is no use. So quickly log into the Nessus and let us get started with the scan. So as you can see, go to all scans, go to create a new scan, and then you can go to user defined, and then we can find our policy. Let's enter the name of the scan which we are going to do. I will give it a demo scan name, and if you want you can give description, but that's not really required while practicing. Again, a warning, please do not use Nessus to scan some random websites, as it is out of bound and you may face legal action for doing this, because all these scanners send packets to the target machine, and if the target machine has a firewall, they may detect from where the packets are coming and you may get compromised. So without having any prior permission, do not use such scans, and also the other tools which we are going to demonstrate in future videos. Now it is time to input the target. So we will enter the target IP address of certifiedhacker.com website. We know how to find out the target IP address of Certified Hacker. We will use OSINT tools or website for hacking. So in this tutorial we are not going to use Certified Hacker, but we will use a different website. So these 15 vulnerable websites are legally used to hacking your practice skills. So let us scroll down and let's pick one of them. So I will go with let's say Matilda is already installed. You can go through the website, so I will just use a demo.testfire.website. So you can just Google, and this is Electromutual something, it's there, but this website is only meant for hacking, so you can legally use it. So I will use the demo.testfire.net website. Now I want the IP address of this website. So how will I find out the IP address? We have learned how to gather information, and we have also learned how to use the OSINT framework. So I will go to OSINT framework and I will just go to IP address section, IPv4, yes, IPv4, and then I will pick one of them. I will go with the first one, AS lookup, and I will just enter the IP address. I will hit go, and there you go. Please select domain and click search. In a moment you will get the results. Voila, we have got the IP address 65.61.137.117. 65.61.137.117, and then click save the scan. So now you can see our scan has been saved, and we will now launch the scan. So depending upon the target website, how long it is, the scan will take place around 1.5 hours to 1 hour for a complete scan to get completed. But also while scanning we can see the vulnerabilities and the hosts. So let us wait till the scan gets completed. As you can see, the scan is still going, and I guess we have found something. We have found, so you can see these are the 5 types of vulnerabilities: critical, high, medium, low, and just information. So you can see the Nessus scanner is using a Nmap half port scanner to scan the target website. Port 443 TCP was found to be open. Port 80 was found to be open. Port 8080, that is HTTP, was also found to be open. Let us head back to vulnerabilities and let's wait for something more interesting. Now we have got something interesting. We have got 8 medium vulnerabilities and 2 low vulnerabilities. Around 94% of the scan is completed. So let's go to vulnerabilities. Let's see the mixed. Yes, the first one says SSL cannot be trusted, which is obvious because the site isn't having a secure connection. It is not HTTPS, it's HTTP. So if you can click on the, so you can see it's not secure, which means it is not using HTTPS, and therefore the SSL certificate is not configured. Now if you click on the vulnerability, you can see the description, you can also see the solution, and you can see what is the vulnerability exactly doing. So it's a great tool, Nessus. It gives references, it gives patching assistance, it also gives the description about vulnerabilities. So this is one of the main advantage of using Nessus. So make sure you read everything before generating reports. As we have discussed, there are 2 types of reports. This type of description is required in the upper management level type of report. Again, as a security expert, you shouldn't fully rely on Nessus or any other scanning tool because they are not 100% accurate. So as you can see on the screen, we have got solution, references, output, ports which were scanned, the CVE information, and if we actually go to that, we can actually see that vulnerability is present in the common vulnerability database. And you can see this is the description of the vulnerability. This is the CVSS version. It's low base score, and these are the links, the resources that you should probably go after. And that is why security experts always prefer Nessus, because it is a comprehensive tool and it is constant under development. One main thing while scanning is you have to be patient. You won't get results in 2 to 3 minutes. You have to wait until at least for 2 hours to get a complete scanned result. So as you can see, the server is using Apache and it reveals a lot of information. Basically, manual penetration testing is also needed to verify the results, and then only you present the results. So this is how Nessus is used for temporary purposes. I will stop the scan or just let it go, but make sure you wait till the scan is complete.
Let us start with the most important and most interesting section of this course, the web application pen testing. In this lecture, we are going to see an introduction to web servers. So what is a web server? A web server is a computer system that stores, processes and delivers web pages to the clients via HTTP. A web server delivers requested web pages to users who enter the URL in a web browser. Every computer on the internet that contains a website must have a web server program. The computer in which a web server program runs is also usually called a web server. So the term web server is used to represent both the server program and the computer in which the server program runs. So what are the characteristics of web server? A web server is just like another type of computer. It is always connected to the internet so that clients can access the web pages hosted by the web server. It always has an application called as web server running application. In short, a web server is a computer that is connected to the internet or intranet. The web server program will always be running in the computer. When a user tries to access a website hosted by the web server, it is actually the web server program that delivers the web page that client has asked for. All websites in the internet are hosted in web servers sitting in various parts of the world. So, is a web server hardware or software? Mostly, web server refers to the software program that serves the client requests, but sometimes the computer in which the web server program is installed is also called as a web server. Therefore, a web server can be hardware or software. Now, we will see how a web server operates. Like when I type a URL like www.asp.net and click on some link, I get dropped into that page. But what happens behind the scenes to bring you to this page and make you read this line of text? So now let's see what is actually happening behind the web server, that is behind our browser. The first, you might do this. You type http www.asp.net in the address bar of your browser and press your return key. Now, the browser could break this URL into two parts. The protocol which we will use to connect to the server, that is HTTP, and the server name, that is asp.net. And then the following process happens. The browser breaks up the URL into the parts and then it tries to communicate with the server looking for the server name. The server is identified through a unique IP address, but the alias of the IP address is maintained in the DNS server or the naming server. The browser looks up these naming servers, identifies the IP address on the server and requests database and gets the site and gets the HTML tags for the web page. Finally, it displays the HTML content on the browser. So you must have a question like, where is my web server located? When you try to access a website, you don't really need to know where the web server is located. The web server may be located in another city or country, but all you need to do is type the URL of the website you want to access in the web browser. The web browser will send this information to the internet and then it will itself find the web server. Once the web server is located, it will request the specific web page from the web server program running on the server. The web server program will process your request and send the resulting web page to your browser. It is the responsibility of the web browser to format and display the web page to you. So, how many web servers are needed for a website? Typically, there is only one web server required for a website, but large websites like Yahoo, Google, and so on will have millions of visitors every minute. One computer cannot process such huge number of requests, so they will have hundreds of servers deployed in various parts of the world so that they can provide a faster response. Some examples of web server applications are Apache and IIS. In the next lecture, we will see types of attacks on web server. Let us continue with web application pen testing. In this lecture, we are going to see different and important types of attacks on web servers. So why are the web servers compromised? The web servers are compromised due to improper file and directory permissions, installing the server with default settings, unnecessary services enabled, including content management and remote administration, security conflicts with business ease of use cases, lack of proper security policy, procedures and maintenance, improper authentication with external systems, default accounts with default passwords or no passwords, unnecessary default backup or sample files, misconfigurations in web servers, operating systems and networks, bugs in server software, operating system and web applications, misconfigured SSL certificates, also expired SSL certificates and misconfigured encryption settings, administrative or debugging functions that are enabled or accessible on web servers, use of self-signed certificates and default certificates. So, what is the impact of web server attacks? It results into compromise of user account, website defacement, secondary attacks from the website, root access to other applications or servers, data tampering, and data theft. Now, we will see some important attacks. I am not going into details of these attacks, but I will give you an overview of what these attacks are. The first is denial of service attacks. Attackers may send numerous fake requests to the web server, which results in the web server crashing or becoming unavailable to the legitimate users. Attackers then may target high-profile web servers such as banks, credit card payment gateways, government-owned services to steal user credentials. We will see how to carry out a DDoS practical in further lectures. The next is server hijacking. In server hijacking, attacker compromises the DNS server and changes the DNS settings so that all the requests coming towards the target web server are redirected towards his or her own malicious servers. The next is the directory traverser attacks. In directory traversal attacks, attackers use // to access restricted directories outside the web server, that is root directory. Attackers can use trial and error method to navigate outside of the root directory and access sensitive information in the system. The next is the man in the middle or sniffing attack. Man in the middle, also called as MITM attack, allows an attacker to access sensitive information by intercepting and altering communications between an end user and the web server. Attacker acts as a proxy, such as all the communication between user and the web server passes through him and he can read all the data you send to the web server. The next is website defacement attack. Web defacement occurs when an intruder maliciously alters the visual appearance of a web page by inserting or substituting provocative and frequently offending data. Defaced pages expose visitors to some propaganda or misleading information until the unauthorized changes are discovered and corrected. Attackers use a variety of methods such as SQL injection to access a site in order to deface it. The next is the web server misconfigurations. Server misconfiguration refers to configuration weaknesses in web infrastructure that can be exploited to launch various attacks on web servers such as directory traversal, server intrusion, and data theft. Some of the web server misconfigurations are verbose debug or error messages, anonymous or default users and passwords, sample configuration and script files, remote administration functions, unnecessary services enabled, and misconfigured or default SSL certificates. In the next lecture, we will see web server pen testing, that is, how to carry out pen test on a web server. In the last lecture, we saw different types of attacks on web servers. In this lecture, we will discuss web server pen testing. Web server pen testing is used to identify, analyze, and report vulnerabilities, such as authentication weaknesses, configuration errors, protocol-related vulnerabilities, and many more in a web server. The best way to perform pen testing is to conduct a series of methodical and repeatable tests and to work through all of different applications to find the vulnerabilities. So why web server pen testing is important? It helps us to detect the vulnerabilities or verify the vulnerabilities, to exploit the vulnerability in order to test and fix the issue. Remediation of vulnerabilities, to retest the solution against vulnerability to ensure that it is completely secure. And identification of web infrastructure, to identify make, version and update levels of web servers. This helps in selecting exploits to test for associated published vulnerabilities. So let's start with pen testing on web servers. Web server pen testing starts with collecting as much as information as possible about an organization, ranging from its physical location to operating environment. Now, use social engineering techniques to collect information such as human resources, contact details, and many more that may help in web server authentication testing. Use Whois database query tools to get the details about the target such as domain name, IP address, administrative contacts, autonomous system, DNS, etc. Fingerprint web server to gather information such as server name, server type, operating systems, applications running on that system using tools such as Netcraft, HTTPrecon, and IDserve. Crawl website to gather specific types of information from web pages such as email address. Enumerate web server directories to extract important information such as web functionalities, logging forms, etc. Perform directory traversal attack to access restricted directories and execute commands outside of the web server's root directory. Perform a vulnerability scanning to identify weaknesses in a network using tools such as Acunetics, Nessus, etc. We have seen Nessus in the vulnerability assessment section. Perform HTTP response splitting attack to pass malicious data to vulnerable application that includes the data in an HTTP response header. Perform web cache poisoning attack to force the web server's cache to flush its actual cache content and send a specially crafted request which will be stored in the cache. Brute force SSH, FTP and other services login credentials to gain unauthorized access. Perform session hijacking to capture valid session cookies and IDs. Use tools such as Burp suite, Fireship, JHijack to automate session hijacking. Next, perform MITM, that is the man in the middle attack, to access sensitive information by intercepting and altering communications between an end user and web server. Use tools such as Webalizer, AWStats, KTmative, etc. to examine web server logs. And in the end, use tools such as Metasploit, W3AF to exploit frameworks and document all the findings. I hope you got an overview of how to perform network pen testing on web servers. In the next lecture, we will see some countermeasures of web servers. Let us continue with web application pen testing. In this lecture, we will see how to prevent web server attack. I have listed down some of the key bullet points of web server attacks on your screen. So the first is place web servers in separate secure server security segment on the network. An ideal web hosting network should be designed with at least 3 segments, namely Internet segment, secure server security segment often called as demilitarized zone, that is the DMZ, and internal network. Place the web server in server security segment, that is the DMZ of the network, isolated from public network as well as the internal network. Firewalls should be placed for internal networks as well as internal traffic going towards the DMZ. Next is the patches and updates. Scan for existing vulnerabilities in the patches and update the server software regularly. Before applying any service pack, hotfix the security patch, read and peer review all the relevant documentation. Test the service packs and hotfix on a representative non-production environment prior to being deployed to the production. Ensure the server outages are scheduled and a complete set of backup tapes and emergency repair disks are available. Have a backup plan that allows the system and enterprise to run to their original state prior to the failed implementation. The next is check for protocols. Block all unnecessary ports, Internet Control Message Protocol traffic, that is the ICMP traffic, and unnecessary protocols such as NetBIOS and SMB. Harden the TCP/IP stack and consistently apply the latest software patches and updates to system software. If using insecure protocols such as Telnet, POP3, SMTP, FTP, take appropriate measures to provide secure authentication and communication, for example, by using IPsec policies. If remote access is needed, make sure that the remote connection is secured properly by using tunneling and encryption protocols. The next is account settings. Remove all unused modules and applications extensions. Disable unused default user accounts created during the installation of an operating system. When creating a new web root directory, grant the appropriate, that is the least possible NTFS permissions to the anonymous user being used from the IIS web server to access the web content. Use secure web permissions, NTFS permissions, and .NET frameworks access control mechanisms including URL authentication. Slow down brute force and dictionary attacks with strong password policies, and then audit and be alert for login failures. Run processes using least privileged accounts as well as least privileged services and user accounts. The next is detecting web server hacking attempts. Use website detection system to detect hacking attempts on the web server. Website change detection system involves running specific script on the server that detects any changes made in the existing executable file or new included file on the server. Periodically comparing the hash values of the files on the web server with the respective master hash value to detect the changes made in the code base. Alerting the user upon any detection on the server. For example, website CDS is a script that goes through your entire web folder and detects any changes made to your code and alerts you using the email. So how to defend against the hacker? Audit the ports on the server regularly to ensure that an insecure or unnecessary service is not active on your web server. Ensure that the certificate data ranges are valid and the certificates are used for their intended purposes. Ensure that any certificate has not been revoked and certificate's public key is valid all the way to a trusted root authority. Ensure that the protected resources are mapped to HTTP forbidden handler and unused HTTP modules are removed. Implement secure coding practices. Restrict code access security policy settings. Apply restricted ACLs and block remote registry administration. Secure the SAM directory, that is standalone servers only. Ensure that the security related settings are configured properly and access to the metabase file is restricted with hardened NTFS permissions. And at last, screen and filter the incoming traffic requests. In the next lecture, we will see different web application servers like XAMPP, WAMP, LAMP, and many more.
Let us continue with web application penetration testing. In the previous lectures, we saw an introduction to web server attacks and countermeasures, and now from this lecture onwards, we will see web application vulnerabilities. So before we move ahead, before the practical applications and using of tools, we should first know the OWASP top 10 attacks. So in this lecture, that is the first part, I will tell you which are the first 5 top vulnerabilities presented by the OWASP. So OWASP stands for Open Web Application Security Project. You can see these are the top 10 attacks according to 2017 OWASP released. Now why I'm not going to tell you the 2020 or 2019, because There is only a slight change in documentation, but the major attacks remain same. So, in this lecture, we will cover the first 5 attacks, that is A1 to A5. So, which is the first attack? Injection flaws. Injection flaws are web application vulnerabilities that allow untrusted data to be interpreted and executed as a part of a command or query. Now, attackers can exploit injection flaws by constructing malicious commands or queries that result in data loss or corruption, lack of accountability, or denial of access. There are various types of injection flaws like SQL injection, command line injection, LDAP injection, and others. The next A2 is broken authentication. What is broken authentication? An attacker uses vulnerabilities in the authentication or session management functions such as exposed accounts, session IDs, logout, password management, timeouts, remember me things, secret questions, one-time passwords, account updates, and others just to impersonate other users. Attacker sniffs the network traffic or tricks the user to get session IDs and reuses these session IDs for malicious purposes. Password exploitation is also a part of broken authentication. What is timeout exploitation? Now, if an application's timeouts are not set properly and a user simply closes the browser without logging out from sites accessed through a public computer, the attacker can simply use the same browser later and exploit the user's privileges. The third one is sensitive data exposure. As you can guess on the name, many web applications do not protect their sensitive data properly from unauthorized users. Sensitive data exposure takes place due to flaws like insecure cryptographic storage and information leakage. Now, when an application uses poorly written encryption code to securely encrypt and store sensitive data in the database, the attacker can exploit this flaw and steal or modify weakly protected sensitive data such as credit card numbers, SSNs, and other authenticated credentials. So basically, by exploiting this vulnerability, attackers can steal your sensitive data. The fourth one is XML external entity, that is XXE. XML external entity attack is a server-side request forgery, that is SSRF, where an application is able to parse XML input from an unreliable source because of the misconfigured XML parser. An attacker sends a malicious XML input containing a reference to an external entity to the victim web application. When this malicious input is processed by a weakly configured XML parser of the target web application, it enables attacker to access protected files and services from servers or connected networks. And the fifth one of this lecture is broken access control. Now, BAC refers to how a web application grants access to its contents and functions to some privileged users and then restrict others. Broken access control is a method in which an attacker identifies a flaw related to access control and then bypasses the authentication and then compromises the network. It allows an attacker to act as a user or an administrator with privileged functions and to create, access, update, or delete every record. So for this lecture, we have seen the first 5 attacks of the OWASP top 10, and in the next lecture, we will explore all of these, that is the remaining 5 attacks. So let us continue with OWASP's top 10 attacks. In the last lecture, we saw the first 5 top 10 OWASP attacks, and now in this lecture, we will explore the remaining attacks. A6. Security misconfiguration. Using misconfiguration vulnerabilities like unvalidated inputs, parameter tampering, improper error handling, insufficient transport layer protection, etc., attackers gain unauthorized access to default accounts unused pages, read-write unprotected files and directories, and many more. Security misconfiguration can occur at any level of application stack, including the platform, web server, application server, framework, and custom code. What are unvalidated inputs? It refers to a web application vulnerability where input from a client is not validated before being processed by a web applications and backend server. What is parameter tampering? It involves manipulation of parameters like price, tags, or sessions exchanged between client and server in order to modify application data. Improper error handling. It gives insight into source code such as logic flaws, default accounts, etc. and using the information received from error message, attacker can identify vulnerabilities for launching various web application attacks. The next is A7, that is cross-site scripting attack. You have heard of this term in many different hacking forums or blogs. So what is XSS? Cross-site scripting, that is XSS or CSS attacks, exploit vulnerabilities in dynamically generated web pages, which enables malicious attackers to inject client-side script into web pages viewed by other users. So if you are an attacker, you will inject a malicious code into that web browser or that web application, and whenever a legitimate user will open that web application, he can see your executed error message. Now, XSS occurs when invalidated input data is included in a dynamic content that is sent to the user's web browser for rendering. Attackers inject malicious JavaScript, VBScript, ActiveX, HTML, or Flash for execution on a victim's system by hiding it within legitimate requests. Some of the XSS attack exploitation include malicious script execution, redirecting to a malicious server, exploiting user privileges. Now ads hidden in iframes and pop-ups are also XSS attacks. We will explore XSS attacks and practicals in this section. Where can you see XSS attacks? Well, you can see an XSS attack in emails, in blogs, in command fields, then websites which are vulnerable to XSS attacks and other things. A8. Insecure deserialization. Data serialization and data deserialization is an effective process of linearizing and delinearizing data objects in order to transport it to other network or systems. Attackers inject malicious code into serialized data and forward the malicious serialized data to the victim. Insecure deserialization deserializes the malicious serialized content along with the injected malicious code, compromising the system or network. The last or the second last is using components with known vulnerabilities. Now, components such as libraries and frameworks that are used in most of the web applications always execute with full privileges, and flaws in any component can result in serious impact. Attackers can identify components or dependencies by scanning or by performing manual analysis. For example, if you are developing an app and you want to insert a payment gateway to your app, you will not write an entire code to develop a payment gateway by yourself. You will hire or you will just get a plugin for a third-party payment gateway and then include it in your code. But what if that third-party payment gateway has already an exploit or a vulnerability? That is known as using components with known vulnerabilities. And the last of the OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities is insufficient logging and monitoring. Web applications maintain logs to track usage patterns such as user login credentials and admin login credentials. Insufficient logging and monitoring refers to the scenario where the detection software either does not record the malicious event or ignores the important details about the event. Attackers usually inject, delete, tamper web applications to engage in malicious activities or hide their identities. Insufficient logging and monitoring vulnerability makes the detection of malicious attempts of the attacker more difficult and allowing the attacker to perform malicious attacks like brute forcing passwords to steal confidential passwords. Now, these are the OWASP's top 10 vulnerabilities, but that does not mean that these are the only vulnerabilities present. Other vulnerabilities like directory traversal, denial of service, hidden field manipulation, platform exploits, cross-site request forgery, waterhole attacks, broken session management, network access attacks, cookie snooping, and many more. You name it and you get a vulnerability for that attack. So basically, these are the most common attacks, and therefore they are being listed as the top 10 attacks by OWASP. OWASP is an open source free organization which provides pen testing methodologies. Then it also provides tutorials, various books, and a framework to carry out a proper web application penetration testing. So, in the next lecture, we will see how to footprint a website using different tools such as Whois, Built With, Crunchbase, and others. So, in short, from the next lecture, we'll be starting web application penetration testing practicals.
Let us start with practicals of web application pen testing. In this practical, that is the first practical, we will carry out website footprinting using Whois, Built With, and Crunchbase. Head on to Google and type Whois. The first link which you can see, open that link. Whois is a query and response protocol that is widely used for querying databases that store the registered users or assigns of an internet resource, such as domain name, IP address, autonomous system, but is also used for a wider range of other information. The protocol stores and delivers database content in a human-readable format. The current iteration of the Whois protocol was drafted by the Internet Society and is documented in RFC 3912. So, in the search bar, type certifiedhacker.com. Remember, here we have to type the domain name, so don't include www. Voila, we can see a lot of information over there. This is the same information you can gather using Maltego and other information gathering tools. Now let's type built with. You can see the first link over there. Let's open that link. Built With is an internet service company based mainly in Australia. It was launched in August 2007. The goal of Built With is to help web developers, researchers, and designers track what technologies are being used by other websites, which may help them to decide what technologies to implement by themselves. So, let us type certifiedhacker.com. Yes, we have got the information. Like you can see, the server-side language is jQuery. You can scan through the results. Web hosting providers are Bluehost Unified Layer. The SSL certificate is issued by Let's Encrypt. Google issues the SSL certificates via a free platform called as Let's Encrypt to each and every website. When you go in the detailed technology profile, you can see the frameworks used are ASP.NET, then the Java libraries and functions. You can scroll down and then you can see the SSL certificate of Let's Encrypt. You can see the web servers used are Apache, Nginx, IIS8, and you can scan through all the tabs using Built With. Now we will gather the information about the website using Crunchbase. Just click that link. Crunchbase is the leading platform for professionals to discover innovative companies, connect with the people behind them, and pursue new opportunities. Over 55 million professionals, including entrepreneurs, investors, market researchers, and salespeople trust Crunchbase to inform their business decisions. And companies all over the world rely on Crunchbase to power their applications, making over a billion calls to the Crunchbase API each year. Now, suppose you are a pen tester and Amazon has asked you to carry out a black box testing on their website. Now you know Amazon.com is the most secure website. So using Crunchbase, you will find various acquisitions held by Amazon. Now type in the search bar Amazon. Click on the organization Amazon. You can see number of acquisitions 87, number of investments 90. Crunchbase is a paid tool, but in the free version we can see a limited amount of data which can also be useful for information gathering. Now let us click on Zoox. We will head to page where we will get information about Zoox. Zoox is acquired by Amazon with a total funding of $955 million. You can get the website link over there, and if you find vulnerabilities in that website and that website is acquisition of Amazon, that is, you are successful in carrying out pen testing on Amazon's website. You can scan through multiple tabs over there. This is how you can scan through multiple websites and find the related information that you want to do a pen test. In the next lecture, we will gather information about some websites using Web Archive and DNS Dumpster. Let us continue with website footprinting. In the last lecture, we saw website footprinting using Whois, Built With, and Crunchbase. In this lecture, we will see website footprinting using Web Archive and DNS Dumpster. Let's head to Google and type Web Archive. The first link which you can see, Wayback Machine, click on that link. So basically, web archiving is the process of collecting portions of the World Wide Web to ensure the information is preserved in an archive for future researchers, historians, and the public. Web archivists typically employ web crawlers for automated capture during the massive size and the amount of information which is available on the World Wide Web. We will see the web archive of Amazon.com. You can see the entire calendar, and in the upper bar you can see the range of years, that is from 1997 to 2020. There is one snapshot on December 12, 1990. This is the Amazon's website in 1998. Now we saw the website in 1998. We will head on to 2006. You can see the circles. These circles indicate on that day the website was upgraded, or some changes, like even minute changes are made. You will see the circle on your screen. So this is the Amazon's website in 2006. We will go back and then come to 2012. 25th July. You can see the website like today's deals, gift cards, and normally each and everything that is available even today on Amazon's website. You can wait for some time and scan through the results. In the next lecture, we will start actual practicals like command execution on DVWA web pen testing application.
Let us continue with web application penetration testing. This is the first vulnerability that we're going to exploit, that is the command execution, and we are going to use the damn vulnerable web application. So what is command execution or command injection? Operating system command injection, also known as shell injection, is a web security vulnerability that allows an attacker to execute arbitrary operating system commands on the server that is running an application and typically fully compromise the application and all its data. Very often, an attacker can leverage an operating system command injection vulnerability to compromise the entire hosting infrastructure, thus exploiting trust relationships to pivot the attack to other systems within the organization. If we haven't got a clear idea of what is command execution, we will right now head to our Kali Linux machine and I will show you how to execute command execution and what is command execution vulnerability in web application penetration testing. So you need to do two things: start your Kali machine and start your Metasploitable machine as well. I will see you in a couple of minutes. So as you can see, I have started my Metasploitable by giving the password and the username. Now what you have to go to Kali and just log in to your Kali. Now go to your browser, Mozilla Firefox, and then since we are going to launch the DVWA from Metasploitable, we will put the IP address of Metasploitable into the browser. So just open Firefox and then head on to Metasploitable to check the IP address of the Metasploitable machine. Type ifconfig. And you can see the IP address of my machine is 10.0.2.16. So minimize this tab. And then in the browser, in the URL section, type 10.0.2.16 and then hit enter. Metasploitable has opened, then click to DVWA, log in with the default username, that is admin, and password is password with all lowercase. You can see we have successfully launched into damn vulnerable web application. Now make sure you practice all these practicals only in these machines. First go to security settings, change the security to low, then click submit. And now go to command execution. Now here you can see on the screen that the command execution or whatever it is, the input box is asking us to enter an IP address so that it can ping it. So let us type a IP address of certified hacker, and in order to find out, open the terminal window. And then we know how to find out the IP address. So just type ping certifiedhacker.com. And then hit enter. So you can see press Ctrl C to terminate. You can see the IP address is 162.241.216.11. So just copy the IP address, go to your Firefox browser and then just paste the IP address. And now click submit. Let us see what we get. Oh, it is actually pinging the IP address which our terminal just did now. So now since we have to check this for command execution vulnerability, and you will first need to know how this works. So just enter a Linux command and let us see if it gets executed. Let us write pwd, that is present working directory, and hit enter. No, we didn't get anything because it is asking for an IP address. Well, we should keep trying. So first type the IP address, then type semicolon, and then type the command. Let us see if this works. We have got two results. First is the IP address And finally at the bottom we have got the present working directory in which this machine is vulnerable. Now you can see that directory is exactly same to the URL. You can see. Let us try another command after pwd, like type cd or type ls. Let us see what we can get. Whoa, this is also working. We have got three files: help, index.php and source. So this is how command execution is working. Basically it is executing the Linux commands on that server, and this is really very crucial vulnerability, because if you are going to execute, or if you are able to execute the Linux commands, an attacker or a hacker can exploit the entire server by utilizing advanced Linux commands. So this is how we execute, or how to check for command execution. But obviously the security of this machine or this lab was low. In the next lecture we will see how to exploit the command injection vulnerability for a medium security level. So let us continue with command execution on damn vulnerable web application. In the last lecture, we saw how to exploit the command execution on low-level security, but not every application has deployed that level of security. Generally, the applications are top secured or slightly mediumly secured level. So, in this lecture, we will see how to exploit the command execution vulnerability on damn vulnerable web application, but with a medium security level. So, there are two things. Start your Kali Linux machine, log in, and then also start your damn vulnerable web application. So, let us get started. So now you can see that I have logged in into my Kali account. You have to go to applications and then go to Firefox. Therein in the URL you have to type the IP address of your machine. In my case the IP address is 10.2.1.6, and you can see I have logged in into my DVWA with the default username and password. In this lecture we are going to exploit the command injection at a medium security. So set the security level to medium and then go to command execution. Let us see if it is working. So just type ping and the IP address. Yes, so just submit. And yes, it is working. Now let us try to exploit this vulnerability with the method that we had seen in the previous lecture. Let us see if that works. We didn't get the ls, we didn't execute the ls command, so which means that this application is secure. So now what to do, how to execute the command and how to exploit this vulnerability? Well, there is one way in which you can exploit this vulnerability. So just head on to terminal, and there I will show you how you can exploit the vulnerability. Just type ls, and you can see these are the applications after typing the ls command. Now you want to go to cd, so just type ls and space type bar, so this is the bar, and then type cd desktop. Before hitting enter, now let us guess the result. I think it will first again show the application. It will first execute the ls command, and then after it will go to desktop. Let us see what we get. Hit enter. Oh my god, we didn't get anything before ls. Now let us see type ls. So let us check where we are. Hit pwd and then hit enter. So we are again in the home, that is Kali, which means that the ls command didn't get executed, right? So whatever comes after the bar, we can execute that command, right? Now ls got executed. So what if we apply this same trick in that input field? Let us check. So type the IP address. Just type the IP address. So just type the IP address here, space bar, and then type the command pwd. Let us see if this works. Voila, we have successfully exploited this vulnerability, and you can see that the first command, which was before the bar, did not get executed here. Let us try another command, ls. Again it got executed. So this was one trick of exploiting command line injection, command execution. Now again, there are many websites which asks for input, but they are more secured. Now touch is a command which we have seen in our Kali Linux command tutorial, which is used to create a file. So let us see if this gets executed, and right now we didn't get an input. So just enter and let's see ls command to check the inputs, and we should see our text file created. There we go, we have abc.txt. So the conclusion of this lecture is whatever you type after the bar command gets executed, and the command that is before the bar gets hidden. But why like this? Now when you enter that command, that is the IP address, space bar and space then a Linux command, what does the input validation does? It sees the IP address, it sees space, and that's it. It thinks that there might be nothing after that space. So it validates and sends a request to server. Now there is again a problem of server side validation here. Server isn't validating whether there is any other input present after the IP address. This is a fault of server side validation as well as client side validation. So this is how we exploited the command execution vulnerability at a medium level security. So you have to follow these principles or these rules when you're trying to check the command execution vulnerability while you are pen testing any application. Now again, these commands or these tricks won't work every time. You have to research on your own to find more advanced commands on how to hide commands or how to execute different commands. It is your job to find everything and read more about Kali Linux advanced commands. I will see you in the next lecture. Let us continue with web application penetration testing. In the previous videos, we saw how to exploit the command injection vulnerability in DVWA, and now in this lecture onwards, we will see how to exploit the file upload vulnerabilities. But before doing that, we need to configure the most important tool required in web application penetration testing, and most of the security experts also use this tool. This is known as Burp Suite. So what is Burp Suite? Burp or Burp Suite is a set of tools for penetration testing of web applications. It is developed by a company named as Portswigger. Burp Suite aims to be an all-in-one set of tools, and its capabilities can be enhanced by installing different add-ons and plugins. It is the most popular tool among professional web app security researchers and bug bounty hunters. Why people prefer Burp Suite is because of its more suitable choice over OWASP ZAP is the ease of use. Now Burp Suite is available as a community edition, which is free of course, and professional edition that costs around $400 per year, and an enterprise edition that costs around $4,000 per year. This lecture will give you a brief introduction to the different tools offered by Burp Suite, and if you are a complete beginner in web application penetration testing, this is the most important lecture, and you should please listen to this installation process of Burp Suite very closely. So let us get started. Make sure that you have turned on your Kali Linux machine and Metasploitable machine also. Let us see how to configure Burp Suite. So as you can see, I have Kali Linux opened here. So the image or the file which you have already installed in Kali has a pre-installed version of Burp Suite. So what you need to do is go to the applications and type Burp Suite, BURP, and there you go. You can see the logo. Just click and let Burp open. If you are installing or opening the Burp Suite for the first time, it may take a couple of minutes to load. Do not click anything, just click OK. Burp will start automatically. So you just have to accept everything, click accept, and then click start. Do not update, just click close and click start. And start Burp. Wait till the Burp's GUI gets launched. Now Burp is available in Linux as well as in Mac and in Windows. But for this lecture and for the rest of the lectures of our ethical hacking course, we will see how to use Burp in Kali Linux. Now this is the interface of the Burp Suite. Since we are going to use the community edition, most of the tools are not available and also are not required if you are a complete beginner. So expand the window of Burp, and now let us go to the first tool, that is Spider. It is a web spider or a crawler that is used to map the target web application. The objective of the mapping is to get a list of endpoints so that the functionality can be observed and potential vulnerabilities can be found. Now spidering is done for a simple reason that more endpoints you gather during the recognition process, the more attack surfaces you possess. The next tab is the proxy. What is a proxy? Now Burp Suite contains an intercepting proxy that lets the user see and modify the contents of requests and responses while they are in transit. For example, what is intercepting? Suppose you are communicating with your browser. Now you type search Burp Suite. Now when you hit the go button, we use Burp Suite to catch that request, which means the browser will send the request to Burp Suite. You can modify the contents and then send it back to the web server. This is known as intercepting, like a man in the middle. Now the proxy tab also lets the user send the request response under monitoring to another relevant tool in Burp Suite, removing the burden of copy and paste. The proxy server can be adjusted to run on a specific loopback IP and a port, and also the proxy can also be configured to filter out specific types of request response pairs. So in the proxy tab you can see these are the following 4 tabs: intercept, HTTP history, WebSockets history, and options. We are interested in options. The first thing is proxy listeners. You can see the default IP address is 127.0.1 and the port is 8080. What is the use of this IP? This is a loopback IP address. So if you set your browser to send all the requests to this IP only, what browser will do is that whenever you search for something to the server, the browser will first send the request to the IP address that is mentioned in that browser. And for Burp Suite, we are going to mention this IP address into our browser. So automatically the browser sends the request to Burp Suite, and then Burp Suite will forward the request to the browser. So just remember this IP address 127.0.0.1 and port 8080. Now minimize the Burp Suite. We will explore rest of the tabs after some time. Open your Firefox browser in Kali Linux only. So just go to applications and type Firefox. In the Firefox, just go to preferences and scroll down to the last option, which is network settings. Click settings. Now you can see there are different options: no proxy, auto detect proxy, and manual proxy. We are interested in manual proxy. So just type 127.0.0.1 and port 8080. And select the option use this proxy for all servers and then click OK. Now what we have done is whenever we will search something, our request will be directly sent to Burp Suite. So now let us try searching something. Just type Google. Oh, but why we got an error? Because we haven't told our browser that okay, Burp is a good tool and we need to trust Burp. So for that, we will have to download the trust certificate provided by Burp. So just open a new browser, open a new tab, and just type there http://burp BURP and hit enter. You can see a certificate there. Just click there to download the certificate. Click Save File. Now this certificate will tell Mozilla Firefox browser that okay, Burp is a good tool and I can trust Burp. So we will wait till the certificate gets downloaded. So now you can see in the downloads I have downloaded the CA certificate. Now go to your browser, that is the Mozilla Firefox. Again go to Preferences. Scroll down till you get a certificate authority. In privacy, go to Privacy and Security. Go down, scroll down, and at the end you can see certificates. Now click View Certificates and then click Import. Now these are the all certificates already present inside. Import that certificate which we have just downloaded. Only tick Trust CA to identify the websites. If you want, you can identify email users, but I will prefer to identify websites. Click OK and then click OK. Now we have told our browser that okay, Burp is a good tool and we can trust Burp. So now go to Burp Suite. In the intercept is off, so turn that intercept on. And now go to your Mozilla Firefox browser and there type google.com. You can see the tab is still loading and voila, we have got the request in our Burp. Now this is the request which we have intercepted in Burp Suite. You can see the first icon is get, that is HTTP method. It is using a get parameter, get method. Host, that is our browser is trying to contact to whom, google.com. User agent, that is Mozilla Firefox. Then accept language. Encoding, we have also got cookie and everything. So now just click forward request and then go to your Mozilla, again click forward to forward everything that we have got. Keep on clicking forward till we get further requests. And you can see we have finally got google.com. So this is how you intercept requests in Burp Suite. Now go to Burp Suite and turn the intercept off. The next tool that we are going to see is the intruder. It is basically a fuzzer. What is fuzzing? Fuzzing is basically randomly trying different values and then trying to get output. That is known as fuzzing. Now this tool is used to run a set of values through an input point. The values are run and the output is observed for success or failure and the content length. Usually an anomaly results in a change in the response code or content length of the response. Burp Suite allows brute force, dictionary file and single value attacks for its payload position. Now the intruder is primarily used for three major types of attacks: brute force attacks on password forms, PIN forms and other such forms, the dictionary attack on password forms, fields, SQL injection, etc. and finally testing and attacking rate limiting flaw in the web application. The fourth which you are going to see is the repeater tool. Repeater lets a user send requests repeatedly with manual modifications. It is used for verifying whether the user supplied values are being verified. If user supplied values are being verified, how well it is being done, then what values is the server expecting in an input parameter, how does the server handle unexpected values, is input sanitization being applied by the server. So basically instead of pinging the server every time, you can just send the request to repeater tab and then analyze the request and response simultaneously to see how exactly the algorithm behind that web application is working. The fifth tool is the sequencer. The sequencer is an entropy checker that checks for the randomness of the tokens generated by the web server. Now, these tokens are generally used for authentication in sensitive operations like cookies, and anti-CSRF tokens are examples of such tokens. Ideally, these tokens must be generated in a fully random manner so that the probability of appearance of each possible character at a position is distributed uniformly. So this is how sequencer works. It is basically used to do everything related to cross-site request forgery and cookies. The next comes decoder. Decoder lists the common encoding methods like URL, HTML, base64, hex, etc. This tool comes handy when looking for chunks of data in values for parameters or headers. Let us try one thing. Now you can see at the right corner there is a tab encode as. So just click the encode as and just type URL. Now in the first box here, type a random value. Let us type hello. You can see the URL is encoded, and if you copy this URL, if you copy this form and paste it in a browser to attack different passwords, it may bypass the firewall of the server, and we are going to see how this decoding is very useful in upcoming lectures. Next is the extender. Burp Suite supports external components to be integrated into the tools to enhance its capabilities. These external components are called BApps. These work just like the browser extensions and thus can be viewed, modified, installed, uninstalled in the extender window. The next is project options and user options, which are basically different options which you can set while using the Burp Suite. Comparer function lets you to do a word or a byte level comparison between different data. So if you have two items and if you want to compare between the two requests or responses, you can just paste the two items in the two tabs and then hit the compare button to see what similarities are in there and what are the differences. So basically, if you want to analyze different incoming requests by intercepting them, this comparer tool is very handy. So this was all for today's lecture, but before closing Burp Suite, you need to do one important thing. So just click the close button for the Burp Suite. And now try searching something. Let's try searching cybersecurity. Just type cyber and hit enter. We have got an error. Why? But our Burp Suite is closed. You are right, we didn't change the proxy. So again go to preferences, scroll down, go to network settings, click no proxy, click OK, and then try searching again. There we go, we have a result. So before closing Burp Suite, make sure that you change the proxy settings. This was all for this lecture, and in the next lecture we will see how to exploit the file upload vulnerability and what is meant by a file upload vulnerability. Let us start with a brand new topic, file upload vulnerability. In the last lectures, we saw the command line injection and setting up and configuration of Burp Suite. So what are file upload vulnerabilities? Uploaded files represent a significant risk to applications. The first step in many attacks is to get some code to the system to be attacked. Then the attack only needs to find a way to get the code executed. Using a file upload vulnerability, it helps the attacker accomplish the first step, that is getting inside the system. The consequences of unrestricted file upload can vary, including complete system takeover, an overloaded file system or database, forwarding attacks to backend systems, client-side attacks, or simple defacement of the website. It depends on what the application does with the uploaded file and especially where it is stored. There are really two classes of problems here. The first is with the file metadata like the path and the file name, and the other class of the problem is with the size or content. Now, what is the risk of uploading a dangerous malicious file? The impact of this vulnerability is high. Supposed code can be executed in the server context or on the client side. The likelihood of detection for the attacker is high, and the prevalence is common as a result of the severity is high. It is important to check a file upload module's access controls to examine the risks properly. The web server can be compromised by uploading and executing a web shell which can run commands, browse system files, browse local resources, attack other servers, or exploit the local vulnerabilities, and so forth. We are going to see this type of attack in next couple of minutes. File upload vulnerability can also result in client-side attacks. For example, uploading malicious files can make the website vulnerable to client-side attacks such as XSS or cross-site scripting hijacking. Uploaded files can be abused to exploit other vulnerable sections of an application when a file on the same or a trusted server is needed. Also, uploaded files might trigger vulnerabilities in broken libraries or applications on the client side. A malicious file such as a Unix shell script, a Windows virus, an Excel file with a dangerous formula or a reverse shell can be uploaded on the server in order to execute code by an administrator or a webmaster. An attacker might be able to put a phishing page into the website or deface the website. The file storage server might be abused to host troublesome files including malwares, illegal software, or adult contents. File uploaders may disclose internal information such as server internal paths in their error messages. So, this is one of the major impacts of file upload vulnerabilities, and now let us see how to upload a malicious file on the server. Again, we are telling that these tutorials are just for educational purposes so as to tell you that how these vulnerabilities work and how you should work in order to protect them. Do not use these attacks on any random websites as you can get compromised. So, keep your Kali machine on as well as damn vulnerable web application on. So, let us get started. So, as you can see right now, I am on my Kali machine, and the first thing that I need to do is start the Firefox. For this practical, we do not need the Burp suite because we are going to exploit the file upload vulnerability at a low level. So just launch the damn vulnerable web application. Go to the security tab and just select the security to low. Then go to upload, and there you go, you have to upload an image. Now let us choose an image to download. Let us see if we can upload that image into the shell and what result we get. So what I will do is I will download this image. And now I will go to the shell, browse, and you can see the image which I have been downloaded will appear in the downloads tab. And click open and then hit upload. You can see successfully uploaded. Now if you want to check the path where it was uploaded, you just copy the path, copy, then go to dvws/, paste it there, and then hit enter. We can see our image has been uploaded here. Now what we need to do is we need to upload a different PHP shell, and let us see if we can get access to the web server by uploading the PHP shell. So now in order to create a PHP shell, we will use the application known as Weevly, Weevely. So using Weevly, we can create a remote shell, and then upload that PHP shell to the website. So just type weavely followed by generate, then the password to that shell. I will give 123456 and the name of the shell. I will give shell demo dot php and then hit enter. You can see it has generated a shell demo with password 123456 of 680 byte file. Now where it is stored? Let us go here and you can see shell demo.php is stored here. Now we want to upload this shell to that DVWA. You can see choose an image to upload. Let us see if we can upload the PHP file. So just click browse, go to home and you can see shell demo.php and then hit open and upload. You can see it has been successfully uploaded. Now why did this happen? This happened because there was no server side checking or client side checking whether the content that is being uploaded is a PHP or a JPG. This is a failure of client side validation. Now since the security is low, the shell got uploaded. Now let us see if it got successfully uploaded. Just copy the path, again paste it after DVWA and hit enter. It's a blank page, so a shell got uploaded. Now we will connect to this shell through the application weavely. So just type weavely, go to your browser, copy this website, this URL, complete URL where we have uploaded the shell. So copy, come to your terminal, paste and then type the password, that is 123456 and then hit enter. You can see we have successfully connected to the server. Session has been generated and now let us see if we can list out the commands using the ls command or the present working directory. So I will execute the ls command and see what I can get. Voila! You can see cybersecurity iStock photo, the photo which we had uploaded a couple of minutes ago. We can see our PHP shell is also uploaded, shelldemo.php, which means we have successfully compromised the DVWA server. If you write .-help here, you can see these are all the commands that you can execute using weavely. We can initiate a TCP port scan, we can execute shell commands, execute commands with super user, execute PHP commands, compress or expand archives, copy single file, compress or expand zip files and everything. Which means if the server or if there is no validation while uploading a file, weavely can help us to compromise the server entirely. Now this was pretty simple because the security level was set to low. In the next lecture, we will see even if we set the security level to medium, how we can upload a PHP file. Let us continue with file upload vulnerabilities. In the last lecture, we saw how to exploit a basic low-level file upload vulnerability using weavely shell. But what if the level is set to medium? Well, let us see if we can exploit that too. So, turn on your Kali machine and Metasploitable and log in to damn vulnerable web application. As you can see, right now I am in my Kali machine. So go to your Firefox browser. Let us log in to damn vulnerable web application. And first we will set to security to medium. Now the security has been set to the medium level. Now let us go to upload and we'll again try to upload a PHP shell. So let's upload this shell. Let us see if we can upload this. So open and upload. Well, we got an error that your image was not uploaded. And also we got a descriptive error of showing what was the image on this line. Now these errors are also a critical vulnerability to an attacker, as they are showing some critical information about the code. So now what to do? Let us go and start a Burp suite. Meanwhile, we'll go to the preferences in the Mozilla and just change the proxy settings. If you don't remember why do we do this, you can refer back to the previous video and see again. And now the Burp suite has started. Just do not modify anything, just click Start Burp. A burp has been started. Go to proxy, click the intercept is on. Now if you can see this button is clicked, it will show intercept is on. Let us check if it is on. Let's click upload, and yes, forward, it is on. You can see it is on. Now what we will do is we will go to our shell, the shell which we had created in the last video, and we will rename this shell. So we will rename this as shell demo dot, let's say, jpg. Now this is an image, and let us try to upload this image keeping our intercept on. So browse shell demo dot jpg, I'm sorry, and then we will click upload. You can see immediately we got a request in Burp saying that, are you sure you want to upload this? Now we can see this is the post request, as you cannot see the parameters through the URL. You can see host, agent, and the content length is 1136. The most important thing right now that we are interested in is the file name and the content type. You can see the content type here is image/jpeg and file name is shelldemo.jpg. But what if we can edit that JPG? Let us try and see if we can edit that JPG here. Well, you can also edit it in the parameters tab after forwarding, but we will just edit it in the file name. So what I will do, instead of JPG, I will write PHP, and then I will forward the request, and let us see. Voila! Shelldemo.php successfully uploaded. What we did is we tricked the browser, telling that we are uploading a JPG, but in between we changed it to PHP. This is how we have to exploit the medium level vulnerability. Let us see if we have successfully uploaded this. So click copy, and I have shown you in the last lecture how to check whether we have uploaded this file. Paste, enter, and again it is asking for intercept, so just forward. For now, turn off the intercept, and yes, we have uploaded. So let us exploit the server. Copy this, go to terminal, again type weebly, then the destination website. I'm sorry, I didn't copy it properly. Go to terminal, just paste followed by the password and hit enter. There you go. We have compromised the medium level security of damn vulnerable web application as well. Let us see if we can execute a command, and there you go. We have our file shelldemo.php. We can also execute the present working directory. Then if you click help, we will find out the system information using this command. So system info system info, and there you go. So you can see how powerful this Weebly shell is, and I hope you also got the idea how to exploit the file upload vulnerability using Burp suite. This was all for today's lecture. Again, while quitting the browser. So this was all for this lecture. In the next lecture, we will see some different interesting topics. Again, before quitting Firefox, do not forget to change the preferences from proxy. Go to settings, no proxy, click OK and then quit. This is always a good practice. I will see you in the next lecture. Let us continue with file upload vulnerability. In the previous two lectures, we saw how to exploit the file upload vulnerability for medium and low level. In this lecture, we will see how to exploit the file upload vulnerability in the high level. Now, some applications are secured to the level in which we are going to see in this lecture. So let us test whether we can upload a PHP shell at a high level and how to upload that PHP shell using Burp suite. So you need to do two things: start your Metasploitable and log in to your Kali Linux. So I have logged in into my Kali and I will launch the Firefox. Let us head to DVWA and make sure that you practice all these things into virtual machines only. These videos are only for educational purposes. Do not make illegal use of this knowledge. So let us go to DVWA security and change the security to high, submit, and then go to upload. Let us try uploading the PHP that we had done. So first we need to go and change the file name to PHP again. Now let us try to upload this PHP. Let us see if we can upload. There you go, your image was not uploaded, and since the security is high, we didn't even get a descriptive error message. Let us try uploading this using Burp suite. So go to Burp suite. While Burp suite starts, let's go to proxy. Let us click OK. Let's go to proxy. Let's go to preferences, network settings, select manual proxy, make sure that this tick mark is checked, click OK. Now come to Burp suite, go to proxy, keep intercept as on, go to DVWA, click browse, shell demo, open, upload. Now in the last lecture, we changed the name to JPG. So let us check if we can do this. Click forward. Again, our image was not uploaded. For why was this happening? Let us view the source code. The intercept on. Let us view the source code. So now you can see if it is checking for extensions, that is JPG, this is allowed. It is also checking for content type. So you can see it is checking for JPG, JPG, JPG. So in our Burp suite, we just changed the name and it was just checking if the content is JPG. But now if you can see in the code, it is also checking the extension, right? So we cannot, even if we change the name and then transfer, it is actually checking the extension of the file. So now what to do? Well, I have one solution for this. Let us see if this works. Intercept is on of my Burp suite. Let us try to upload the same shell again. And in here, what I will do is I will just change the name to shell demo1.php.jpg, and let us see what happens. So after doing this, the server will think that okay, it is a JPG since .jpg extension, but whenever there are two extensions in line, the extension which is first is considered. So for the validation purposes, server will think that okay, it is a .jpg extension, but when the actual file will get uploaded, it will get uploaded as .php file. So let us just click forward, and there you go. Our shell was successfully uploaded. Now let us check if shell demo1 was uploaded. Again, I changed the name just for this lab purposes. You can keep the name same if you want, but it is better to distinguish between the names so that you won't get confused. So let us see, and there you go. It is blank, which means we have successfully uploaded the shell. Turn off the intercept and let us go to terminal, and then we'll connect with Weebly. We will copy this URL. We will go to our terminal and then paste shelldemo1.jpg and then followed by password. There you go. We have successfully connected to the Weebly shell. Let us see if we can execute commands. There you go. Shelldemo1 shell. So our original file shelldemo, which was updated or uploaded in the last lecture, is also present here, and shelldemo1 is also present. Now why did I change the name here? Because it may get overwritten with the server, and that is why I actually changed the name. So you can see this is how you can also try to intercept and exploit the high level file upload vulnerability. Now most of the applications execute impossible level of vulnerability, which means they trim the content extension length and etc, all those things. So it totally depends upon how the application is executing or deploying this type of file uploads. But in most of the cases, if you are a keen security researcher, you can get some websites where the high level is also exploitable. But do not use the Weebly shell, or do not use this for illegal or malicious purposes, as you can always get traced back by security experts. So this is how we actually exploited the file upload vulnerability at a high level. I hope now you have got an idea of what is file upload vulnerability and how dangerous file upload vulnerabilities can be. In the next lecture, we will start with the most important and the most rated topic of web application penetration testing, that is SQL injection. I hope you're excited for the next video. So let us get started with the next video. Again, if you have any doubts, please feel free to ask us, and we will try and answer them within 48 hours. Also, if you are really enjoying this course, do not forget to rate the course, as this will also help other students, and it will also help the instructors to know how if you're really enjoying the videos. And please do not forget to write the review for this course. I will see you in the next lecture.
Let us start with the most important part in web application pen testing, that is SQL injection. In this lecture, we will learn an overview to what is SQL injection. With advancement in technology, modern society has accomplished many unthinkable goals. However, as the technology develops, so does the risk increases. Same is the case with web applications. Today's applications are fraught with vulnerabilities. Since 2003, SQL injection has remained in the OWASP top 10 list of application security risks that companies are wrestling with. So what is SQL injection attack? SQL injection, also called as SQLI, is an injection attack where an attacker executes malicious SQL statements to control a web application's database server, thereby accessing, modifying, and deleting unauthorized data. In the early days of the internet, building websites was a simple process like no JavaScript, no CSS, and only few images. But as the websites gained popularity, the need for more advanced technology and dynamic websites grew. This led to development of server-side scripting languages like JSP and PHP. Websites started storing user input and content in databases like MySQL. MySQL became the most popular and standardized language for accessing and manipulating databases. However, hackers found new ways to leverage the loopholes present in the SQL technology. SQL injection attack is one of the most popular ways of targeting databases. SQL injection targets the databases using specifically crafted SQL statements to trick the systems into doing unexpected and undesired things. So why is SQL injection so dangerous? There are a lot of things an attacker can do when exploiting an SQL injection on a vulnerable website. By leveraging an SQL injection vulnerability, given the right circumstances, an attacker can do the following things like bypass a web application's authorization mechanisms and extract sensitive information. Easily control application behavior that's based on the data in the database. Inject further malicious code to be executed using user access applications. Add, modify, and delete data, corrupting the database and making the application unusable. Enumerate the authentication details of a user registered on a website and use the data in attacks on other sites. It all depends on the capability of the attacker, but sometimes an SQL injection can lead to a complete takeover of the database and web application. So how does a SQL injection attack works? A developer usually defines an SQL query to perform some database action necessary for the application to function. This query has one or two arguments so that only desired records are returned when the value for the argument is provided by the user. An SQL attack plays out in two stages: research and attack. In the research phase, attacker gives some random unexpected values for the argument, observes how the application responds, and decides an attack to attempt. In the attack phase, here attacker provides carefully crafted value for the argument. The application will interpret the value part of an SQL command rather than merely data. The database then executes the SQL command as modified by the attacker. In the next video, we will learn different types of SQL injection attacks. Last video, we had an introduction to SQL injection attacks. In this video, we will see different types of SQL injection attacks. SQL injection can be classified into three major categories: in-band SQL injection, inferential SQL injection, and out-of-band SQL injection. The first is in-band SQL injection. In-band SQL injection is the most common and easy to exploit out of the all SQL injection attacks. In-band SQL injection occurs when an attacker is able to use the same communication channel to both launch the attack and gather results. The two most common types of in-band SQL injection are error-based SQL injection and union-based SQL injection. We will see these two types in this lecture. Error-based SQL injection. Error-based SQL injection is an in-band SQL injection technique that relies on error messages thrown by the database server to obtain information about the structure of the database. In some cases, error-based SQL injection alone is enough for an attacker to enumerate an entire database. While errors are very useful during the development phase of a web application, they should be disabled on a live site or logged to a file with restricted access instead. The next is union-based SQL injection. Union-based SQL injection is an in-band SQL injection technique that leverages the union SQL operator to combine the results of two or more select statements into a single result, which is then returned as a part of the HTTP response. The next is inferential based SQL injection, which is the second type. Inferential SQL injection, unlike inbound SQL injection, may take longer for an attacker to exploit. However, it is just as dangerous as any other form of SQL injection. In an inferential SQLi attack, no data is actually transferred via the web application, and the attacker would not be able to see the result of an attack that is inbound, which is why such attacks are commonly referred to as blind SQL injection attacks. Instead, an attacker is able to reconstruct the database structure by sending payloads, observing the web application's response, and resulting behavior of the database server. The two major types of inferential SQL injection are blind Boolean based SQL injection and blind time based SQL injection. The first, which we are going to learn in inferential based SQL injection, is Boolean based blind SQL injection. Boolean based SQL injection is an inferential SQL injection technique that relies on sending a SQL query to the database, which forces the application to return a different result depending on whether the query returns true or false result. Depending on the result, the content within the HTTP response will change or remain the same. This allows an attacker to infer if the payload used returned true or false, even though no data from the database is returned. This attack is typically slow, especially on large databases, since an attacker would need to enumerate a database character by character. The next is time-based blind SQL injection. Time-based SQL injection is an inferential SQL injection technique that relies on sending a SQL query to the database, which forces the database to wait for a specified amount of time in seconds before responding. The response time will indicate to the attacker whether the result of the query is true or false. Depending on the result, an HTTP response will be returned with a delay or returned immediately. This allows an attacker to infer if the payload used returned true or false, even though no data from the database is returned. This attack is typically slow, especially for large databases, since an attacker would need to enumerate a database like blind-based or Boolean-based, character by character. And the last is out-of-band SQL injection, which is the third type. Out-of-band SQL injection is not very common, mostly because it depends on features being enabled on the database server being used by the web application. Out-of-band SQL injection occurs when an attacker is unable to use the same channel to launch the attack and gather results. Out-of-band techniques offer an attacker an alternative to inferential based techniques, especially if the server responses are not very stable, making an inferential time-based attack unreliable. Out-of-band SQL injection techniques would rely on the database server's ability to make DNS or HTTP requests to deliver data to an attacker. So in this lecture, we covered three major types of SQL injection. From the next lecture, we will start the manual SQL injection practical.
Let us continue with SQL injection practicals. In the previous two videos, you saw different types of SQL injections, and from this video we will start a manual SQL injection practical. Now in this video we are going to use different types of SQL commands. And this is going to be a long video of about 10 to 15 minutes. So be patient till you get the result and carefully observe all the commands that I'm going to use. Now again, I'm going to use the SQL commands. If you do not have the knowledge of SQL commands or database management, you can refer to database management systems, and we have also attached a few links to SQL books you can download and refer to them. So let us get started. Before starting, make sure you are logged in into a Kali machine, and DVWA, that is Damn Vulnerable Web Application, is also turned on. Let's start. So right now I am into my Kali machine, and I will open the Firefox browser, and then I will connect to Damn Vulnerable Web Application to perform SQL injection. So let us type the IP address of my vulnerable machine, that is 10.2.10.0.2.16, and then we will hit enter. So let us go to DVWA and log in with the default username, that is admin, and password, that is admin. I'm sorry, the password is password. So now first let us go to DVWA security and set the security to be low. We won't be showing the manual SQL injection on medium and high because it is a very tedious process, and instead of that we'll just show you a tool which will easily get you the database and passwords and everything. So first go to SQL injection, and in this video we are going to show you SQL injection and not the blind one. We'll just see the normal SQL injection. So it is asking for user ID, so just first type 1 and let us see what we can get. Okay, it has shown the first name and the surname. Now what you have to do is in the text box you have to type percent single quote space or single quote 0 single quote close is equal to single quote 0 and then hit enter. Whoa, we have got something. We have got Bob, we have got all the usernames and the current first name and the surname. Now which means that the query which we had just inserted is the query which exploits the SQL injection vulnerability and tells us that there is SQL injection present here. So what we have got is first name and last name, but that is not a critical data. But why did we got this? Now when we entered the percentage sign and the quote after that, it told the server that okay, the user has entered percent as the user ID, and after the percent symbol is OR statement, which is a Boolean SQL injection, and in the OR we can see that it is 0 is equals to 0, which is always true. And if you know the basic Boolean algebra or Boolean logic, if one of the queries of the OR equivalence is true, then the entire statements become true. And in our case, even if the user ID was percent, which is an error or false, the OR statement was true, and hence the server replied with all the available usernames and surnames. But again, this is not critical data. We need to find something else. So now let us use union query to find out different data. So again type percent single quote or 0 is equal to 0. Do not write the single quotes here because it is in the last case we used 0 as a character. Here we are using 0 as an integer. And then after 0 press space and type union select null comma user bracket double brackets and hash, and then hit enter. We can see that you have an SQL error syntax now, which means now what is telling, we have to observe it closely. I persistently showed that I wanted to show you the error for this thing. Now check the manual that corresponds to my SQL Server version, and it has told that we deliberately used hash which wasn't allowed. So let us try to insert another query. So what was the error? In the last query I had entered the brackets similarly, so I got an error. And why I did that? Because I wanted to show you the deliberately the descriptive error which normally applications show, and from that descriptive errors you can actually get a lot of information. So again we have typed the same query, but here I have just entered user and the brackets in a proper way, and then we will hit submit. You can see what we have got. In the last surname section, you can see the local host root @ localhost is what we are looking for. So what we will this is the name of the database user that executed the behind the scenes PHP code. So basically root executed and we got the output. Our next step is now to enter the following things. So again enter percent single quote or 0 is equal to 0 union select null comma database brackets and hashtag. Now before hitting the submit button, in the last we had executed user, and that is why we got the username, that is root@localhost. Hopefully after executing this query we will get the name of the database. Let us see. So function dvwa.database does not exist. Why did we got this error? There might be some error in the query that we had inserted. So let us go back and check what was our error. I had by mistakenly misspelled the database name. So let us again hit submit. And there you go. At the bottom we have got the database name, that is dvwa. Now if you scroll up and see the query, we had written null comma database. Now why? Because the first query is returning two fields, that is first name and username, and therefore the rule of the union query is that both the fields that is in the first query and the second query should match. Since there are two fields in the first query, first name and surname, we should also write two fields in the second query and then use the union function, and that is why we wrote null comma database. If we again write the same query and do union database comma database, we will get the name twice. Let us see the same. So percent single quotes, yes, just click the query. So instead of null, write user brackets comma database brackets. Hopefully we will get the username and the database name and hash, and then click submit. So if you can see, at the first name we have got the root name and at the surname we have got the database name. This is the main reason many SQL injection tutorials do not explain why did we use null. So this was the basic explanation why we had used null. Now since we have got the name of the database, we will not stop there. Our next job is to actually find out what is inside that database. So let us execute the next query. So type percent single quote and 1 is equal to 0 union select null comma table underscore name from information underscore schema dot tables. And then hash. Before entering, if we come down here, I'll just show you why did we write and 1 equal to 0. Now if we had written or 1 equal to 0 or 0 equal to 0, we would have got the result of the first query as well as the result of the second query. But here we do not actually need the result of the first query because we already know the database values. So we are interested in the table names. So just hit submit. And there we go. We have got the table names, character sets, collations, columns, privileges, prolifics, routines, schemata, statistics, tables. There you go. We have got the tables. Now our next job is to get the names of the tables. We have also got the user table, the DB, the func, etc. Now let us hit the next query. Now since we are interested in that user table, we will get the contents from that user table. So let us write the query to retrieve the contents from that user table. Write percent single quote and 1 is equal to 0 union select null comma table underscore name from information underscore schema dot tables where, now why where, because we're interested in the user table, where table underscore name like single quote user percent single quote hash. Now this query will show all the tables which have the word user in them. So you can see user privileges, users, user groups, user objective permissions, etc. Now we have got the result which shows that these are the tables which are actually related to the users. Our next job is to find the details of the users table. So just type the query percent single quote and 1 is equal to 0 union select null comma concat bracket open table underscore name. Now we want to break the line, we will have to input a new line. So just type the hexadecimal for break line, that is comma 0x0a comma column underscore name bracket complete from information underscore schema dot columns where table underscore name is equal to users in single quotes. And then hash. Hit enter. So you can see we have got all the names of the columns, that is user ID, first name, last name, user, password and avatar. Now we are interested in password. So let us type the following query. Ampersand, percentage, single quotes and 1 is equal to 0, union select null, comma concat, in bracket first underscore name, comma 0x0a, which means on a new line, comma last underscore name, comma 0x0a, that is again on a new line, comma user, comma 0x0a, comma password, bracket complete from users and hash. This is the syntax of finding the data. There you go. We have got first name, surname, that is admin and the password. Now this is not the actual password, this is the MD5 hashed password. You can use various MD5 hash breaking tools. Hopefully we will see one of the tools in the next upcoming months. We are going to update the contents, we're going to keep updating the contents, and we will see different types of hashing tools. But for now we are successfully able to compromise the database, and we have finally got the data. We have got the name, that is hack, then me 1337, that is the user ID, and the password, etc. So you can see how long it is to actually retrieve the data manually from the database. So there's a spoiler alert for you. In the next lecture we are going to just use 4 commands Just use 4 commands by typing only 5 to 8 letters in each command, and boom, entire database in a good graphical view will be in front of you. So let us start with automation of SQL injection. In the last video, we saw the manual SQL injection and we actually saw how much time it took to just get the data. We almost actually did 15 minutes of coding and inserting queries, and then finally we got the data. But what if I show you an automated tool to calculate and find the data within using just basic commands? In this video, we are going to see automating SQL injection using a popular tool known as SQL Map. SQL Map is a tool which is available in Mac, Linux as well as Windows. In this lecture, we will see how to use SQL Map in Linux. Let us get started. So before moving ahead, I would like to tell you that when using SQL Map, there are basically two types of SQL injections: get-based SQL injection and post-based SQL injection. In get-based SQL injection, the parameters that user passes through the input values is clearly seen in the URL, whereas in post-based SQL injection, the parameters are not seen. So while using post-based SQL injection, we will use Burp suite to capture the request and then insert into SQL Map. But for this lecture, we are going to see how SQL Map works with get-based SQL injection, that is, parameters are clearly seen in the URL. So first, go to Google. Make sure that you do not use these tools for illegal purposes because you will get compromised. All the tutorials and the videos in this course are only meant for educational purposes. So in the Google search engine, type PHP $ID is equal to 1, and then Contemporary Romanian Writers is the website which I have found out to perform SQL injection. So there are basically two types of SQL injections: get-based SQL injection and post-based SQL injection. In post-based SQL injection, the parameters that generally user enters are not seen through the URL, but in our case, as you can see on the screen, the ID is equal to 1 parameter is clearly in the URL, and hence it is a get-based SQL injection. Now when I enter a single quote after 1, I get an SQL syntax error, which means this is also vulnerable to error-based SQL injection. Now just remove that single quote and copy the link, and then go to a terminal and launch SQL Map -H and hit enter. These are the all help options provided by SQL Map. If you are a keen learner, and every security expert must know how to use all these tools, and he should be able to know the options in SQL Map. So just clear the screen and type SQL Map -U. Just paste the URL that we have copied. Just do not add the single quote after 1. And after the URL, just type --DBS, which stands for database, and hit enter. The U stands for the URL which is specified, and now you can see we have started getting results by ID is dynamic. ID appears to be dynamic. Whenever it asks, the SQL Map asks you to enter yes or no, just hit enter so that it will take default value. We will wait till we get the further result of SQL Map. So you can see that we have got the two database names, Information Schema and Romanian SVC. Now Information Schema is the default database which is present in all MySQL databases table, and therefore we have got that there is only one database, Romanian_SVC. Now we are interested in Romanian_SVC. So what you have to do is you have to paste the same command as earlier, and just instead of --DBS, write -D followed by the database name, that is underscore svc dash dash tables, which stands to find out all the tables. Now in this command, dash u stands for the URL, dash d stands for the database name, and dash dash tables tells the SQL map to find out all the table names which are in the database Romanian underscore svc. Hit enter. Now SQL map will work and find out all the tables which are present. As you can see, we have found out RA underscore autori, RA underscore carti, RA underscore carti autori, etc. So you can see how easy it was to just find out all the table names. But in the last lecture, we saw how tedious it was to write commands and then get the database table name. Now, since we have found out all the table names, we would find out columns from the array contact table. So just type the same command, and instead of dash dash tables, type dash capital T and mention the name of the table in which you are interested. For this practical, I will be using dash array contact and just write dash dash columns to find out all the names of the columns present in that table, RA underscore contact, and that RA underscore contact is then present in Romanian underscore svc. Voila, we have got ID, email, functi, num, and posa. Since I do not know which website is this and where it is hosted actually, but I found out this website on some blog where they have told that this website is for practical purposes and this site is also not functioning. So basically now we are interested in finding out the data inside that column. So what you have to do is just you have to write dash c and mention the names of the columns in which you are interested. In our case, we are interested in all the columns, so just write ID, comma email, comma functi, comma nume, comma posa, and then dash dash dump and hit enter. We have got an error here. Instead of the brackets, you have to write the double quotes. So just remove the open and closing brackets and insert double quotes and then hit enter. So hopefully we will get all the details. There you go. We have got two database, we have got two emails, we have got two num, that is name, and posa, that is position, I am guessing, and functi, that is the function. We have got the editor's email ID and we have got the editor's name. Now how you hackers can use this data is just they can email from this email ID to some victim, and then using social engineering techniques that they can just fool the victim to get some malicious data. So right now I'm hiding the details in front of you because this is just for ethical purposes. You might have seen that the screen is blurred, but I'm just doing it for the educational purposes. And make sure you do not use this tool for any illegal purposes. We are the security experts and we are ethical hackers. So I hope this video was very useful and we actually learned how to use the SQL map, and we actually finished finding the database in almost 5 to 10 minutes. So this was all for this lecture. In the next lecture, we will see how to prevent from SQL injection attacks. So let us conclude our SQL injection topic with the countermeasures that we need to enforce so that SQL injection attacks won't happen. The first and the most important thing is you have to make no assumptions about the size, type, or the content of the data that the user will input. Then avoid constructing dynamic SQL with concatenated input values. Ensure that the web configuration files for each application do not contain sensitive information. Sanitize the input, for example, cut the extra HTML characters, tags where numbers are required. Isolate the web server by locking it in different domains. Then ensure all the software patches are updated regularly. Regular monitoring of SQL statements from database connected applications to identify malicious SQL statements. And the most important thing is, do not disclose database error information to the end users. We saw how error based SQL injection happen and how errors are the most important thing which help in throwing out valuable information. Then use a secure hash algorithm such as SHA-256 to store the user passwords than in plain text. Also validate user supplied data, that is sanitization. Then ensure that all user inputs are sanitized before using them in dynamic SQL statements. Avoid the use of any web application which is not tested by the web server. Then ensure that the code tracing and debug messages are removed prior to deploying an application. And finally, use data access abstraction layer to enforce secure data access across the entire application. Now, common attacks use a specific type of code sequences that allow attackers to gain an unauthorized access. So make sure that the application does not accept any kind of HTML tags, inputs, open brackets, close. For example, if the application is asking for a name of the user, you just have to allow the characters from A to Z, that is the alphabets. In this way, preventing database is one of the most toughest and important job nowadays. Many hackers hack database and reveal the credentials and actually sell them on dark web. So it is really very necessary and important for a security expert to prevent the SQL injection attacks. In the next lecture, we will have a brief introduction to cross-site scripting, that is XSS.
Let us start with XSS, that is cross-site scripting. In this video, we will have an overview to what is cross-site scripting. Cross-site scripting attacks exploit vulnerabilities in dynamically generated web pages, which enables malicious attackers to inject client-side script into web pages viewed by other users. Attackers inject malicious JavaScript, VB-script, HTML or Flash and many more for execution on victim system by hiding it within legitimate requests. Many web applications and websites are still vulnerable to these security threats. Cross-site scripting is one of the most common application layer web attacks. XSS vulnerabilities target scripts embedded in a page that are executed on the client side rather than on the server side. XSS in itself is a threat that is brought about by the internet security weaknesses of the client-side scripting languages such as JavaScript and HTML. The concept of XSS is to manipulate client-side scripts of the web application to execute in the manner desired by the malicious user. Such a manipulation can embed a script in a page that can be executed every time the page is loaded or whenever an associated event is performed. From the image on the screen, you can see that the attacker has injected a malicious script into that login form, and when the user types his username and password, all the details in the login form, that is the username and password, will be fetched by the attacker. So how does XSS works? There are many ways in which an attacker can entice a victim into initiating reflective XSS requests. For example, the attacker could send the victim a misleading email with a link containing malicious JavaScript. If the victim clicks on the link, the HTTP request is initiated from the victim's browser and sent to the vulnerable application. The malicious JavaScript is then reflected back to the victim's browser, where it is executed in the context of the victim's user session. By exploiting the XSS vulnerabilities, an attacker can perform malicious actions such as hijacking an account, spreading web worms, accessing browser history and clipboard contents, controlling the browser remotely, scanning and exploiting the intranet or internet appliances and applications. So what can XSS do? XSS can impersonate or masquerade the victim user, carry out any action that the user is able to perform, read any data that the user is able to access, capture the user's login credentials, perform virtual defacement of the website, and finally inject Trojan functionality into the website. In the next lecture, we will see types of XSS. In the last lecture, we had an introduction to what is XSS. In this lecture, we will see different types of cross-site scripting. So before studying the types of cross-site scripting, first we will see the actors in an XSS attack. In general, an XSS attack involves three actors: the website, the victim, and the attacker. The website. The website serves HTML pages to the users who request them. The website's database is a database that stores some of the user input included in the website's pages. The victim is a normal user of the website who requests pages from it using his browser. The attacker is a malicious user of the website who intends to launch an attack on the victim by exploiting an XSS vulnerability in the website. The attacker server is a web server controlled by the attacker for the sole purpose of stealing the victim's sensitive information. Let's start with types of XSS. While the goal of an XSS attack is always to execute malicious JavaScript in the victim's browser, there are few fundamentally different ways of achieving that goal. XSS attacks are often divided into three types. Persistent XSS, where the malicious string originates from the website's database. Reflected XSS, where the malicious string originates from the victim's request. And the DOM-based XSS, where the vulnerability is in the client-side code rather than the server-side code. So let's begin with the reflected cross-site script. In a reflected XSS attack, the malicious string is a part of victim's request to the website. The website then includes this malicious string in the response sent back to the user. In the diagram on your screen, the attacker crafts a URL containing a malicious string and sends it to the victim. The second, the victim is tricked by the attacker into requesting the URL from the website. The third, the website includes a malicious string from the URL in the response. And the fourth, the victim's browser executes the malicious script inside the response, sending the victim's cookies to the attacker's server. So how can reflected XSS succeed? At first, reflected XSS might seem harmless because it requires the victim himself to actually send the request containing a malicious string. Since nobody would willingly attack himself, there seems to be no way of actually performing the attack. As it turns out, there are at least two common ways of causing a victim to launch a reflected XSS attack against himself. If the user targets a specific individual, the attacker can send a malicious URL to the victim using email or instant messaging and trick him into visiting it. If the user targets a large group of people, the attacker can publish a link to the malicious URL on his own website or on a social network and wait for visitors to click it. The next is DOM-based cross-site scripting. DOM-based XSS is a variant of both persistent and reflected XSS. In a DOM-based XSS attack, the malicious string is not actually passed by the victim's browser until the website's legitimate JavaScript is executed. On your screen, you can see at number 1, the attacker crafts a URL containing a malicious string and sends it to the victim. At number 2, the victim is tricked by the attacker into requesting the URL from the website. At number 3, the website receives the request but does not include the malicious string in the response. At number 4, the victim's browser executes the legitimate script inside the response, causing the malicious script to be inserted into the page. And at the number 5, the victim's browser executes the malicious script inserted into the page by sending the victim's cookies to the attacker's server. What makes DOM-based XSS different? In DOM-based XSS attack, there is no malicious script inserted as a part of the page. The only script that is automatically executed during the page load is a legitimate part of the page. The problem is that this legitimate script directly makes use of the user input in order to add HTML to the page. Because the malicious string is inserted into the page using inner HTML, it is parsed as HTML, causing the malicious script to be executed. The difference is subtle but important. In traditional XSS, the malicious JavaScript is executed when the page is loaded as a part of HTML sent by the server. In DOM-based XSS, the malicious JavaScript is executed at some point after the page is loaded as a result of page's legitimate JavaScript treating user input in an unsafe way. The next is stored cross-site scripting. While browsing an e-commerce website, a perpetrator discovers a vulnerability that allows HTML tags to be embedded in a site's comment section. The embedded tags become a permanent feature of the page, causing the browser to parse them with the rest of the source code every time the page is opened. So on your screen, you can see that the attacker sends XSS payload to the server, and every time the user asks for the request to the server, the XSS gets initiated by the user, and hence the user is hacked. From the next lecture, we will start with the practicals of XSS.
Let us start exploiting the cross-site scripting vulnerability in DVWA machine. In the previous two lectures, we saw the theoretical explanation of cross-site scripting, and we also saw the working of cross-site scripting. But to understand the working, we also need to understand how XSS works, and therefore we will start with the practicals of XSS. We have already seen how do we install the damn vulnerable web application in the Kali Linux in the penetration testing lab setup section. So for this lectures and for the remaining lectures, we will use the DVWA which is installed in the Kali Linux. We won't be needing the metasploitable virtual machine. So let's log in into our Kali machine. So as you can see right now on my Kali screen, first to launch the DVWA, we should open terminal and we should start the services. So just type sudo service apache 2 start. Enter the password. Then type sudo service mysql start. If you do not start these services, you won't be able to run the DVWA on your local machine. Hit enter. And that's it. Now minimize the terminal. Do not close it. Minimize the terminal. Go to your browser, that is Firefox. And then in the URL section, we have seen how to start the DVWA, that is 127.0.0.1/DVWA in capital. And then hit enter. Log in with the default username and password, that is admin and password. Now you can see this is different than the vulnerable metasploitable machine. So there are added features like insecure captcha, normal SQL injection, weak session, etc. So first go to DVWA security and set the security to low, because in this lecture we are going to see the working of XSS. So just go to XSS stored. We'll be exploiting the stored vulnerability. You can try it on anything. So before doing anything, clear the guest book so that it becomes really handy. So now you can see on the screen that it is asking for name and message. Let's first put mark as a name and just put hello in the message. Let us see how it is getting reflected. We can see the characters as it is. Now since I am a security expert, I will try to input some different characters. I will just enter, let's say, brackets, and in the message I will enter hello. Well, the brackets are there as it is. So right now let us try to insert HTML injection. So just insert -b and in type mark and then close the b tag. Now you might not be able to close the tag because as you can see it is not allowing us. So just right click the name and click inspect element. You can go to the name tab, just click there and you can see the maximum length is 10, therefore it is only allowing 10 characters. Change it to let's say 100 and close the inspect tab and now close the B and in the message type something hello. Just click sign guestbook. There you go, we can see that mark is bold, which means that the name input is accepting the script, HTML script. Now since it accepted HTML script, I might guess that it will accept my JavaScript also, but that was in the name tag. I want to see whether it is accepting the script in message tab. So in name just type mark and now type bold in message. So B and type some random message of your choice. I will just write hello, you are hacked, and then I will see whether the HTML injection is working or not. And then I will just click sign the guestbook. There you go. It is also accepting the HTML injection in the message tab. So I will just type mark in the name and now it's time to exploit the vulnerability that is XSS. So write script alert. Now if you do not know how JavaScript works, you have to learn the fundamentals of JavaScript, because in this lecture or in this whole course we are not currently going to teach the JavaScript fundamentals. You should have just a basic knowledge of what is script, what are HTML tags. So this is how you write a script, and let me tell you that this is the most basic script which is used to test XSS, and it is also used by many penetration testers as well. So just click sign guestbook. There you go, we can see on the screen that we have got one, which means it is injectable to XSS. So let us try to find out get the cookie. So in the name type mark and in the message the best way to find out a cookie is to get through alert. So just type alert in open brackets document.cookie, everything should be lowercase, document.cookie, close the bracket and also close the script tag. We should get the session ID here and just click sign guestbook. There you go, we have got the session ID and security also. Yes, click OK. So now if we are able to get the session ID, now getting session ID is one of the most important hack an hacker could do, because via session ID you can impersonate and you can tell server that you are actually Mark. So whenever you try to log in and let's say you forgot the password, you click forgot password, and when you use Burp suite you can replace your cookie ID with this cookie ID, and therefore the server will validate that okay, this cookie ID is valid and you are Mark. So this is important. Click OK. Now do not clear the guestbook. I will show you what is the example of stored XSS. So again just type the name Mark and in the message type alert, you are hacked. Script alert, you are being hacked. Right? You are hacked. Now you might get the stored XSS. Before clicking sign, let's guess. I'm guessing that I will get you are being hacked message. Let us see what we get. Click sign guestbook. What? We got the session ID. Click OK. And then we got you are hacked. I will tell you why. Click OK. The first message in the comment box is the mark, and at the first time we got the session ID, and the second time we inputted our message, we were asked or we told server to tell us you are hacked. The first script of session ID got already stored on their database, and whenever I again tried to inject some script, it showed me the first result and the second result as well. So this is how stored cross-site scripting works. Basically, it stores the script permanently on the database. Now suppose, let's say our co-instructor Yash tries to go in and there he enters some script, and let's say he enters something 1 2 3, and whenever he does that, he will also get all the 3 results. Let's see that. Now let's say Yash is entering something. Let's enter Yash, who is our co-instructor, and let's enter hello. Just a simple plain hello. Click sign guest book. There you go. We again got the session ID. We got you are hacked, and then he got his message. So this is how stored XSS vulnerability works. Basically, it stores the scripts that are on the database server. From this, you might have got an idea that if such vulnerability is exploited or is identified by an hacker, he can take benefit by injecting malicious scripts, and he can get the entire credentials of the database. So this is how XSS works, and we also saw what is stored cross-site scripting. Whereas in case of reflected cross-site scripting, it just reflect the message, and there you go. You do not have to get stored. So this is how it works in case of reflected. Dekho, you have got hello mark. That's it. It doesn't get stored. Now let us type another name there. Let's type B mark. Let us see if that works. Yes, it got bolded. So did we see the earlier message of mark? No, we just saw the bold message. This is the major difference between reflected XSS and stored XSS. Now let us try alert 10, and we'll close the script tag. Let's see what we get. There you go, we got 10. But did we see the mark which was bold? No. This is how reflected XSS works. Basically, it doesn't store the script, but in case of stored XSS, it just stores the script. That's it for in this lecture. We saw how we exploited the XSS at a low level vulnerability. Pardon me. In the next lecture, we will try to exploit XSS stored in the medium level vulnerability. Let us see if we can do that, and we will see the different techniques used by hackers exploit XSS. In the last lecture, we had a brief overview of XSS practical, but we exploited that vulnerability at a very low level of security. Now in today's life, the web applications might not have that level of security. So let us see how we can exploit the XSS attack at a medium level security. Now I will log into my Kali machine and then start the DVWA in Kali machine, but I won't show you the exact all the process again and again. So just make sure that you are logged in into your DVWA, which is installed in Kali machine. Again, we are not using the metasploitable here. We are using the inbuilt DVWA. So before we start, just go to setup reset database. Before you start in the practical, make sure you scroll down and click create or reset database. That's it. Now go to security and set the security to medium. And then let us this time use XSS reflected. So what's your name? Let us type Mark, and let's see how it is getting reflected. Okay. Now let us try to inject HTML injection. So let's just type B. So you can see the mark here is getting bold, which means that HTML injection is working. Now let us type the HTML tag, or let us now inject the script tag here. So just type _script alert 1 to check whether XSS script is working. And let us click submit. Okay, now we didn't get the XSS alert. It is showing alert 1. Now why it is doing like that? Why it is not accepting the script? Let us see the page source. If we maximize it, is there any input? Yes. If name exists, then go to the next step. Now the next line, that is $name is equal to string replace, there is a catch. What the source code is doing, it is, if it identifies the script tag, it is replacing that with a blank space. You can see $name is equal to string underscore replace in open brackets script comma blank comma $get name. Therefore, it is just removing the script tag. Now we know that it is removing the script tag. Let us see if we can try using the script tag in another different way. We all know that JavaScript is case sensitive, but HTML tags are not case sensitive. And in this case, script here is working as an HTML tag. Therefore, we can just write different alphabets in uppercase and lowercase, and let us see if that works. Now just hit submit and it should probably work. There you go, we have got one, which means that the program is just removing the specified characters. So let us try to get document.cookie if we can retrieve that also. Instead of 1, let us write document.cookie and we should get the session ID as well. There you go, we have got the session ID. Now as a security expert, you should be able to identify what must be the code that is used to secure. So let's again go to the page source. Let's again go to the source code, and now in that place where it is accepting the input, yes, at that place it should not just remove the script tag. What it should do is it should individually scan the string and it should remove the characters script, whether in uppercase or lowercase. It should also remove all the brackets, that is opening brackets, opening angular bracket and closing angular bracket. In this way, as a security expert, you should know how to secure the code. This practice is known as securing coding, and therefore we always tell students that you should always have the basic knowledge of JavaScript, HTML and data structures and how to basically code. So this was how we exploited the XSS vulnerability at a medium level. Now you can also try the same at stored XSS. The difference is that the script will get stored. In the next lecture, we will try to exploit the highest level of cross-site scripting, and I will again show you some different methods to do that. I will see you in the next lecture. Let us continue with XSS attacks. In the previous two videos, we saw how to exploit the cross-site scripting vulnerability at a low level and medium level attack. But in this lecture, we will see the exploitation of XSS at a high level. And this level of security you can expect in nowadays websites. But before moving that, we should have a brief knowledge of JavaScript events. Now, what are JavaScript events? Events are actions or occurrences that happen in a system. In the world of programming, HTML events are something that happens to the HTML elements. But when JavaScript is used in HTML pages, it can react to these events. In this article, we will see what are the different types of events in JavaScript and how do they work in the following sequence. So what are events in JavaScript? JavaScript has events that provide a dynamic interface to a web page. These events are connected to elements in the form of document object model, that is DOM. Also, these events by default use the bubbling propagation, that is upwards in the DOM from children to parent. What are the different types of events in JavaScript? There are different types of events in JavaScript that are used to react to events. Now we will have a look at the following events. OnClick. What is an OnClick event? The OnClick event is a mouse event and provokes any logic defined if the user clicks on the element it is bound to. Now, we will have that is on error. On error event is an event which reacts when there is something error happened in loading the web page or understanding the message supplied by the user, which means that whenever an error message is passed, the event will get executed. Then on click event is, we have seen on click event. On load event, the onload event is evoked when an element is loaded completely. So the function of these events is whenever something happens, then the event is generated. For example, on abort, the on abort event is evoked when something or the program or the web page is aborted completely. On blur event, on change event, on play event, on key press event. Now what is on key press event? In on key press event, something happens when the value or the script is changed. So an example of on click event is on key press. It basically triggers when a key is pressed and released. So attackers can make use of such events to generate and hack systems. For example, if they write a JavaScript saying that whenever an user presses a key S on their keyboard, this event will take them to the malicious website. So when, let's say, a person called Sam enters his name, and whenever he presses S and releases it, the hacker probably has inputted that on key press S, take the user to malicious website. Sam will directly get directed to the malicious websites. In these ways, these JavaScript events are also used to exploit XSS vulnerabilities. Let us see how these events are used. Now log into your Kali machine and start the DVWA which we have already installed in the Kali machine. We will not use the metasploitable machine this time also. Let us see how to exploit the JavaScript XSS vulnerability at a high level. So right now I am in my DVWA machine, and you have to go to the security level and set the security level to high, click submit, and then let us try XSS reflected. Now here it is asking us to exploit the vulnerability. Now since we know that this is a high vulnerability, we won't keep on trying the HTML injection. We will try the previous script that we had inserted, that is XSS alert 10, in which the characters are inverted. So let's click submit, and there you go. It has removed all the script characters. Now before moving and before let me telling you what is the exact line, I would first like to review the code. So this is how the code looks like. Now what it is saying, so you can see get input preg replace, that is argument replace slash open bracket everything with dash. So you can see it is literally now what is the exact meaning? If you can see, this is stack. So if the input or if the code finds that there is a backslash, it will remove it. Now here the bracket starts, opening bracket, and here and there is no close bracket, and that is why in our output we got here the close bracket bit, because it wasn't removing that bracket. So if we go to code again, dot s, which means everything after small s should be completely erased. Everything after s should be completely erased. Everything before and after c should be completely erased. Now dot and star stands for basically everything. Everything should be removed, and that is why it removed the script also. But how to bypass this? Now, and that is why we have seen the theory of on-click events. Now in this case, we are going to use the on-error event to load an image whose address is not specified. So I will type the code. We will type image source is equal to x, on error is equal to alert document dot cookie, and then I will close the tab. Now what does this code means? So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to load image here. Okay, I'm trying to load image. Now you will point out that it will remove this tag. Okay, let it remove, but I would say it won't remove because it is only doing it for script. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to load an image whose source I haven't defined. Okay, whose source is X, which means no, and therefore the code will generate an error. But what I'm generating in place of error is alert document.cookie. Now I am expecting that after generating this error, I would get to know the document, that is the session ID. I will hit submit, and there you go. We have the PHP session ID with us. So basically you can see the image is not loaded, and therefore why the image did not load, because the code did not find the correct address, and since there was no address, system thought that it is error, but what we had told on error generate an alert. Therefore the XSS vulnerability is successfully exploited. Now this is the major trick used by security experts when they are trying to identify XSS vulnerabilities in real websites, because real websites are secured with maximum sanitization of the input and maximum encoding. Now here we type the image. Now applications like Amazon, Flipkart, they also remove the image also because they know that users trick into this. So there comes your knowledge of utilizing script. You can encode the entire thing in URL form, then send via URL. You can see there is also in the URL, what we have sent is also in the URL. So you can completely encode the script in URL encoding we had seen in the Burp suite, if you remember, and then send via URL. Or you can capture the request, then enter the script. You can apply a hex encoding, you can apply binary encoding. So basically it depends upon how you do it. It is right now not possible in any of the ethical hacking courses to show each and every step, because the thinking of each and every attacker or a cybersecurity expert should develop on yourself. This was all for cross-site scripting. I hope you have a clear idea. Before quitting this, before leaving this lecture, let us shift the security to impossible and then check the code what they have inserted. Now let's check the code here. You can see they have checked the token, and this is the major trick here. The source code is now checking the token of the user. So suppose Sam logs in and his token is still alive, and attacker logs in and tries to exploit and get the token. Server will say that, hey man, your token is different than Sam, I can't give you his token. This is why XSS attack is prevented in the impossible vulnerability. I hope you have an idea of how XSS works. From the next lecture, we will see different countermeasures to prevent the XSS attacks, and then we will move on to cross-site request forgery. Again, a humble request, if you are really liking this course, please write a review for this course, because it will really motivate us to bring more courses. We have more courses in our mind which will really help you to ace your interviews. So if you are really loving this course, you just have to write a review and a rating. That's it. In the previous lectures, we saw what is XSS, and we also see how to exploit the vulnerability. But being a security expert, you should also know how to prevent such attacks. This course is not only about hacking and exploiting vulnerabilities, but we are also going to tell you how to prevent those attacks. So the first measure to prevent XSS is user input escaping. So the first method you can and you should use to prevent XSS vulnerabilities from appearing in your applications is by escaping user input. Escaping data means taking the data an application has received and ensuring it's secure before rendering it for the end user. By escaping user input, key characters in data received by a web page will be prevented from being interpreted in any malicious way. If your page doesn't allow users to add their own code to the page, a good rule of thumb is to then escape any and all the HTML, JavaScript entities. Then the next measure can be validating input. The theory goes like this: expect any untrusted data to be malicious. What's untrusted data? Now, validating input is the process of ensuring an application is rendering the correct data and preventing malicious data from doing harm to the site, database, or users. While whitelisting and input validation are more commonly associated with SQL injection, they can also be used as an additional method of prevention for XSS. Then is sanitize data. The third way, or the most important way, to prevent cross-site scripting attacks is to sanitize user input. We saw how the code was removing the HTML tags and script entities from the input that we had supplied to the code. Sanitizing data is a strong defense but should not be used alone to battle XSS attack. It's totally possible you'll find the need to use all the three methods which I have discussed earlier. Then is do not trust anything, that is use content security policy, which means do not trust what user is inputting. You have to check each and every form of character that user is inputting in your input box. The last one is content security policy, which means as a last line of defense you can use the content security policy CSP to reduce the severity of any XSS vulnerabilities that still occur. If you want to read more about CSP, we have attached a book called Ethical Hacker Playbook, in which it is explained what is CSP, what is XSS, and other prevention methods in detail. I hope these lectures were a brief introduction and also gave you a clear idea of XSS and also gave you techniques for exploiting XSS. Now, the most common question is how common are XSS attacks? Now, it is difficult to get reliable data about real world XSS attacks, but it is probably less frequently exploited than other vulnerabilities. And again, one of the main question is what is the difference between XSS and SQL injection, since in both the cases user is inputting a code. Now, XSS is a client-side vulnerability that targets other applications user, while SQL injection is a server-side vulnerability that targets the application's database. This was all for this lecture, and in the next lecture we will start with another new topic, that is cross-site request forgery.
Let us start with another topic in this section, the cross-site request forgery, also called as CSRF. Cross-site request forgery, also known as CSRF, is an attack whereby an attacker tricks a victim into performing actions on their behalf. The impact of the attack depends on the level of permissions that the victim has. Such attacks take advantage of the fact that a website completely trusts a user once it can confirm that user is indeed who they say they are. On your screen, you can see that the attacker has crafted his own URL, and when the user clicks on that URL, the email gets directly changed without even the user knowing what has happened actually. So, how are CSRF attacks executed? There are two main parts to executing a cross-site request forgery attack. The first one is tricking the victim into clicking a link or loading a page. This is normally done through social engineering and malicious link. The second part is sending a crafted legitimate looking request from the user's browser to the website. The request is sent with values chosen by the attacker, including any cookies that the victim has associated with that website. This way, the website knows that this victim can perform certain actions on the website. Any request sent with these HTTP credentials or cookies will be considered a legitimate request, even though the victim would be sending the request of the attackers or on the attacker's command. Consider this example, that I walk into a bank and I tell them that I am you. I withdraw all of your money. I have just committed an act of cross-human request forgery, and therefore I have your money. In other words, I pretended to be you and performed an unwanted action on your money. Cross-site request forgery is a type of attack that occurs when a malicious website, email, blog, instant message, or program causes a user's web browser to perform an unwanted action on a trusted site for which the user is currently authenticated to. It works by pretending to be you, or more correctly, doing something with your credentials while you are completely unaware. So let's move ahead to CSRF countermeasures. The first one is use built-in or existing CSRF implementations for CSRF protection. The synchronizer token defenses have been built into many frameworks. It is strongly recommended to research if the framework you are using has an option to achieve CSRF protection by default before trying to build your custom token generating system. For example, .NET has built-in protection that adds a token to CSRF vulnerable resources. You are responsible for proper configuration such as key management and token management before using these built-in CSRF protections that generate tokens to guard CSRF vulnerable resources. The next is synchronizer token pattern. CSRF tokens should be generated on server side. They can be generated once per user session or for each request. Per request, tokens are more secure than per sessions. For example, the back button browser capability is often hindered as the previous page may contain a token that is no longer valid. Interaction with this previous page will result in a CSRF false positive security event at the server side. In per session token implementation, after initial generation of the token, the value is stored in the session and is used for each subsequent request until the session expires. The next is CSRF tokens should not be transmitted using cookies. The CSRF tokens can be added through hidden fields, headers, and can be used with forms and AJAX calls. Make sure that the token is not leaked in the server logs or in the URL. The next is encryption-based token pattern. The encrypted token pattern leverages an encryption rather than comparison method of the token validation. It is most suitable for applications that do not want to maintain any state at the server side. And the last is same-site cookie attribute. Same-site is a cookie attribute similar to HTTP only, secure, and many more, which aims to mitigate CSRF attacks. It is defined in RFC 6265 bits. This attribute helps the browser to decide whether to send cookies along with cross-site requests. It is important to note that this attribute should be implemented as an additional layer defense in depth concept. This attribute protects the user through the browser supporting it, and it contains as well two ways to bypass. The attribute should not replace having a CSRF token. Instead, it should coexist with that token in order to protect the user in a more robust way. I know this is a little bit hard to understand, but if you are really keen to understand what is CSRF and how to protect from CSRF, you can go through the books attached with this course. See you in the next lecture.
In the last lecture, we had a brief introduction to cross-site request forgery. We saw what is CSRF and how it works. And in this practical, I will show you a brief overview of cross-site request forgery practical. Now make sure that there is only one practical of CSRF because the higher level practicals requires a lot of coding and mixing of 2 to 3 concepts. At this point of view, you just need to understand what is CSRF and how it works. That is the basic working of CSRF. So let us go to our Kali Linux machine and log in into our damn vulnerable web application. So as you can see, I have logged in into my damn vulnerable web application. Let's first go to setup and create and reset the setup. Now I have installed, currently I have installed DBWA in my Kali machine. You can see we do not need the metasploitable for this practical. Now let us set the security level to low because this practical is just to show you how CSRF works. That is a proof of concept to understand the working. Now let us go to CSRF. Now You know the basic working of CSRF is like attacker sends a malicious links to user, and when user clicks that link, attacker executes the operations which he wanted to execute but user didn't wish to intend. So now let us say I am attacker and I have changed my password. I will give my new password as let us say my whole name, my Chinmay, Chinmay, and I will confirm my password. So in our case, Chinmay is the attacker and let's say Yash is the victim. So I will click change, and yes, you can see in the URL that the new password is Chinmay, and the confirm new password is also Chinmay. Now what I will do, I will select this and I will copy this whole request. Right now I am the attacker. Now I will go and I will start text editor, and here I will paste the link. Now what I want to take overview, I want to take over Yash's account. So what I will do, I will change the password here, that is Yash. I will change it here. I will change it to Yash123, and I will again change the new password to Yash123. Now I haven't changed the password of my own system. I am just changing the parameter in this request. I will copy this request and I will somehow send this request to Yash. Now what I will do is I will show you how can I send. I will go to URL shortener. Okay, I will just click a random first link and I will paste my original crafted link here. So you can see I will paste it here, and you can see new password is Yash and confirm password is Yash. I will click shorten, and there you go, I have got the new link. I will copy this link, and then what I will do is I will mail Yash saying that, hey Yash, check this cool Nike t-shirt and it's just at 599 rupees, and Yash will click that link. Okay, and let us see what happens. Now I will take the original link here again to show how it works. Now let us say Yash has I will paste the link here. Now since here when Yash will click that link, the link will appear like this, and when I will hit enter, I will perform as Yash. So I will just hit enter. What was my password? My password was the password of DVWA, that is password. And whenever I hit enter, you can see I have got a message, password changed. But now Yash is surprised. Yeah, I had actually told Yash that it was a Nike cool t-shirt, but Yash got an error message saying your password has been changed. Now Yash will log out and he will just tell me that something has happened. But here as an attacker, I am into now Yash login page, so I will just type admin because I know Yash's username but I do not know the password. But now since Yash is a victim of CSRF, now since Yash clicked that link, now I will try to use the password which I had changed. The password was Yash123 and I will click login. There you go. I have the overview. I have successfully hacked Yash account. Now did Yash wanted to change the password? No. He just clicked that link and the password got reset. This is how cross-site request forgery works. The main task here is just to send the request, send the link to the victim. Now security experts, now in this case it was very easy because it was at low security level, but when it comes to secure applications, now what is the flaw? If you understand what is the flaw here, it didn't check for the session ID. But when the applications are more secure, whenever I will try to log in with or whenever Yash will try to click that link, the browser will first ask Yash to log in with his own password. Okay, and then he will execute that link. But in our case, when Yash clicked the link, the password got changed. This is a major flaw, and if you want to prevent the CSRF, you need to implement CSRF tokens where session IDs are preserved. So I just wanted to show you how CSRF works and what is CSRF, and that is why cybersecurity awareness is very important. You cannot just click random links in your email or in your text messages. You need to be aware what happens. The applications like e-commerce, like Amazon, Flipkart, uh, if you try and do the same thing, they won't execute because there are anti-CSRF tokens which check the session ID of the user who is currently logged in or wants to log in again. So whenever Yash will try to execute the same link in Flipkart, Flipkart's server will say, hey Yash, this is not matching to a session ID and hence I cannot allow you to execute the request. And in this way CSRF fails. Basically, implementing anti-CSRF tokens is one of the ways to prevent CSRF. So I hope you have got a brief overview of how CSRF works, and please do not use such tools on legal websites as your IP can easily get backtracked and you can get compromised. These videos are just for educational purposes. In the next lecture, we will see what are CSRF countermeasures and how to prevent against CSRF attacks using different techniques.
In the last lecture, we saw how to carry out a cross-site request forgery attack. In this lecture, we will start with brute forcing attack. We are going to see password brute forcing practical in the next video. So what is a brute force attack? A brute force attack, also known as an exhaustive search, is a cryptographic hack that relies on guessing possible combinations of a targeted password until the correct password is discovered. The longer the password, the more combinations that will need to be tested. A brute force attack can be time consuming. If the password is weak, it could merely take seconds with hardly any effort. Weak passwords are like shooting fish in a barrel for attackers, which is why all organizations should enforce a strong password policy across all users and systems. Brute force attacks are usually used to obtain personal information such as passwords, passphrases, usernames, and personal identification numbers. Goals of a brute force attack include theft of personal information such as passwords, paraphrases, and many more. Harvesting credentials to sell to third parties. Posing as users to send phishing links or spread fake content. Defacement of websites and other information in the public domain that could damage the reputation of the organization. Redirecting domains to sites holding malicious content. They can also be used for positive gains. Many IT specialists use this method to attack to test network security and more specifically the strength of the encryption used on the network, also called as white box testing. So what are the types of brute force attacks? Simple brute force attack uses a systematic approach to guess that doesn't rely on outside logic. Hybrid brute force attack starts from external logic to determine which password variation may be most likely to succeed and then continues with the simple approach to try many possible variations. Dictionary attacks guesses usernames or passwords using a dictionary of possible strings or phrases. A rainbow table is pre-computed table for reversing cryptographic hash functions. It can be used to guess a function up to a certain length consisting of a limited set of characters. Reverse brute force attack uses a common password or collection of passwords against many possible usernames. It targets a network of users for which the attackers have previously obtained the data. Credential stuffing. It uses previously known password and username pairs, trying them against multiple websites. It exploits the fact that many users have the same username and password across different systems. Brute force attacks typically rely on weak passwords and careless network administration. Fortunately, these are both areas that can be improved easily in order to prevent vulnerabilities that could bring your network or website resources to keep in their knees. For example, utilizing strong passwords, allowing a limited number of logging attempts, and enabling two-factor authentication can help to prevent brute force attacks. Ultimately, it is important to educate your organization on the importance of password strength and the general information security habits. Even with a strong password, employees can fall victim to insider threats if security is not a strong part of your culture. So, on your screen, you can see that how to prevent brute force attacks. Never use information that can be found online, like names of family members. Like the example Samuel 1998. Have as many as characters possible. Like you can see Samuel at that Phillips 98. Like here is each and every combination. Like there are letters, there are special characters as well as there are numbers. Combine letters, numbers and symbols. The first is capital letter of Samuel. S is capital. Then next small. Then again P is capital. Then the special letter at the rate and then 98 and then exclamation mark. These types of passwords are difficult to brute force. Be different for each user account. Like don't keep the same password for each and every account. For Gmail you can keep something different. For Instagram you can keep something different. For Facebook keep something different. Avoid common patterns. Like if your name is Samuel and your birth date is in 1998, so just don't put the password as Samuel at the rate 1998. Avoid these mistakes, else the brute forcing password is very easy. In the next lecture, we will see the practical approach on how to brute force the attacks using Burp suite.
Let us start with the last practical of web application penetration testing. Throughout this section, you have learned a lot of different concepts, and I hope you have understood it very clearly because we have tried to explain it in simple language. We tried our best to tell you how these concepts work. And now in the last practical, that is the brute force attack, I will show you a simple working of how hackers use brute force attacks to actually hack a system. But let me tell you one thing, that these brute force attacks are very time consuming. If you try to brute force a login page of a very well known application like Flipkart or Gmail or any well developed website, these won't work, because at the end in the database the password is stored in the form of hash. And also, let's say our co-instructor Yash keeps a password of, let's say my name is Yash, as his password. Now the brute force attack can guess the password Yash, but he can't guess it like my name is Yash. So that is really very crucial, and it may guess if you use brute force, but it really takes a lot of time. So without wasting any much time, I will just show you a simple demonstration of brute force attack example. So for this you will just need to log in to your Kali machine, and for this practical, since we are going to use Burp suite, we will require Metasploitable. Now why do we require Metasploitable here, and why can't we just use the DVWA already present in the Kali? Because if you have observed, the address of our Kali machine, that is the DVWA which is installed in the Kali machine, is 127.0.0.1, and the proxy that we have set in Burp suite is also the same. So the request won't be intercepted, and that is why we need Metasploitable machine. I will again tell you why do we use Metasploitable. So make sure you turn on your Kali machine and you keep Metasploitable also on. So let us get started. So here I am in my Kali machine, and first I will connect to my DVWA, that is Metasploitable machine. I have already explained you why are we using Metasploitable, because see, whenever you require to capture the intercept using Burp suite, you should use the Metasploitable. I will again upload a lecture in which you can use the DVWA in Kali Linux, because we need to change the loopback IP address there. So I will just type the IP address 10.0.2.6 and it will connect to my Metasploitable. There you go. I will log into my DVWA. There you go. I have logged in into my DVWA. Now the first thing that you need to do is change the DVWA security to low, and here you can see brute force. this is the page where we are going to enter the login and the password, and then we are going to try the brute forcing attack. Now for this we need to first turn on our Burp suite. So go to applications and then turn on your Burp suite. Now let us give it some time to get load. There you go, our Burp suite has been launched, and now you can see what I was talking about is here the proxy. You can see this address is same as the DVWA address. So in our case, when a browser sends a request, now our browser is located at 10.0.2.16. So 10.0.2.16 will send a request to Burp, that is this address, and then this will again get reflected in here. That is why we require Burp suite. Now in a Burp suite introduction lecture, we have seen the different roles of intruder, then repeater, sequencer, decoder, etc. And for this particular brute forcing attack, we need the intruder to act as a man in the middle and then perform the brute forcing attacks. So what you have to do is first, to configure to send request, we have seen that we need to go to preferences, then we need to change the network settings and set our proxy to manual proxy, that is 127.0.1. Click OK, go to Burp suite, go to proxy, and intercept here is on, let it be on. Now what you have to do is we have to just give a random username and password here, and then we will try to crack by giving a dictionary or a list of different passwords and usernames, and the Burp suite will do brute forcing for us. So I will just enter a random username. I will enter Chinmay and I will enter password 12345. Now if you click login, it will the Burp suite will capture the request. There you go. And now we don't have to forward the request. What we have to do is we have to copy the request, or you can just send to intruder. And if we send to intruder, it becomes orange. So if you click here, the host is this, because we want to again send the request to host and use AT&T. Now positions. Now you can see these all places or fields are highlighted with a blue color, right? Because intruder, whatever we will insert in the dictionary, in the payload here, okay, you can see the payload, it will try to insert those values at the marked fields. But right now we are interested in username and password. So what we'll do is we'll select everything and click clear. And now we just want to target two positions, that is username and password. So we'll select Chinmay, that is the username which we had supplied. Click add, and then we will select password. We'll select the password and click add. So now since attack type is sniper, so now what sniper does is sniper basically targets only one position at a time. But in our case, we're interested in targeting two positions at a time. So we will use cluster bomb, which basically tries all the combinations and then performs attacks on two different positions. Now just go to payloads tab. Now here payload. Now since we are going to use two payloads, one is for the username and the next one is for the password. So just go to payloads. So you can see two options. Okay, if we select sniper here, we will have only one option. So we are going to select cluster bomb, go to payloads, the first. Now first payload will target all the fields at username only. So whatever we supply here in this payload options simple list will get inserted into the username field, and then it will try with password. So I will show you how to insert. Now just add here admin. Since we are going to add the first payload for username, we will try to insert 6 or 7 random usernames which are most commonly deployed. So I will just click admin. Then another one is full admin in caps lock. Another common username is root. Okay, or capital root or in uppercase, or another common name is A capital DMIN admin, or let's say I want to give as admin @123. So these are all the usernames. So what Burp Suite will do is it will take admin, it will go to position, it will place username here, and then it will take another admin and then try all these options with the remaining passwords. Now we have added the usernames here. We will add for the password. So for password I will enter password. I'll click add. Another common password is P capital ASSWORD, you can see, or TOOR, or everything in capital, or let's say admin @123 is also 1234 is also a password, common password, or admin @1234. Okay, so I will try these 6 passwords against these 6 usernames. So what intruder will do, intruder will take first admin and it will try with password, this password, this password, this password, this password, and this password. If it successfully gets a valid username and a password, how do we come to know? So you have to go down here in options and you can see grep payload, grep extract, or you can see grep match. So if the result matches to the valid username and password, we will have to get notified, right? So what is the common message that you get when you have a successful login? You get success or login successful. I will just click clear and I will enter a new item. I will just click write success and then click add. I will select this. So what it is saying, flag result items with responses matching these expressions. So whenever a username and a password will get validated by the backend application, we will get a success message in the intruder tab. I will show you how it is. So I hope you must have understood why do we use payloads and where do we use payloads. Now you are saying that you have manually added, so and now what if there are hundreds and thousands of usernames? Now that you have, here's an option, you can see add from list. Now that option is only available in the professional version. So what attackers do is they have common dictionaries with them through dark web, or through collecting. They have thousands and 1 lakhs of passwords. They just enter the dictionary there and then Burp Suite takes. But since we're using the community version here, we have to manually enter. So either you can enter hundreds and thousands of passwords manually, or you can buy the pro version and get it done by Burp Suite itself. I'm going to just show you about 6 usernames and 6 passwords, and there you can see the request count in the payloads set option is 36. 6 passwords, 6 usernames, combinations are 6 into 6, 36. And you do not have to change anything into options. Now let us, so I guess you might have understood. So admin will come here and this password will come here. Then it will send the request to the server. If server validates, we will get a message success. So after all this is set, click start attack and OK. And it will start the attack. There you go. Now before we do that, if you can see the content length here, if you can see the content length, I guess is not visible right now, or it will be visible. I will show you. So the length is 4948, which is the highest probably. And if you can see the success tab here, so whatever is success will get automatically ticked. So right now it is performing attacks, different types of attacks. So let us wait till it finally completes everything. And yes, it has finished the attack. So if we check the length and check the length, you can see root password, root admin password, admin password, admin password. So these are the values which might be the value. So this I will just see what is the value 4948, and the payload is admin and this is password. So I'll just turn off the intercept. We have the results here. We'll go to DVWA, username password incorrect. We'll try admin and password, and there you go, welcome to password protected area admin, which means this value is correct. Now I will try this one, the admin and the password. Let's see if we have got the correct answer. There you go, welcome to the password protected area admin. So these two values were correct. So if we sort, if we see the content length 4948, all the values with 4948 must be correct. So we have got three possible choices. So these are the three possible correct answers. And in this way, if we now let us check this admin and capital P password, it should show it is not the correct answer, or just I will give the password as TOOR and username or password is incorrect. In this way, basically brute forcing attack is carried out. Now you might guess that, you know, in the URL you can see it is admin and it is password. You can just change it here, and we have seen how this attack is used in CSRF. Now in this case, the request or the URL is not protected because it is using HTTP protocol. In case if it is using HTTPS protocols, you can see in the request or in the target dashboard or intruder repeater the request, we can't clearly see the username and the password. In that case, the username and the password is encrypted. That is why cookies, then encryption, HTTPS SSL encryption is all used to avoid such kind of brute forcing attacks. Now an attacker can also try to hack or brute force OTP, that is one-time password. A 4-digit one-time password can be easily brute forced, but if you carefully observe, the digits are 4 and the number of combinations are 4 raised to I guess 4, or for every time it is 3. So it takes around a lot of time to crack a one-time password, and hence the validity of a one-time password is generally 2 to 3 minutes, because brute force cannot get the result between 2 to 3 minutes, right? Now for this video I had actually fast forwarded the 36 count. It actually took 5 minutes for me to actually take all the count, and that is why brute forcing attacks are time consuming attacks and hackers do not prefer them. And nowadays all the passwords are also hashed or encrypted, and therefore it becomes more difficult. In the next lecture we will probably see the most important step of web application penetration testing, which is how to perform the web application penetration testing in a very detailed manner. We will demonstrate what are the steps required, how you should approach to perform a web application pen test. If you have applied for a penetration testing role, which steps you should perform in order to generate a report and everything. So make sure you watch the next video till end. Please do not skip these lectures, as these are very helpful. I will see you in the next lecture. Let us conclude this section by saying the web application penetration testing methodology. Like, we have seen different types of attacks, but how to carry out, in what steps should we use these attacks to perform a proper penetration test. Now, web application pen testing is used to identify, analyze and report vulnerabilities such as input validation, buffer overflow, SQL injection, bypassing authentication, code execution in a given application. The best way to conduct a penetration test is to perform a series of methodical and repeatable tests and to work through all the different application vulnerabilities. The obvious question is, why do we need web application penetration testing? First, identification of ports. Second, remediation of vulnerabilities. And third, verification of vulnerabilities. Now we will see the workflow of web application penetration testing. The first is to define an objective. You should define the objective and scope of your penetration test. The next is information gathering phase, wherein you gather information related to the target domain or website. Then is configuration management testing, authentication testing, authorization testing, session management testing, denial of service testing, data validation testing, business logic testing, web service testing, AJAX testing, and then finally you have to document all these findings and to prepare a report. Now let us see how to perform information gathering penetration testing. First is analyze the robot.txt file, which means allowed and disallowed directories. Now retrieve and analyze robots.txt file using tools such as GNU-wget. Then use the advanced site search operator and then click cached to perform engine reconnaissance. Use different types of search engines like Shodan, DuckDuckGo, and etc. and others to perform the footprinting of the application. The next is identify application entry points. Identify application entry points using tools such as WebScrap, Burp Suite, OWASP Zap, Tamper IE or Tamper Data for Firefox. Then is to identify the web applications, that is probe for URLs, do dictionary style searching, perform vulnerability scanning using tools such as Nmap and Nessus, implement techniques such as DNS zone transfers, DNS inverse queries, web-based DNS searches, Google docking, and etc. Analyze error codes by requesting invalid pages and utilize alternate request methods in order to collect confidential information from the server. Examine the source code from the accessible pages of the application frontend. Test for recognized file types, extension, directories by requesting common file extensions such as .asp, .htm, .php, .exe, and watch for any unusual output of error codes. Perform TCP, ICMP and service fingerprinting using traditional fingerprinting tools such as Nmap. Use information gathering tools like HTTrack, Harvester, OSINT framework, Maltego to gather as much as information possible. Next is to find out the server-side technology that is being deployed by the web application using built with, web archive and others. Then you can find domains and subdomains using the OSINT tools or DNS dumpster. Do not forget to document all these findings after the information gathering phase. Next comes authentication testing. In this, try to reset passwords by guessing social engineering or cracking secret questions. Check if remember my password mechanism is implemented by checking the HTML code of the login page. Check if it is possible to reuse a session after logout. Also check if the application automatically logs out of a user when that user has been idle for a certain amount of time and that no sensitive data remains stored in the browser cache. Identify all the parameters that are sent in addition to the decoded CAPTCHA value from the client to the server and then try to send an old decoded CAPTCHA value with an old CAPTCHA ID of an old session ID. Check if users hold a hardware device of some kind in addition to the password. Check if the hardware device communicates directly and independently with the authentication infrastructure using an additional communication channel. And finally, attempt to force a race condition, make multiple simultaneous requests while observing the outcome for unexpected behavior, perform the code review, and then finally Document all the findings. Next is session management testing. Collect sufficient number of cookie samples, analyze the cookie generation algorithm, and forge a valid cookie in order to perform the attack. Test for cookie attributes using intercepting proxies such as WebScrab, Burp Suite, OWASP Zap, or a traffic intercepting browsers. To test for sessions fixation, make a request to the site to be tested and then analyze vulnerabilities using the WebScrab tool. Test for exposed session variables by inspecting encryption and reuse of session token and proxies and caching. Examine the URLs in the restricted area to test for cross-site request forgery, that is CSRF. Finally, do not forget to document all the findings. The next is authorization testing. Here, test for path traversal by performing the input vector enumeration and analyzing the input validation functions to present in the web application. Test for bypassing authorization schema by examining the admin functionalities to gain access to the resource assigned to a different role. Check if attacker can gain privileges by using privilege escalation tools and attacks, and also check for parameter tampering vulnerabilities. Finally, do not forget to document all the findings. So this was the perfect method to how to carry out a penetration test. If you're more interested in knowing, I have attached a book for a web application. You can refer that. It is really a long book of I guess 800 to 900 pages, but it really covers the web application penetration testing in very detail, and most of the security experts refer that book. So do not forget to write a review for our course. If you're really liking our course, please do not forget to leave a review, as it will really help us to create more courses and add different lectures to this interesting ethical hacking course. So do not forget to like the video, and please share a review, and please share your experience through the review option. I will see you in the next lecture, where we are going to discuss the preventive measures that you can take to prevent a web application from facing an attack. Let us conclude our web application section by having a look on the web application countermeasures, that how you should prevent such attacks. Let us see the first, that is broken authentication and session management. For this, use SSL, that is secure socket layer, for authenticated parts of the application. Verify whether all the users' identities and credentials are stored in a hashed form, that is use hashing and cryptography, and never submit session data as a part of GET or POST requests. Never do that. The next is XML entity, that is avoid processing XML input containing reference to the external entity. Then XML unmarshaller should be configured securely. Parse the document with a securely configured parser. Next comes sensitive data exposure. Do not create or use weak cryptographic algorithms, as they may result in sensitive data exposure. Then generate encryption keys offline and store them securely. Ensure that the encrypted data stored on the disk is not easy to decrypt, and therefore brute force attacks won't work in this case. The next is broken access control, that is BAC. Now perform access control checks before redirecting the authorized user to requested resource. Check whether it is only legitimate user who is trying to access the user requested resource. Avoid using insecure IDs to prevent attacker from guessing it. Then provide session timeout mechanism. If a user is not active for, let's say, 30 to 40 seconds, you can just time out the session and log out the user forcefully, and then limit the permissions to authorized users from misuse. The next is how you can prevent SQL injection attacks. Limit the length of the user input, as we have seen that if you change the input from 10 to 15 or 100, then only user can input a string or a big function. But if you limit that only, SQL attacks can be prevented. Then use custom error messages. Do not disclose any information through errors. Just give an error, that's it, error, that's it. You do not have to display anything else. Then monitor database traffic using IDS firewalls and web application firewalls. Disable commands like xpcmd shell. If you want to read more about this, you can always go through the books that we have attached for web application resources. Then isolate database server and web server also. And the next is file injection attacks, that is file upload. Strongly validate user input. Consider implementing a jail root. Then disable allow URL fopen and allow URL include in php.ini. We have seen this while installing the Kali Linux in damn vulnerable web application. If you do not recall, please go to that lecture in section 2, setting up the penetration testing lab. Then ensure that all files and streams functions are carefully vetted. Do not allow any random file to be inputted. The next is command injection flaws. Perform again input validation. Escape dangerous characters. Use language specific libraries that avoid problems due to shell commands. Perform input and output encoding, and use a safe API which avoids the use of interpreter entirely. Then the next is using components with known vulnerabilities. How you can avoid that? You can avoid by regularly checking the versions of both client side and server side components and their dependencies. Then continuously monitor sources like National Vulnerability Database for vulnerabilities in your components. Apply security patches regularly. Scan the components with security scanners frequently. Enforce security policies and best practices for component use. And the second last is cross-site request forgery attack. Here log off immediately after using a web application and clear the history. We have seen that if you log off and if you delete all the data after the user has quitted the browser, attackers cannot use the CSRF attack. Then do not allow your browser and websites to save login details, which is a bad practice. And also check the HTTP header when processing a post and other type of request. And the last and the important is cookie or parameter tampering. Do not store plain text or weakly encrypted passwords in a cookie. That is not allowed, and that is always a bad practice. Implement cookies timeout. Let's say after 4 to 5 days, if a user hasn't visited the website, you can delete the cookie, and whenever user tries to log in again, you can ask for more security questions to ensure that the same user is logging. And finally, make logout functions available. Insist the user to log out before closing a browser, and using all these ways, web application attacks can be prevented. So in the next section onwards, we are going to start the denial of service section, that is the DOS.
Let us start with a new section, Denial of Service, also called as DOS. In this lecture, we will have an overview to what is denial of service. A denial of service attack, also called as a DOS attack, is a cyber attack in which the hacker seeks to make a machine or network resource unavailable to its intended users by temporarily or indefinitely disrupting services of host connected to the internet. Denial of service is typically accomplished by flooding the targeted machine or resource with a superfluous request, or you can say actually bogus or unwanted requests, in an attempt to overload systems and prevent some or all legitimate requests from being fulfilled. Now, in a distributed denial of service, that is the DDoS attack, the incoming traffic flooding the victim originates from many different sources. This effectively makes it impossible to stop the attack simply by blocking a single source. A DOS or a DDoS attack is analogous to a group of people crowding the entry door of a shop, making it hard for legitimate customer to enter, therefore disrupting the trade. Criminals of a DOS attack often target sites or services hosted on high-profile web servers such as banks or credit card payment gateways. Revenge, blackmail activism can motivate these types of attacks. A denial of service attack is any type of attack that prevents individuals from accessing a particular resource or service. Essentially, the attack affects the availability of internet or network-based services, which heads under the golden information security, that is the CIA triad, which stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. This is why information security professionals care about this DOS attack and constantly determine methods to mitigate it. Well, on your screen, you can see that there is a hacker who has compromised the command and control server. On that server, there are various botnets, and also hacker has compromised all those computer systems, also called as botnets. And now these botnets are flooding a particular victim server, or also you can call as a particular victim's computer system. Therefore, the system will crash and the hacker is successful in carrying out a DDoS or DOS attack. In the next lecture, we will see categories of DOS attack. In the last lecture, we had an introduction to what is denial of service attack. So basically, denial of service, that is a DOS, is an attack on a computer or network that reduces, restricts or prevents accessibility of system resources to its legitimate users. So, the first type of attack is UDP flood attack. An attacker sends spoofed UDP packets at a very high packet rate to a remote host on random ports of a target server using a large source IP range. Flooding of UDP packets causes server to repeatedly check for non-existent applications at the ports. Legitimate applications are inaccessible by the system and gives an error reply with an ICMP destination unreachable packet. This attack consumes network resources and available bandwidth, exhausting the network until it goes offline. The next is ICMP flood attack. Network administrators use ICMP primarily for IP operations, troubleshooting, and error messaging of undeliverable packets. ICMP flood attack is a type of attack in which attackers send large volumes of ICMP echo request packets to victim system directly or through reflection networks. These packets signal the victim system to reply, and the combination of traffic saturates the bandwidth of the victim's network connection, thereby causing it to be overwhelmed and subsequently stop responding to legitimate TCP/IP requests. To protect against ICMP flood attack, set a threshold limit which when exceeded invokes the ICMP flood attack protection feature. The next is ping of death attack. In the ping of death attack, an attacker tries to crash, destabilize or freeze the targeted system or service by sending malformed or overseas packets using a simple ping command. For instance, the attacker sends a packet which has a size of 65,538 bytes to the target web server. The size of the packet exceeds the size limit prescribed by the RFC 791 IP, which is 65,535 bytes. Therefore, the packet which is attacker sending is 3 bytes more. The reassembly process by the receiving system might cause the system to crash. The next is SYN flood attack. The attacker sends a large number of SYN requests to a target server, that is the victim, with the fake source IP addresses. The target machine sends back a SYN ACK in response to the request and waits for the ACK to complete the session setup. The target machine does not get the response because the source address is fake. SYN flooding takes advantage of a flaw in the way most hosts implement the TCP three-way handshake. When a host receives the SYN from another host, it must keep track of the partially opened connection in a listen queue for at least 75 seconds. A malicious host can exploit the small size of the listen queue by sending multiple SYN requests to the host but never replying to the SYN ACK request. The victim's listen queue is quickly filled up. This ability of holding each incomplete connection for 75 seconds can cumulatively used as a denial of service, that is SYN flood attack of denial of service category. And the last is fragmentation attack. These attacks destroy a victim's ability to reassemble the fragmented packets by flooding it with TCP or UDP fragments, resulting in a reduced performance. Attacker sends large number of fragmented, that is 1500 plus byte packets to the target web server with relatively small packet rate. Since the protocol allows the fragmentation, these packets usually pass through the network equipments like routers, firewalls, IDS, IPS, etc., which remain uninspected. Reassembling and inspecting these large fragmented packs consumes excessive resources. Moreover, the content in the packet fragments will be randomized by the attacker, which makes the process to consume more resource and leading the system to crash. In the next lecture, we will see what is a botnet and how botnet is used for DDoS attacks. In the last lecture, we saw different types of denial of service or distributed denial of service attacks. In this lecture, we will see what is a botnet. A botnet refers to a group of computers which have been infected by malware and have come under the control of a malicious actor or hacker. The term botnet is a portmanteau from the words robot and network, and each infected device is called a bot. Botnets can be designed to accomplish illegal or malicious tasks, including sending spam, stealing data, ransomware, fraudulently clicking on ads, or distributed denial of service, that is a DDoS attacks. While some malware, such as ransomware, will have direct impact on the owner of the device, DDoS botnet malware can have different levels of visibility. Some malware is designed to take control of the device, while other malware runs silently as a background process while waiting silently for the instructions from the attacker or bot handler. Self-propagating botnets recruit additional bots through a variety of different channels. Pathways for infection include the exploitation of website vulnerabilities, Trojan horse malware, and cracking weak authentication to gain remote access. Once access has been obtained, all of these methods for infection result in the installation of the malware on the target device, allowing remote control by the operator of the botnet. Once a device is infected, it may attempt to self-propagate the botnet malware by recruiting other hardware devices in the surrounding network. While it's infeasible to pinpoint the exact numbers of the bots in a particular botnet, estimations for total number of botnets in a sophisticated botnet have ranged in size from few thousand to greater than 1 million. So why are botnets created? Reasons for using a botnet ranges from activism to state-sponsored disruption, with many attacks being carried out simply for profit. Core characteristics of a botnet is the ability to receive updated instructions from the bot handler. The ability to communicate with each bot in the network allows the attacker to alternate attack vectors, change the targeted IP address, terminate an attack, and other customized actions. Botnet designs may vary, but the control structures can be broken down into two general categories: the client-server botnet model and the peer-to-peer botnet model. This is all for this lecture. In next lecture, we will see how to carry out a DOS practical on a system or a targeted website.
Let us start the last section of this wonderful course. Till now you have seen how to carry out a penetration test, different ways of carrying out a penetration test, exploiting target, information gathering and scanning, and so more. But after this you should be able to present the findings and document it properly, and there comes the need of writing a penetration testing report. In this section we will learn how to write a proper penetration testing report, and I will be explaining with an template of writing a penetration testing report. So let us start. Now, what are some key factors in order to present a good report? Now first, your report should be simple, clear and understandable. In any penetration test, the report is the most crucial part. Now, writing a good report is the key to successful penetration testing. Presentation of the report is also important. Headers, footers, appropriate fonts, well spaced margins, images, etc. should be created and selected properly with great care. Now, for example, if you are using a red font for the heading, every heading in the document should be in that style. The report should be well organized. Correct spelling and grammar is very important. A misspelled word leaves a very negative impact upon the person who is reading your report. So you should make sure that proofreading your report and performing spell checking before submitting it to the client is an important task. Always make sure that you use a consistent voice and style in writing a report. Changing the voice would create confusion in the reader. So you should choose one voice and style and stick it throughout your report. Now make sure you spend time on eliminating false positives. Now if you use an automated scanner, it may generate some false positives. Vulnerabilities that are actually not present are known as false positives. Now these false positives will always be there no matter what you do. So it is your job to perform a manual pen test again on the target and then verify the vulnerabilities which are actually present. And this would enhance the credibility of your report. Perform a detailed analysis of the vulnerability to find out its root cause. A screenshot of a raw HTTP request or the screenshot that demonstrates the evidence of finding would give a clear picture to the developer of the status. Now it is important that you should understand the audience while writing a report. It's not like the entire report is just in terms of technical. So understanding the audience that would be reading your penetration testing report is a very crucial part of the penetration test. Now we can divide the audience into following three categories which you can see on the screen. The first one is the executive class report, the second is the management class report, and the last is a developer report. While writing a report, you must understand which audience would read which part of your report. For instance, let's consider the company's CEO would not be interested in which exploit you used to gain access to a particular machine or a vulnerability. And on the flip side, your developers are not at all interested in overall risks and potential losses to the company. They are just interested in which exploits you have used. So while writing a report, it would be very important to write a report keeping in mind with these three types. The first one is the executive class report. This category includes the CEO of the company. Since they have a very tedious schedule and most of the times they have less technical knowledge, they would end up reading a very small portion of the report. For example, if your vulnerability may result in $10 billion loss, then they are interested in reading that part. They are not interested in reading which vulnerability you have used to exploit the flaw. So specifically the executive summary, remediation report, etc. These people end up reading a very small part of a report, and hence they are interested only on the business impact. Now, which we will discuss later in this course while demonstrating a proper template of a report. Now let us move on to management class, which includes the CISOs, that is Chief Information Security Officers, and the CISSPs, that is Chief Certified System Security Professional. Now, since they are the ones who are responsible for implementing the security policy of the company, they would probably be more interested in reading about the overall strengths and weaknesses of the report. For example, if you exploited a vulnerability, they might be interested in reading which vulnerability was exploited, how it was exploited. Last comes the technical class or the developer report. Now this report includes the security manager and developers who would be interested in reading your report thoroughly. They would investigate your report as they are responsible for patching the vulnerabilities found and for making sure that the necessary patches are implemented. So let us consider an example of you exploiting a cross-site scripting vulnerability, and or let us say SQL injection. Now, when you write a report for the executive class, you just have to write how much loss the company will face in terms of amount or in terms of users, and only that figure the CEO of the company is more interested in. Now, when it comes to management class report, you will include which vulnerability was exploited, how it was exploited, and what can be the business impact, and a bit more technical knowledge like the description of the vulnerability. And when it comes to developer report, you have to mention everything, right? From which exploit you used, which codes you used, which statements, SQL queries were used, the screenshots, the proof of concept, references, and etc. Everything should be included in developer report. In the next lecture, we are going to get into the essentials of reporting phase, in which I will teach you about the structure of a report. We have discussed what a good report should look like. I pointed out that knowing your audience is very important. Now, one of the key factors about a good report is that it should meet the needs for each audience and be presented in a clear and understandable manner. The next major part of writing a report is the analysis, where we perform risk assessment and calculate the overall risk to the organization based upon our findings. So in the next lecture, we will see how to write a report and its components of a penetration testing report. Let us start the last lecture of this course, that is the penetration testing report. And in this lecture, I will show you the components of a report, for example, cover page, index, and I will also explain all of these concepts in detail. Now, I will be taking the report of the HackerOne community, which is one of the most well-known community for bug bounty and report writing. So I will explain the report and the components as well. And after the lecture, you will find the report attached in the resources section. So let us start with the first component, that is the cover page. So as you can see on the screen, the HackerOne penetration testing report, you can even find this report from the official website, but they haven't explained each and every component. So I will explain what is meant by the components of a penetration testing report. So the page this is the first page that you're seeing on the screen. It is known as the cover page. Now you always start a report with this cover page. Now this is where you would include details such as your company logo, title, and a short description about the penetration test. I would suggest you to hire a good designer and work on a professional and appealing cover page, because if your cover page looks great, it would make a good impression upon the customer who is reading it. Now, as I said, this is the description of your company. Next comes the table of contents. On the very next page, you should have an index so that the audience interested in reading a particular portion of the report can easily skip to that portion. Make sure you highlight or bold the main titles in the table of contents, as well as the page numbers should be mentioned properly. The next is the executive summary. We have already discussed what is meant by executive summary. Now, as the name suggests, an executive summary is the portion that is specifically addressed to executives such as the CEO or the CISO of the company. The executive summary is the most essential part of a penetration testing report. A good executive summary can make all the difference between a good report and a bad one. Now, since the executive summary is specifically written to address the non-technical audience, you should make sure that it's presented in such a way that it is easily comprehensible and understandable. I will tell you some of the essential points that you should take into consideration while writing an executive summary. Make sure you listen to them properly. Now, the first and important point is, since executives are very busy and they have a tight schedule, they have really minimal time to invest into reading your reports. Therefore, you should make sure that your executive summary is precise and to the point. Your executive summary should start with defining the purpose of engagement and how it was carried out. Things such as scope should be defined very precisely. You can see on the screen the goal of this engagement was to conduct a targeted testing and to ensure the broad coverage of the most common types of vulnerabilities as defined by the OWASP. So this defines the executive summary in which a goal of engagement is also mentioned. Next, you should explain the results of the penetration testing and the findings. In the next paragraph, you can see on the screen, during this assessment, 3 vulnerabilities were found that had a CVSS rating of 7.0 or higher, either critical or high. Following this, you should discuss the overall weakness in general and the countermeasures that were not implemented that caused the vulnerability in the first place. And finally, you should write about the overall risk that was determined based upon your findings. You can see they have clearly mentioned how many vulnerabilities are critical, how many of them are high, medium and low. And lastly, you should write about to what extent the risk would decrease after addressing the issues and implementing the appropriate countermeasures. So in short, this is the executive summary. You can see they have also maintained the state of security as I have said. Maintaining a healthy security posture requires constant review and refinement of existing security processes. Running a HackerOne Pentest allows XCOM's internal security team to not only uncover specific but gain a better understanding of the security threat landscape. So this was the state of security for a report. Now these are the recommendations. Now what was the key issue for the vulnerability? So you can see they have mentioned the key issue, recommendation and resources. This is the correct way of telling the recommendations. So they have 3 recommendations, recommendation 1 and recommendation 2. They might not have included the third one. They've also mentioned the resources. You should also provide some images or links if you can. Next comes the methodology of a penetration testing report. We have discussed a wide variety of methodologies during this course of penetration testing such as OSST, NIST and OWASP. I would also like to include the methodology that was followed for conducting the penetration test. Though its inclusion in the report is optional, it could add a great value to your penetration testing report. In a scenario where you have been asked to follow a certain standard, talking about the methodology and its steps is a good idea. You can see on the screen of our penetration testing report which methodology was followed in order to conduct a penetration test. So you can see they have properly defined the scope of the assets, that which means the websites in which were in scope. They have also included that the assets out of scope included, and other things such as test plan, testing phase. Now this is one of the most important part of a penetration testing report. Now testing phase, in which is the phase which describes the exact process of carrying out the penetration test. So the first phase is the information gathering and reconnaissance phase, in which you gather as much as information about the target which is possible. You document the findings. Now in this report they have just included in half page, but if you find more critical information, you're always welcome to write in detail about the critical information. The next phase of the testing phase, that is the second phase, is the penetration testing and the exploitation phase, in which you carry out different attacks, use different exploits and queries to get access to the system. Now you mention about this in the penetration testing phase. And finally comes the retesting phase and the report phase. Now in the retesting phase, you again confirm whether which vulnerabilities are present or not. As I said, there are a lot of false positives during a penetration test. As a penetration tester, your job is to verify them manually. And finally, a report phase, which we are doing it now. You have to report the findings of the vulnerability, and you have to always present which vulnerabilities were present in the system and others. Now this is the detailed findings. Now you can see critical vulnerabilities is a rating of 9 to 10, highs from 7 to 8.9. You have to mention all of these. This is where you address the technical audience, specifically the security manager and the developers. Also, this is where you are allowed to talk in depth about how the vulnerabilities were discovered, root causes of the vulnerabilities, the associated risks, and the necessary recommendations. Now let's now briefly talk about the findings path. These are the findings. Now, the first and the most important term in the findings is the description. Description is where you talk about the vulnerability itself, a brief explanation that should be provided in this section. So you can see asset summary. Asset summary is the, in short, the description. The explanation part is the where you reveal the vulnerability was found and how it was found, the root cause of the vulnerability, the proof of concept, and others. In vulnerability summary, basically you have to talk about the different types of vulnerabilities you found. A picture speaks 1,000 words is a brilliant quotation that all of us should remember from our childhood, don't we? Because it always helps us to include the charts in your report. So if you can see, these are the types of charts and tables which are attractive one, which help or the security developer or the manager to get a clear idea. Things such as the overall strengths and weaknesses and risk assessment summary can also be included under this section. Now, security executives might be interested in this portion of the report as they would need to enforce the countermeasures. So just consider yourself as a security expert and reading this page. Okay, injection test result was good. So injection, yes, it didn't find any flaw. Was there any broken authentication? Since it's a tick mark, so no flaw. Now wherever there are crosses, at that point vulnerabilities are present. So this is very critical. CSS were 4 findings, security misconfiguration of 1 finding, and below is the risk matrix. I will now tell you what is meant by risk matrix. So in short, this is all mentioned in tables, right? A tabular summary is a great way to present the findings of a vulnerability assessment to a customer. The following screen comes directly from the report and summarizes the vulnerability assessment based upon the number of risks and findings. Risk assessment is defined as before the analysis of the report. It is very crucial for the customer because they would want to know the intensity of the damage of the vulnerabilities. Now, the risk assessment matrix is in terms of a penetration test. We compare the likelihood of occurring and impact caused by the risk assessment matrix. You can see on the screen the following is the following table which demonstrates critical, high, medium, low, and the names of the vulnerabilities is nothing but the risk assessment matrix. Now in detailed findings overview, basically a recommendation is where you address the developers on how to fix the vulnerability. You may also include general suggestions to avoid that particular class of vulnerability in future. You can see on the screen the asset, which is the third website, api.excom.com. This was the asset. Asset summary is a description. Vulnerability summary is just we have discussed, and severity is mentioned, CWE is mentioned, vulnerability title is mentioned, and recommendations were also mentioned earlier. You can see the recommendations are mentioned here, resources and recommendations. Now that you know the basics and the structure of how a penetration testing report is basically carried out, I would urge you to spend some more time reviewing the following penetration testing reports. I have attached a few links of offensive security sample testing report and as well as the HackerOne report. These are very good reports, and before exploiting anything, your job is to write a report and provide it in a proper way. So in this section, we talked about the basic terminologies that you will encounter on a daily basis as a penetration tester. We discussed about the different types of penetration tests and different types of penetration testing reports, components of the report, and how to write a perfect report based upon the different target audience. Me and my colleague Yash is really glad that you have come part through this course and you have successfully completed this course till this part of the day. And I really hope that you like our course. And before moving ahead, I would just like to urge you to please leave us a rating for this course, as it will really boost our confidence in creating more courses. We have really great courses in our minds like security auditors, CompTI network, and many more. So if you want to see more courses, please leave a rating for us. Thank you.